Well, good morning, everyone, and it is a morning. Under-18 Premiership Finals Day. The expectation is crackling around this famous old stadium. The StoneX down in London, normally home to one of the better clubs in Europe, and of course England. But today we will have a showing of under-18 class. First up, the first game, Saracens versus Midlands Academy. They're relatively unlucky, I suppose. The move around in the schedule has been because of travel times of certain clubs. Newcastle certainly having to travel a long way on the day. And of course Saracens and Midlands not having to travel too far. Therefore they get the 9:30 a.m. slot. And I don't think I certainly haven't seen a game of this sort of stature, this sort of level, this sort of quality played this early in the morning, and I wonder exactly what it's going to happen and how it's going to work its way out. Alongside me, I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by a young man who is also under 18, but a knowledge base of this sort of level is absolutely extraordinary, and you will probably know him from his social media work, and I'm delighted to have him and his insight alongside me. Will Roberts, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here the whole day. It should be a really great encounter.
Exactly. 12 hours of non-stop under-18 rugby is something that you should all be looking forward to throughout your Sunday. A really exciting encounter as well in this first game. Saracens versus Central Midlands is a very exciting encounter. Slightly done a disservice having been played at so early in the morning, something that these players are going to have to adapt to, but as these two teams come out onto the field, I think we can see that the size and presence of these two teams, I mean, they don't look like under-18s, that's for sure.
They don't. This quality of rugby, I've been following it for a while, you've been following it for a long time. It really is good, and if this is the first time you've ever watched this sort of thing, you're in for a treat. As I say, nearly 12 hours of rugby in front of us. Some of the best schoolboy rugby, some of the names of the future. We hope you're going to enjoy yourself as much as we are. Referees are taking the field. We're a little bit late, but I should think that'll be the order of the day, getting ourselves together. The music blares around the StoneX. And it is Saracens who will play in white, and Midlands Academy North who will play in a very famous black and yellow strip. You'll notice that I will try and avoid saying the name of the club that this club used to be. The RFU now firmly in control of this operation, and will be referred to as the Midlands Academy from the north. We have Midlands Academy from the west as well.
Central.
And I've even got that wrong. It's Central. And the ball is started and into touch. Midlands Central is what we should be calling them. I suppose down in London everything's north, isn't it, really?
Saracens already getting a bit of set-piece action, something that they really look to thrive off. Worked relatively well for them against Quins in the last round before this final stage. Let's see if they can use this as a platform in which to attack.
Benji Mills into the midfield. Work of Pierre Garino. Fascinating individual Garino. More on him a little bit later. But good defensive pressure on the outside from the Midlands club. Declan Murphy playing at 9. Ball over the top. Looked as though it had gone a little bit forward. The referee agrees.
Excellent pressure there from Midlands right from the off. Their line speed was really, really aggressive in shutting down Garino and Merritt as that combination of back rowers in the midfield. They needed to do that to sort of stunt that Saracens attack, and once they got Saracens on the back foot, forcing that pass on Benji Mills, which at 9:30 in the morning, you'd expect that not everything's going to stick.
Pierre Garino, deputy head boy at Felsted and Monaconian. From the Principality. You don't get too many Monaco rugby players, but there's one that in front of you wearing 7 for Saracens this morning. I'm going to have to get used to saying this morning. I can always say this afternoon. We will get to this afternoon eventually. Put in for Midlands Central. Their scrum half, Blinkhorn, will fire it into the midfield. Lovely ball out to the outside, and a little bit of space for Barnett to work with. The fullback, excellent leader and communicator, and he's up to the 22. Neatly brought in, I think, Gloucester. Ball is turned over though. Saracens have got it, and there is Garino. And there goes Murphy. Murphy is away. Murphy puts his ears back and sprints from the corner, then comes back inside. Oh, the offload doesn't quite work. Garino attract him well.
That was initially superb work there from Ben Pogson, wearing number 2, but former back rower as well. So he can certainly steal the ball just like that, and that pace to get away as well. I mean, it's something that will be more and more common as we move towards the modern game. Those hybrid hookers and flankers, and Murphy as well, just that pace to get across, try and create some space. Garino with a strong support line, but that offload just not sticking. But excellent work from Saracens to work on the break and get themselves right into the Central Midlands 22.
We have a break in play. Will, how on earth do you get yourself ready to play rugby like this at 9:30 in the morning? What sort of thing? Will they have got up extra specially early and sort of gone through the drills?
I think so. You're going to have to. They probably spent, I mean, they would have been aware that they would be playing this game at 9:30 from, well, they had whispers of it last weekend, so they would have had a lot of time probably to get their sleep schedule in a good sort of order to be able to be up for this game. I think it's going to come down to certainly warming up into the fixture, and I was speaking to a few players from both sides before the game who were saying that we could have 0-0 deadlock at half-time, or it could be about 40 all. I think that is the way that these two teams are going to be able to take things. Either way, you'd imagine it'll be a relatively exciting encounter.
Where's the matchups for you? Where's the exciting matchups for you?
For me, it comes down to the back row. James Boylan, Pierre Garino and Barney Merritt against Ruben Logan, Charlie Bell and Felix Hunt. I mean, those three for either side are going to be able to try and get some front foot ball, try and get some momentum for their side. Really key individuals, as well as in the back line, probably the inside centres. Louis Sinclair and Charlie Mayle, two former fly halves, can play in that position as well. May see them adopt into the fly half position as we head on through the game. So they're going to be really important in helping the players inside them just to control the game that little bit more.
Blinkhorn with the put into this scrum. It's well inside their 22. Midlands Central having to work hard from very close to their own line. Saracens are interested in this. They put a little bit of pressure on. Blinkhorn uses more individuals alongside him to try and help him out. Sam Scott, wearing 3 on his back, makes a little bit of yardage. And Blinkhorn will get an opportunity in which to kick this one over his shoulder. He'll scoop this with his foot back.
Jack Bracken licking his lips in the back line, but I don't think it's going to get that far.
It isn't. Ball is kept in. Bracken is going to come across for it. And this is an exciting player. We watched him in person last weekend impress against Harlequins. Garino, once again, in open pasture. A little bit of space for him. Fired out. Inside ball. This is better from Saracens. Can they link up? Through the hands they go. Midlands Central Academy just having to fire themselves back into position.
Midlands Central very compressed at the moment, means that the potential could be exploited out wide.
Mills has tried to put the ball on the end of his foot, and perhaps knowing that the penalty was coming, tried it and it didn't work, and they'll come right in front for offside. A little bit of urgency, unfortunately, the cup overfloweth there.
This exit is not one that Max Blinkhorn will be wanting to look back at, but it's well kept in by Jack Bracken there, but it's meant that Saracens can continue to pile on the pressure. Interesting they've gone for the scrum. I mean, this is a game in which the result probably means a little bit more than it did in the league. They could have gone for the points early doors, try and build a bit of a lead, but no, they're backing their forward momentum at the moment. Saracens, they want the full complement coming out of this red zone.
Well, they're going to have to make it work. They won't want to come away. This will be seen, if Wasps can keep them at bay here, it'll be seen as a huge fillip for them early on. It is Declan Murphy, again selected potentially ahead of Ewan Entwistle, who's on the bench. Opportunity for him. He gets a go. Here goes Murphy, stepping, moving. There is space out on the right-hand side, and it's going to be Toby Clinch, is it? It looks as though it is. Toby Clinch over with the first score for Saracens.
Number 14, Toby Clinch.
Really well worked score from Saracens there. Toby Clinch already found the whitewash 5 times this season. He makes it 6. Saracens' top try scorer now. And it's superb work here from Declan Murphy, keeps the ball alive, stays aware. Jack Bracken especially, he has the opportunity here to potentially just draw the man. He does ever so well to keep Sam Sinclair honest, which gives Toby Clinch those extra split seconds on the wing in a little bit more open space, which is all he needs to find the whitewash. Excellent score from Saracens to open their account.
The kick is wide out on the right-hand side. Mills, I think it is, with it. Mills's kick is just across the face, not the full complement of points, but Saracens will be happy with that. They've started the better, Will.
They have, and Midlands Central a few errors in exiting, and the ball being stripped by Pogson 5 minutes ago has meant that they've just been under the cosh and not been able to get going so far in this game.
You said to me that you felt that the Southern Conference was a little bit stronger than the Northern Conference.
Yeah, I think that, well, the Leicester and Northampton have really dominated in the Northern Conference throughout the league so far. The Southern Conference has been a bit more tight. We've had, so I think Saracens are going to be really hard done by to be only be playing for 5th and 6th, especially after their first half performance against Harlequins. You would imagine that they would have been really pushing for, they could have even been playing in the final if things had gone their way a little bit better last weekend. So I think they're going to be feeling a little bit hard done by to only be playing for 5th and 6th. So that will be certainly playing on the back of their minds. Midlands Central, I mean, they haven't won a game since the 7th of Jan. So they've had 3 losses on the bounce, and that'll be something that would have really stunted their momentum.
Blinkhorn with the put into the scrum. It's a close carry and knocked on, says the referee. Picked up at the back by Felix Hunt. Just as if I look, it might be. Did it come out the tunnel? Not sure what happened there.
I think either way, Declan Murphy just getting under the skin of Felix Hunt a little bit and just putting him under more pressure than was wanted by the Wasps number 8. So, or the Midlands Central number 8. There you go. I've done it. It's me that's done it first. I genuinely thought it'd be you, but it is me.
It's going to be tricky.
1-0.
It's going to be tricky. Well, at least you didn't call them Midlands North.
That's true.
Declan Murphy.
That's just, it's compound errors for Midlands Central there. They had the scrum, they knocked the ball on, and then concede a penalty at the reverse scrum. So the Midlands Central coaches will really be scratching their heads over this opening 10 minutes.
Oh, and here they go. Bracken again, spreading his wings, and away he goes. Bracken's going to find himself underneath the post. Look at that. A cameo from Jack Bracken, brother of Charlie, son of Kieran. And he imprints himself on this finals day. Early doors, but not too early for Jack Bracken to show his quality.
And Jack Bracken, under the shadow of his surname, I think he's going to be able to make a name for himself in the not too distant future. I mean, he has no right to make any ground from here. Bursts out of that first tackle, and here, I mean, it's a really tricky situation to deal with, but he just steps back on the inside, leaves Joe Robinson.
Sorry, yes, and Sinclair.
Sammy Sinclair, in fact, leaves Sammy Sinclair for dust, and it's an easy conversion there for Benji Mills. Saracens, all of a sudden, are 12 points clear, and Midlands Central have had absolutely nothing to answer for it.
Midlands Central 0.
Quality score from Saracens. I suppose we don't have try of the day, but maybe we can mark it down as an early contender, certainly.
Absolutely. Superb score.
Restart from Mason. It's too long. And he's off and the way with rugby. Things just get worse and worse. Errors compounded by other errors, and at the moment Midlands Central really struggling. See what he's looking to do. He just he pumps it too far, too good a kick almost.
Yeah, I mean, Charlie Mason still only under 17, so has got another year with him. He's been in and around this Midlands Central setup since under 16 as well. So certainly someone that Alex Davies, head coach, has put a lot of faith in, and well, it's a testing afternoon to be on the back foot and to concede there.
You said afternoon. It's so difficult.
Morning.
It's so difficult. It feels like the afternoon. The sun is out. It's a beautiful day. It really is. Benji Mills is going to poke us down the pitch, and the ball is going to bounce wonderfully for Saracens. And once again, they're in. Good offloading skills. A forward, says the referee. I think James Boylan was sniffing there, but it didn't quite work out.
The combination of this 4G pitch and these extremely new balls with very strong grip means that these balls will bounce absolutely everywhere, and that is something that Benji Mills, I think, was counting on here. Either way, it either bounces into the hands of Saracens players or gets a bit of topspin and heads out for a 50-22. So it was a really good bit of game management there from the Brentwood school fly half, and he's put Saracens again in the red zone in a prime position to potentially get another score inside 15 minutes.
Inside the 22, the Saracens are definitely looking at this as a bit of movement in the back line. In they come. Mills is going to pick one over the top, and how's it going to bounce again? Bracken, is it once more?
Oscar Wilson. Again, it's that bounce of the ball. He seems to have spotted it on his first nudge and uses it to his benefit there again. Excellent bit of play from Benji Mills, ingenuity through the middle. Oscar Wilson, the beneficiary. Superb score from the Saracens ace boy.
Yeah, Wilson out of the Oaklands College, which is pretty famous for producing Saracen stars. And gets in on the act there. Yeah, I wonder whether news will filter back through about this ball and this surface, as you say, throughout the day. You know, there's various different people. I'm not sure whether our next game is Sale versus Gloucester, whether or not they'll be watching on and just seeing how it works and reacts. Of course, the weather conditions might change. It might get a little bit dewy a little bit later on today. Weather is certainly set fair, and at the moment, so are Saracens. They are in full control of this game. It's they're scoring at more than a point a minute, and the Midlands Central Academy has got to get a grip of this, got to get some hands on the ball, get some time out of it, and sort themselves out. Once again, more shenanigans. Murphy playing his boxer tricks from inside his own 22. Moves them up a little bit further. Mills will be found, and it's a attempted spiral, which is going to be collected, I think, by Barnett, who came forward. Barnett sees a bit of space. Here goes Barnett. This is more like it from the Midlands Central Academy. They need to keep hold of it, keep going. Pogson is brought in on a short line. Hunt.
A little bit isolated there, Hunt. The ball's been stripped. Well, he's caught it back. That's quite impressive.
Yeah, Felix Hunt has had that ball stripped and then given back to him. Moss. Again, more good, stout defending from Saracens, and great turnover ball as well.
Benji Mills over the ball there. His small stature working to his benefit, and he just managed to clamp himself over that breakdown early on and steal the ball. Midlands Central slightly isolated with runners. They got that really good bit of front foot ball there from Dan Barnett, but just their structure limiting them in the amount of players they can get over the ball early on, which meant that the ball was isolated twice there. Hunt was held up, and then Benji Mills clamping over it and giving Saracens a get out.
Line-out is good. Saracens are going to try and swing it through. Barney Merritt is going to work very, very hard to get the ball down on the floor. He does. Garino. And they'll come back for the penalty.
Benji Mills here against the wind. It's a good nudge, to be fair, with the tighter angle, but that's something that Midlands Central are going to have to be a little bit more aware of, is that they now only have about, less than 20 minutes left with Mother Nature behind their back. So if they want to try and claw their way back into this fixture, they're going to have to use the elements wisely and potentially try and get a little bit more territory in Saracens' half.
Ball ends up in the hands of Alex O'Driscoll. It's a failed line-out. Midlands Central do have the ball back. It has come back their way. And they're going to break down the short side. Good interplay from Ruben Logan and Cam Aitchison. Now they try and bring it in, or it looked as though the offload was forward. The referee has spotted it. Unfortunately, the slight delay in the offload meant that the player had moved forward, and the only pass on there for Sam Scott was a forward one, and Saracens would get the ball back.
Scott and Pogson usually work so well together, part of the ace setup at City of Oxford College. That whole front row play with each other at both club and school level, so they've got a little bit of inside knowledge between them, but there it just wasn't clicking.
Well, if you're joining us on the YouTube broadcast, I hope you're comfortable. I hope you got some snacks for the rest of the day. Huge amounts of under-18 rugby coming at you all the way through the final 7 o'clock tonight. Saracens are making progress down this short side again. Midlands Central made an absolute hash of that, and what about that as they pick up and score? Declan Murphy has just pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
Well, Declan Murphy has had one of the performances of the season so far in this game. There was a little bit of contest between him and Ewan Entwistle, one of the co-captains within this squad, on who should start in this finals day, and Declan Murphy certainly making a case towards the Saracens coaches that they've made the right decision. I mean, that is a superb score from Murphy, putting a lot of pressure on Will Gloucester. It was a really difficult ball for him to try and collect because it was a very intellectual kick from the number 9, and it's a superb finish as well. I mean, Saracens are just absolutely running riot at the StoneX at the moment.
It's not just that they're playing good rugby, but things seem to be going their way as well. Bounces seem to be working for them, everything. Saracens in the mood. It may be early, but they're very, very keen. We got some sad news. I think we've got a player exiting the pitch.
Yeah, that's Barney Merritt. That's that's their captain. So a big loss for them. Interesting to see if they bring on Deo Oyorinde, or potentially maybe even Junior Kapoku. Yes, it's going to be Junior Kapoku. If things were bad for Midlands Central right now, they're about to get even worse.
Well, you will see Junior Kapoku in just a moment. Our cameras will focus in on him. Now, I'm lucky enough to do commentary on Premiership Rugby, believe it or not. This guy would be big in those spheres. Junior Kapoku is a very large piece of furniture, and he has taken the field, and Wasps have again kicked the ball too long, and they will come all the way back. I wonder whether we'll be able to get hold of a look on Junior Kapoku. He is Yeah, there's again another kick from Mason, which sails long. The wind obviously catching this ball and pulling it through.
You can see Junior Kapoka just at the back of that scrum there. He's standing above everyone else. You can't really miss him. Usually plays lock for Saracens, but he's comfortable at 8, plays there for Finborough School. And it was a relative surprise to see him not in the starting 15. I think he'd had a few injury troubles, and there was doubt whether he'd be able to compete in the 23 at all ahead of kickoff. But it's really good to see him in a Saracens shirt on finals day and playing at number 8. I mean, this is...
you say good. It's good to see him. I think there's about 15 Midlands Central boys who probably aren't ever so keen to see him. But here we go. Once again, Mills is going to take to the air with his boot. Oh, that's a brilliant take from Gloucester, who's gathered that and turned that around. Really good from the England under-18 man.
He's going to be the key, I think. He's probably the leader within this Midlands Central setup, probably the most well-known player, probably the star player. And if something's going to click for Midlands Central heading into the half, Will Gloucester will most likely have a part to play in it.
Super take there, on the floor, back up onto his feet in a flash. The kick doesn't go out, Saracens have got it back. Bracken gets the outboard motor going. Bracken continues, tumbling through. They go left, once again the kick is prodded down into Wasps' half, and Barnett has to wait for it. Barnett responds, great response from Barnett. Barnett, can he find it? Puts it on the end of the boot, and there's not anyone there. Oh my goodness, the player is sent through the advertising hoardings.
It's Junior Kapoku. I think we may have to check if the advertising board's all right, rather than Junior Kapoku.
Have a look at this from Barnett, but he's had a couple of flashes, and he didn't have anyone to offload and get in position. And it's Ruben Logan who has dealt with Kapoku. And I hope he's all right. As I say, I hope the furniture around the Stone X is okay as well.
Well, yeah, excellent work from Dan Barnett and Ruben Logan on that support line. Former winger, Ruben Logan. So it's...
That name sounds familiar, Logan.
It is, yes. Son of Gabby and Kenny.
I thought that was going to be an opportunity for us, but offside or in front of the line of the 22 restart, says the referee, so they'll go back. Midlands Central getting a little bit keen on that. Okay, so Ruben Logan, you've got some information. Mum Gabby got in contact, didn't she?
She did. She's told me that he's a big Star Wars fan, big Arsenal fan, and usually has 4 eggs and a steak for breakfast.
Don't we all? Don't we all? Goodness me.
So thanks to Gabby for that piece of crucial information, which
well, we did promise we'd get it in.
Context. We did
say we'd get it in. No, Ruben Logan will need all of the eggs and all of the steak he could possibly muster if Midlands Central are going to be able to get back into this game. Saracens at the moment on their own 22, and they'll go again. Bracken looking for the offload, and the tackle meant that the pass went behind Joe Robinson. He'll be slightly frustrated. The apology comes from Bracken.
It's a good double shot here. Combination between Will Gloucester and that little shove there from Max Blinkhorn was the key, and just put Jack Bracken in a slightly different position to which he was probably expecting to release the ball in, and therefore that pass away to Joe Robinson wasn't a good one.
Midlands Central with the line out. He's just about dealt with. Yeah, they rescued it well off the top. Centres combine, and here is Gloucester. Come all the way off his right-hand wing. Blinkhorn is caught. Garino is offside, and the referee is responding. And here goes Blinkhorn, still going. Blinkhorn going to try and go round Bracken. He goes away from his support. Here come his mates to try and sort him out. Ball is available, says the referee. They go right. This will be a good response from Midlands Central, and they are over. Ben Pogson, I think it is, who's got the score.
Try scorer for Midlands
Really
Central.
important score there for Midlands Central. Come at exactly the right point. Great bit of work and wherewithal from Blinkhorn to set up this opportunity, and soft hands there from Charlie Bell.
It would have been interesting. It would have been difficult for them, should I say, because, you know, in this game they have been up against it, and such a gilt-edged opportunity occurs. It almost would have been part of their mentality to almost, you know, rush it or try too hard, but their patience was key there.
Exactly, and the experience, I think, of Charlie Bell just to shift that ball on early. Charlie Bell, another relatively famous surname, is his brother Alfie was playing in Under-18s not so long ago. He's now part of the Exeter Chiefs setup, England Under-20s player as well. So an experienced back row playing a part in giving Ben Pogson prime opportunity to get his 6th try of the season.
Charlie Mason adds the extras. As I say, built well, trusted their processes, and Ben Pogson adds to his resume. There's a little bit of attention being needed to Will Gloucester over on the far side. I hope he's okay. You can just see him at the top of the shot there, and I think he's going to come off. And that is a big blow for Midlands Central.
Really, it really is. I imagine Ollie Sedgwick will come on.
He looks like he's done his shoulder, and that run that he made, he's hit the deck and damaged himself.
It is really gutting for not only Will but Midlands Central as well. Their star player hobbling off and will take to the sideline. Ollie Sedgwick himself has only just come back from a hamstring injury. That hamstring injury was happened when he was chasing Henry Pollock in that score at Franklin's Gardens, the open side, running about 50 metres. So he I think has come onto the pitch. Yes, he has, wearing 23. Usually a centre, but can apply himself on the wing as well. And I think that's where Midlands Central are going to have to use him.
Midlands Central, a bit of a miscommunication there, and the ball goes through almost 2 pairs of hands, but the referee's seen a knock on and will bring them back. Good work from Ruben Logan at the restart to claim the ball. Yeah, huge amounts of rugby taking place today. Scattered throughout the day. Sale Sharks versus Gloucester is next, then Harlequins versus Yorkshire, Bath, Newcastle, Midlands West versus Exeter, and then towards the top, the top 4 teams. Bristol Bears will play off against Leicester Tigers in the 3rd, 4th playoff, and then the final at 7 o'clock tonight, Northampton Saints versus London Irish. Do stay with us if you can. I know there are other options, but if you are interested in good quality rugby at schoolboy level, showing the stars of the future, it will be the place to be. Is on this YouTube stream today. That's a decent kick down the field. Bracken is going to go after it. It bounces high and he looks up and then he takes it, and Bracken, big fen, gets away from the first man, but the second man does manage to get him down. It is Logan who pings him. Here is Kapuku. 1, 2, 3 men come in, and Kapuku continues to pump those very large pistons and get himself up to the 22.
The sun in the eyes of Charlie Mason at the moment as he tries to receive this kick. It's going to be tricky for him to try and collect it, and yeah, exactly that. It's just he's got the sun directly in his eyeballs as he tries to pick up that ball, and it's you could see he was trying to guard it with his hand just before the ball went up, and I could tell it could have some issue as to how he collected it.
Yeah, Saracens have got it all at the moment. Everything seems to be going their way. In firm control of this game. Midlands Central with the more recent try, and maybe a little bit of a confidence boost for them. But at the moment it is Saracens who are holding the reins of this one. Line out here, knocked on it. And that's what the referee's going to come back for. We'll have another scrum.
I wonder if Mason's going to potentially utilise that kicking game as a superb nudge from around where he is now to put Jack Bracken under a bit of duress before.
Yeah.
They've got Charlie Mayle as well, who can also play fly half, so has a handy boot. So I wonder if potentially Midlands Central could lean towards the kicking game, especially with the wind at their backs.
Yeah, Blinkhorn's going to get his hands on it. He does find Mason. And Mason finds Bracken, who turns and licks his lips and goes in search of a hole in the fence. The offload is into the hands of Mason, I think it is. No. It's Mile, who's similarly worked the ball through. I'm not quite sure whether or not that's gone forward. Referee is going to come back for a penalty, though. Yeah, the momentum just shifting a little bit towards Midlands Central.
Something that I heard that Midlands Central have been really working on in the week is their kick chase. And it's something that they say Saracens pride themselves on, but that's exactly what Mason and Mile were doing there, just off the back of that kick, and set up that platform for Saracens to be put under pressure. And now here, Pogson will be able to feed this this Midlands Central driving maul, which has been ever so fruitful throughout the season.
Yeah, certainly one of the strengths for Midlands Central here. Comes down with it. Good claim by Clifford. His friends swarm around him. Saracens doing a good job to stop the initial shove. Blinkhorn will ask for it. We'll release the backs. Step from Mile. Almost up to the line. Wasps are sniffing here. Another penalty. Run of penalties at the moment. I wonder whether the referee is going to have a word. And a little bit of afters. Bell rings out at the Stonex, encouraging the potential of fisticuffs.
Junior Kapoku will always be up for a scrap because 99 times out of 100 he's going to win it.
He did come across rather quickly. Try scorer Ben Pogson has the ball at his feet. He's going to do what you see so many number twos in the game doing at the moment in England. Surge towards the line. Midlands Central are almost there. Ball is over and down, says the referee.
Ruben Logan, I think, has scored there. There's still a little bit of afters between Ben Pogson and Junior Kapoku. But at the moment, it's going to be celebrations for Logan. Excellent power. Ruben Logan. He does so well just to keep that momentum going.
Ruben Logan.
He's done especially well. And all of a sudden, Midlands Central are just starting to build up a head of steam. And Saracens have got to regroup and rethink about this. They had this game in the grasp of their hand, and they've just got to be very careful about how this works its way through. Especially, we're going to probably head towards half-time. Referee might have a couple of extra moments left in this half, but...
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a restart, but it's a 10-point game now. Heading towards half-time, that is certainly something that Midlands will be pleased with.
Yeah, Logan's strength there, really effective, really clever. Dad Kenny, a winger, of course. Ruben showing his quality from the 6 shirt. Ball comes down again into the Midlands Central arms, and they will get it. Saracens have had precious little of the ball in the last 5-10 minutes or so, and that's exactly what the men in black needed to do. Ball out wide. Bit of space here for
Sam Sinclair.
I was going to say Sam Sinclair to have a go with. And the ball is spilt, and then all of a sudden Benji Mills decides to put his foot through it, and it goes out on the full. And I think that will be half time. Yeah, the referee says we'll have a 5-minute break, and that's where we are. Your thoughts on that, Will Roberts?
Well, for a game that's kicked off at 9:30, I'll take that. I think it's been an excellent battle between two teams that have really thought cleverly about the way that they're going to go about this competition. I think Saracens using that really good forward platform to unleash the backs. Jack Bracken, Toby Clinch, the two men with their scores, and Midlands Academy. Well, they seem to flick a switch towards the latter end of that first half. They realised that the kicking game could be something that they could utilise, and the boot of Charlie Mason gave them a perfect opportunity for Ben Pogson and Ruben Logan to get over. So at the moment it seems like a relatively even game, and if Midlands Central can start the second half like they finished the first, then Saracens could be up for an upset here.
We'll give you 5 minutes to go and grab a cup of tea or something. Join us for the second 35 minutes.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one.
Please welcome back to the pitch Saracens and Midlands Central. And the score, of course, Saracens 24, Midlands Central 14.
Yeah, we have the boys back out on the pitch. They didn't go in, I suppose, so them being back out, they've stayed out there. It's not completely accurate, but they are ready for the second half. 35 minutes at this level. You can see a substitution or two. Will Roberts is alongside me.
Yeah, I think it's a full change in the front row for Saracens. O'Driscoll, Ewell and Wheeler all off. Walker, Ossibor and none on, I think.
Wasps are making good inroads. They've had a good turnover and the pep is still in their step at the moment. And back against the grey comes Charlie Mile. Charlie Mile almost to the line. Good flat ball once again. The front row brought into it.
Got to go wide here if they can make it.
Have they got over? Referee says yes. What a start to the second half. Exactly what they wanted. How they finished the first half. And all of a sudden, this is a really good game of rugby that we have first up.
Tom Clifford making headway.
And Charlie Mile, look at that. Breaking tackles.
Superb work from Charlie Mile. I mean, another City of Oxford boy, usually praised for his defensive work, but they're on the offence, and just that quick ball that was presented to Max Blinkhorn really just kept Saracens under pressure. They were always backtracking and meant that it was only a matter of time before Midlands Central could find the whitewash there. And yeah, we really do have a game on our hands.
It doesn't matter what level of rugby you're playing. If you can do things quickly, it makes things so difficult for defensive lines to organise themselves and get themselves sorted. And again, Midlands Central profiting there from the alacrity with which they've played the game.
Crucial kick here for Mason.
Well, you banjos that for him, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I can only apologise to him. Makes it a 5-point game, though.
Maybe he can hear you. It is 5 points in it. Who scored that last try?
That was Tom Clifford. Finn Newton is also on for Saracens. I imagine it's Joe Robinson who's gone off. Oh no, potentially
Could be
not.
Clinch. Could be Clinch, is it? As Clinch swap wings. Penalty here for Saracens.
I do actually think it's Oscar Wilson who's made way, and Clinch has gone into the centres.
And Entwistle is also on. Did you mention that?
No, I haven't. Entwistle on for Declan Murphy, who, to be fair to him, had an excellent first half. But Entwistle potentially a bit more of a game manager. Right. So it could be interesting to see that Saracens are going to try and see out this lead, and Entwistle could be a key component in doing that.
And the right part of the pitch, 5 metres out. Basically, Saracens need the ball back in their hands for a period of time. They haven't had it for a while. Midlands Central have been running riot over the last 10-15 minutes of this game. Saracens, they spill the ball again. Large cries of celebration for the Midlands Central team. That rings out. Charlie Moss, I think, making good headway. Sam Sinclair off his wing and looking for business. Charlie Bell, wearing 7 on his back, rolls his way towards the turf. Blinkhorn's not going to get that ball back. The referee's going to penalise Alex O'Driscoll for lying in the way. That's another penalty which will allow Midlands Central to march another 30-40 yards down the pitch. Very interesting passage of the game.
It's now a chance just for Midlands Central to use this forwards platform. They've been
loose
lucky off the line out so far this game.
Mile again making inroads, rolls once, twice. Junior Kabuku exclaims. He wasn't able to play the ball because of the rolling, but the referee says play on. Midlands Central make an extra couple of yards. They go right-hand side. Sinclair. Mason fires the ball out. Saracens have snaffled it. Ball was out, says the referee. They've come round and Midlands Central have got hold of the ball again. Turnovers in quick succession there. Mile, bit of space out here. Sinclair goes on the outside, tries with the fend, then the offload. Blinkhorn, good hands. Midlands Central once again in the red zone, looking to make it work. And I think Blinkhorn has got there. Oh, what a story this is in the first game. All the way down and now all the way back. It is 24-all with a kick to come.
That all comes from the work of Cam Aitchison. I have to say, a loose head in this position.
Brilliant
excellent
pass.
Timed pass here, and then keeps up with a winger, Sam Sinclair, to find that offload, pumps his legs. Excellent ball presentation there. I mean, if we saw that from an outside centre, we'd been impressed. That's coming from a loose head.
Oh, Cam Aitchison, yeah. He's got his bleached blonde hair, and he has made his presence felt on this game. Brilliant little cameo from the loose head. He'll be talking about that for years to come.
He really will. He really will. And another crucial kick, dare I say, for Mason to potentially take the lead, but this one is certainly ambitious.
Oh, better kick, better connection, but just the wind playing a part, takes it across the posts. Goodness me, who saw this coming? With about 15 minutes gone in this game, it was all Saracens. They were punch drunk with the amount of ball that they were getting, and all of a sudden, Midlands Central have come back, and it is 24-all. All to play for. How do Saracens respond? Playing at home.
Well, Alex Davis and Ashley Johnson, two very famous names for Premiership Rugby, and the Midlands Central coaches have come down to the touchline now from being up in the stands. They've, what you'd call in video game format, just leant forward and taken charge here now. They're really excited about potentially what Midlands Central can create here, but Saracens will just need a little bit more possession and stop conceding these really simple penalties.
Offside, says the referee, from the kick. Man in front of Benji Mills' prod.
Yeah, he is as well, and it's Finn Newton, the under-17 boy, who's playing his trade at Haileybury.
Up to the 22 go Midlands Central. There is so much more about their body language right now. They were crestfallen in the first 20 minutes or so, with Saracens flexing like they did. And it is completely turned around. And now all of a sudden, it is Saracens who are having to defend their own 22-yard line. In new money, that's 22 metres, I suppose. Showing my age there, calling it a yard line. But the under-18s from Midlands Central are marching forward. Ball just about made good. Logan through the gap, half through the gap. Blinkhorn plays well. Pogson works his pistons and just about gets towards the 5-metre line. Blinkhorn's going to find a pass. Brilliant pickup. Oh, Mile! Charlie Mile! What a pickup, what a score that is!
This game is bonkers. Charlie Male, I mean, he deserves a try. He's been so good at creating those little half breaks and usually setting up a platform for Midlands Central to score here. He picks it up off his toes and has no right to find a gap in that Saracens defence, which is usually relatively watertight. But Saracens in a similar vein to how they performed versus Harlequins last weekend, starting off really well. They had a 17-0 lead against Quins in Cobham, and they've let it slip there. They let it slip here, and Midlands Central for the first time this morning take the lead.
Well done on getting them this morning. That was very clever.
Thank you. I had to really think hard about that.
It just feels like an afternoon. Never mind.
24, Midlands Central 31.
There are nods around us, apart from the Saracens coaching staff who are down, looking at their shoes, walking the touchline, trying to work out what on earth has happened here. A couple of substitutions for Midlands Central. It's Saracens who need the right men in the right places now, though. Ball bounces up and it's just about claimed by Saracens. Entwistle. Bringing in Oyerindi. Mills again. That kick was working so well in the first half, and he tries his luck once more. The referee brings him back with potentially a knock-on, is it? Yeah, the referee's going to give a scrum to Saracens here. Seems to bounce around a lot. Not sure whether any of that went forward or not. Referee seems to think so. Mills again turning to the boot.
Will Gloucester's back on the touchline with his arm in a sling.
That's not good.
Not good to see at all, but we wish him all the best, of course.
Entwistle and Saracens get the move going again. Mills picks the short line. Kapuku, his large frame is employed. Left they go. Oyerindi going to fight his way through the gap. Mills thinks about the Sinclair and offload. Mills thought about the kick there, didn't he? And then offloaded to Sinclair, and unfortunately Midlands Central have got the ball back.
Midlands Central working so well in transition. Their change from defence to attack is currently the difference at the moment. Allowed for Blenkhorn to score in the corner about 10 minutes ago, and it's created a good attacking platform again here for Midlands Central. They're going to try and use the boot. Bracken with the sun in his eyes again.
You mentioned it in the first half with Mason. Now Bracken's got a challenge, and they will make it difficult for him. Bracken seems to take that one as he hit the deck. Brilliant from Bracken. Better from Saracens. The offloading is there. Entwistle takes the ball off Junior Kapuku, then hits the deck. Kapuku, missed pass. Positivity at the moment is there.
Entwistle currently playing with one shoe on. It's been absolutely flung.
There's more coming together. Yeah, there's no love lost out there at the moment, is there?
No.
Absolutely none. I think Saracens are more frustrated with themselves at the moment. The referee will have to sort this out.
A few players here across schools. So, I mean, Ruben Logan, same school as Alex Driscoll, James Boylan, both all at Berkhamsted. So I think some of it is slightly more light-hearted than it seems. Just probably making acquaintance before the half-term ceases. Catching up on what they did over the break.
I don't know whether it makes it friendlier or not. I mean, do you go harder against the boys that you know? I'm not sure. Maybe you do.
Lance Kruger is on for Saracens for Louis Sinclair. And also an interesting one, Igor Varvoda, in fact, on for Cam Aitchison. Varvoda has his first training session for Midlands Central was on Thursday.
Really?
Yes. So they've had a real emergency
in the front row.
In the front row, Jacob Yates, who would usually be starting, has been injured, and they brought in Igor Varvoda. He plays for Teddy St Edward's School, so Griff Williams as well is also injured. So he's been called in, trained on Thursday, playing on Sunday. So I mean,
at 9:30 in the morning.
A good test to start your academy career.
Blinkhorn with the put-in. Wasps scrum, the Midlands Central scrum is buckling under the pressure, but the referee will say they'll get another go at it. Some power certainly in the Saracens setup, and they'll be applying it.
None against the fresh-faced Varvoda. Difficult task. Charlie Nunn is a CrossFit champion, so I would argue probably the most athletic tight head prop you could possibly get, really.
Okay. Yeah, I'd probably say that.
Not hard, but...
Will Roberts from Young Rugby making friends there, front row. Good battling from Saracens to make the floor. Boylan places the ball back. Entwistle fires it to Mills. Brilliant. Wonderful work from Walker. Up to almost the 22-metre line. O'Driscoll, as you mentioned, one of the Berkhamsted boys, and the ball has been knocked on there. And there's fist bumps and hand slaps from the Midlands Central team as they're pleased with their defensive response. Thomas Cunningham is just coming on as well. 23 players, of course, so vital in the modern game. So difficult to play a full game of rugby. You need this this swathe of players to come on and do their part.
Sam Sinclair making way, so I think they would probably put Sweeting on the wing, potentially. Thomas Cunningham, usually a centre for Magdalen College School. Sweeting, their skipper, can potentially be a little bit more versatile, and Ruben Elias could be coming on as well for Blinkhorn.
The voice of Will Roberts, that is, alongside me. And if you want to keep in contact with any of the movement between schoolboy and professional rugby, social media at Young Rugby is certainly the place to go and have a look at it. That's what Will does and is responsible for. It would be good to have you signing up. Instagram probably the best. It's on Twitter as well, but Instagram the original. Great information, great content coming out of that channel, and huge amounts of insight into how you go from being a schoolboy rugby player to professionals. You've got some fantastic ambassadors as well working with you, Will.
Yeah, we've had some good people come on board. The likes of Caden Murley recently did a takeover for us. Harvey Skinner, Fraser Dingwall, Finn Smith, Tommy Freeman.
That's quite a back line.
It is quite a back line. I think if we can get a game going, I mean, that would be quite impressive. Yeah, no, it means that we can keep an eye on as many. And
your mission to really show young people how it works.
Exactly, pull back that curtain on what it's like to be a young professional rugby player in this day and age. Is a lot of assumptions and a lot of myths going around, especially now when it's becoming more and more difficult to make rugby your full-time occupation, which is obviously the dream of, well, pretty much every player that is coming out to play today. So it means that they can get their time in the spotlight, and that's something that that today's stream is providing in bucket loads. So it's good to have Premiership Rugby on board, and they're helping, being able to showcase what I'm sure you'll agree has been an absolute fine showing of under-18s rugby so far.
Yeah, really good quality. I'd echo all of that. Big thank you for Premiership Rugby giving this platform so that you guys can see it on your YouTube. I know so much of our TV nowadays is digested via the internet, and I'm sure you're enjoying this stream. We hope to be with you. I think I'm slightly tentative about saying how good it will be as the day goes on. I'm not sure whether we'll be able to keep with it. We might wane. Certainly the older of the two of us might do. But we hopefully will be joined by the voices as the day goes on, and shed more light on this, and more insight, more understanding.
There's events like this end up pretty much being like rugby bingo. You'll go around and you'll catch the eye of some really famous stars who'll come down to see the future. So hopefully we can get a few of those on the mic today as well.
Absolutely. Saracens are going to push towards this line. Game is not done for them. Entwistle gets it on a plate. And Bracken is going to get an opportunity. Bracken, so much the superstar in the first half of this game for Saracens, and has had precious little in this second half. What about that for a tackle from the Midlands Central duo? They bash the Saracens player backwards. Mills, ball out over the top. There are numbers here. Oyorinde can't quite get hold of the ball. And that'll be a result. Oyorinde's spillage means that the Midlands Central Academy erupts in applause. And at the moment, they still hold on to their lead. 35 minutes each way, just in case you didn't know that. So 70 minutes is the magic time that we're looking at here.
Oyorinde just taking his eye off the ball slightly, but I think in the first half, Jack Bracken probably finds his way to the line there. That was sort of the way in which the rub of the green was going for Saracens. Now that they're on the back foot and potentially having to work a little bit harder to find the whitewash, Midlands Central have just really bucked up their ideas, and a few fresher faces in the pack as well, just to see them over the line. And I mean, they're seeming more and more comfortable to be playing inside their own 22, but I imagine they'd like to get a bit more rugby being played on this left-hand side as we head into the final closing stages. It's Nikita Tutus and Lasha Asatiani Kalandadze.
Oh, well done.
Thank you very much. He's got a twin brother called Giglar. He's not playing, thank goodness. So we've only got one to deal with.
Asatiane Kalandadze. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
see,
whatever.
There we go. No, you said it right. You said it right.
Nikita Tutus, the Radley boy in the back row wearing 20, fastest player in the squad.
Really? Okay, well, let's see if we can get him with his hands on the ball. Midlands Central would certainly like that. Scrum breaks up. Referee says play on. I think the pickup is from Ruben Logan. Maybe Felix Hunt, is it at the bottom there? Midland Central playing good keep ball at the moment. Replacement scrum half Ruben Elias is on and looking downfield, and he's going to scoop this one potentially towards the touchline. Referee, assistant referee on the far side, sees it sail into touch on the full, and therefore comes back and gives Saracens a neat little line out just outside the 22. Bit of a mistake from Elias there.
Wonder how costly that will be.
Elias, one of the under-17s playing. It's an interesting feature of the day. Certainly you'll see some under-17s being utilised, obviously with another opportunity to play next year. Experience is crucial for these young men, but also the under-18s wanting to give it a go. And all of a sudden, Newton is onto the ball.
Massive reshuffle in the Saracens back line. Jack Bracken's gone to 10, and it's Declan Murphy. He's back on. He's gone to fullback. He started at fullback against Bristol. Plays across the back line, so he's comfortable in that position, the scrum half, and it means is that just that little bit more injection of pace and style within the back line, and they're going to have to try and spark something here in the last 10 minutes if they want to get something out of the fixture.
Entwistle's going to go digging. Bracken. Newton. Here is the aforementioned scrum half, Declan Murphy. Saracens have lost a little bit of ground here. Clinch, I think, plays conduit. Garino just about gets his hands on it. Spilt ball again. Saracens have lost another 10 metres or so. And the pass to Bracken was an awful one, which he couldn't quite deal with. So the referee has seen an earlier knock-on and will come back for that. Terrible pass for Bracken to have to deal with.
Absolute nightmare of a pass, but the wind has significantly picked up in the last sort of 5 minutes. And I wonder how much that will play a part heading into the final stages of this game. We're slightly sheltered here in the stand, but yeah, we're still feeling it.
Yeah.
So out on the pitch where it's from end to end, it's pretty bare, and there's a lot of gaps for the wind to creep through, so it'll be really swirling down on the 4G at the moment.
And Twistle tries to grab the ball. Clinch behind the screen. Bracken saw it in the first half, and the tackle comes in from Midlands Central, and they've dislodged the ball. And again, as this game goes on, the more this Midlands Central team sort of pump themselves up and enjoy what they're seeing. Bracken in the first half, you mentioned it earlier, he would have enjoyed that one, but what a tackle for Mile, who's having a really good game.
He's, I think, my man of the match so far, Charlie Mile. He's a defence captain of this Central Midlands team, and certainly leading from the front there. A superb tackle to not only get Bracken down in one, but also dislodge the ball and prevent him from making the offload, meant that it went a little bit skew. But Midlands Central, they can only defend for so long. They've been doing ever so well without the ball, but I think they'll really be looking for a bit of territory now, and it's going to come down to the under-17 Charlie Mason at fly half to really try and apply a bit of game management here. Potentially we could see them kicking the ball downfield if they haven't got the wind against them.
Scrum again is disrupted. Saracens are happy with it, but the referee will say we'll reset. Probably need a slightly quicker hook and to the back at the moment. The Midlands Central Academy need to get it out. A lot of pressure being applied by what is visibly a bigger pack from Saracens.
"10 minutes left of this game, and then we have only 15 minutes before we're back on again with Sale Gloucester."
Yeah. Action-packed day today. We won't be able to move for all the rugby. I don't know, when are we going to eat?
Yeah, you tell me.
We'll have a little break in play here. About. Running repairs at the moment.
With 10 minutes remaining, the score is Saracens 24, Midlands Central 31.
A decent amount of support has crept in. I wonder whether that will grow towards the final, whether we'll get a fair amount of support that isn't attached to the two finalists, as it were. Do you think they'll stick around?
I imagine so. I know there's a lot of boys that I've spoken to in various camps of other teams that aren't in the final, and pretty much all of them have mentioned to me how excited they are to watch the final. Yeah, so I think in general there's a real buzz just around this game, because Northampton Saints and London Irish have been the two undisputed top dogs within under-18s rugby this season, and to have them lock horns this evening will be really, really exciting. And also, you've got two teams that aren't too far away from Saracens as well, so hopefully we can get a fairly big crowd in the stadium, as well as the people watching from home from Northampton and Brentford alike.
Bristol, the defending champions, but they beat Northampton in the final last year. And certainly that will be on Saints' mind. Big injury here, which we're just taking a little bit of time to manage our way through.
I think it's Satyani Kalandadze who's down.
Yeah, who is it? Who's down?
Lasher.
You've sidestepped that one.
Yeah.
I wonder if his twin brother's here, supporting.
Potentially.
Let's see what's happened there, where the injuries come from.
I think it's just on his neck there. There's a lot of pressure going through him.
I hope he's okay.
It's so tight in those scrums at this level as well. I mean, front rowers.
I don't think it is Asatiane Kalanadadze, because I think number 18's over there.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
So is this Bo Delaney who's injured, the hooker? He was the man who seemed to go down. Bo Delaney. Yeah,
I think it is. And Ben Pogson is getting ready to go back on.
Well, I hope Delaney is okay. Well, he looks as though he's going to make his way off, and obviously good to see him walking. Pogson is back on. Delaney's going to make his way off. Sorry to see him go. Midlands Central with a 7-point lead.
Nev, has that clock been consistently running? Okay, thanks.
Saracens inside ball. Bracken breaking through. Midlands Central making them work a bit harder. Garino, basketball style over the top. Out wide, Newton for the corner. Oh, couldn't get his arms free. Tackle comes in, but the tackle wrapped up the ball as well.
Charlie Mayo once again.
Yeah, good. Newton, as he goes for this, I can see, yeah. Foiled at the last. Saracens, though, in good position here. But a bit of pressure on this Midlands Central line out. They're going to come out through Elias, but they're not going to make very much yardage. The door is definitely shut by Saracens. More pressure on this kick or this exit, and I think they're going to go through the work of Ruben Logan.
Crucial exit here. How are they going to play this? Potentially through the boot of Elias.
Garino gave him a huge amount of hassle. Newton, so close a few moments ago. Offload out the back to Bracken. Here goes Murphy. On the far right-hand side, I think, is Robinson.
Yeah.
Left-hand side, that is, my apologies. And Midlands Central come through. Referee allows them to do it. The ball is still with Saracens, but Midlands Central have made a bit of a nuisance of themselves there.
Newton's calling for it out wide. He's desperate to get the ball, but it goes the other way.
Murphy, pink boots of his, flash down the left-hand touchline, and into touch they go.
More defensive acumen from Midlands Central. You'll never guess who it was.
Indeed. Charlie Mile really imprinting himself on this game defensively, having scored a try as well. He's definitely in the spotlight as far as the man of the match award, I would say, at the moment. Decent down, Midlands Central. Ruben Logan makes a little bit of a yard. Kick from Mason. He's going to stay in field.
Could be dangerous for Midlands Central. They would have wanted that to have gone out.
Here comes Saracens. 7 points behind. What can they do? Gap opens up. All of a sudden, Bracken is looking. The pass is ambitious. Newton, did he collect it? I'm not sure whether he did. He rolls and he gets there. Foiled a few moments ago. But Finn Newton from Haileybury has just made up for it. Looked as though he'd spilt the ball.
It's a controversial score.
We'll
that really is. I think he spilt it. It's superb work here from Jack Bracken. He wasn't even expecting the ball, and yet put in that pocket, just managed to get the space. Offload's good.
Oh, does he pick that up?
I think he just... I mean, if we're being optimistic, he could keep continuous contact there with the ball in his hand, but I think if TMO was in play like it would be in the
we'd have
senior
about 5
game...
minutes of that, wouldn't we?
Yeah. Well, I think a decision would be made that's potentially contrary to that.
Goodness me. The conversion isn't good. Let's have another look at it here. The pass off the deck is superb. Newton.
Oh, he drops that.
He does drop that. He does knock that. I mean, the finish from there is really good.
Oh, it's so good.
He twists and turns his way to the line. He says to the assistant referee on the near side, please. He screams at him as if to implore him to give it.
Makes it a 2-point game, though, and
my goodness.
For the neutrals, it just spices up this encounter as we head towards the final few minutes.
Oh, knock on from Saracens. They'll come back. Crucial. Ball spilt rather straightforwardly, it would seem. Relatively basic skill from Jake Bowser. And then all the pressure is on Saracens now. The clock running over the 70-minute mark, but we did have a long break for an injury.
What a platform this is for Midlands Central. They've barely had the ball in the last sort of 10-15 minutes, not to mention being in the Saracens half. They've got Ollie Sedgwick there, who could be an option. Thomas Cunningham, Mason inside him. Mile could be running a dangerous line here, could go anywhere if they can get it out the scrum, which they can't.
Newton, down this touchline, decides to kick the ball away. How does it bounce? Looked a little high. Certainly Midlands Central Academy on this touchline agree with me. Referee, crucially though, doesn't. Clinch. Penalty. Off they go. Saracens looking for points. There's people out here. Bracken, can he find it? Yes, he can! Oh, Saracens have broken hearts! Joe Robinson has finished it off. But oh my goodness, what a game of rugby. Really good awareness here from Entwistle to give it a go, and then the rest.
Jack Bracken there just straightening and giving the ball really, really well. Good finishes from Joe Robinson, but Midlands Central have had just the most unlucky season you can possibly get, I think, and it's just been absolute heartbreak for them. I think their comeback so admirable, and just missing out on the final hurdle there.
Dare I say, that's Will Gloucester's wing out there as well. The man who's gone off, and such a big part of what they do. But credit to Saracens as well for doing what they've done. keeping the belief.
It's a great kick from Lance Kruger, who was under real pressure there. The South African slotting the ball in between the posts, something we haven't seen from the touchline in a lot of time.
Penalty and end whistles, awareness, and then keenness to keep the ball alive. Bracken doing the rest. Robinson rounding it off. But we play on. We play on.
Knock on given. Massive scrum here for Midlands Central. Humongous scrum.
Yeah, they haven't had the ascendancy of late at scrum time. Again, restarts not being gathered. .5 points. Kind of be fitting if it was a draw, wouldn't you say?
Well,
I mean, both sides have played such a big part in this opening fixture.
but we always want to win, don't we, at the end of the day?
Okay.
I think neither of these players will be asking for a draw here. I think both of them will be a little bit disheartened if it ends up even Stevens. So
penalty there for Saracens is going to be able to relieve a lot of pressure. I think the conversation will be about how much time is left. 2 minutes, I think. The referee puts up 2 fingers. Murphy comes forward.
Just that left boot means that he can try and find as much touch as possible. It's a superb kick.
Really good kick. But Midlands Central are still breathing, just about in this game. What a ride, what a journey it's been for these two teams at the finals day. First game. God, if all the games are like this, I don't think we'll be able to cope. Oyorinde just about gathers the ball. He's had a couple of dicey moments with ball in hand, but he manages to keep that one. Clinch, offload. Saracens still playing. That's what you get with under-18s rugby.
Midlands Central are going to be really aggressive in attack here. Their line speed is all or nothing, which is how they're going to have to play with only a handful of seconds left on the clock and a 5-point deficit at the moment.
Inside ball from Entwistle to Newton, the controversial try scorer. Is that Garino? It is. Pierre Garino to put the icing on the cake. Oh, what about that? Pierre Garino takes the game by the scruff of the neck.
Try scorer for Saracens, number 7, Pierre Garino.
Oh, things are starting to boil over a little bit. I think Midlands Central can just be so disheartened. I talked about them playing this sort of all-or-nothing line speed, which meant that they absolutely rushed up, left a little bit of space on the inside there for that lovely pass from Entwistle. Good link-up play. Pierre Garino put the afterburners on. A real specialist when it comes to... He seems to shine in tournaments like St Joe's, Sedbertens, Rosslyn Park, for Felsted. He's done ever so well in that sort of shortened format of the game, festivals where he's really having to empty the tank, and he showed just his ability there to do so, and he rounds off that game for Saracens. I mean, what a first 70 minutes here.
I don't think we can do this for the whole day. And we've got 7 games in front of us. If they are like this, we are going to be spoiled. What an extraordinary opening game. Final score, Saracens 43, Midlands Central 31. Credit to the Midlands Central Academy boys. They played a hell of a game, but were just left short at the end. Saracens coming good. Extraordinary game of rugby. We've got more to come. Don't go too far. Gloucester versus Sale next. Keep with us. Thank you very much.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one.
So, Stomach Stadium, we were treated to a hell of a first game there. Congratulations to both teams. But now, please put your hands together for Sale Sharks and Gloucester Rugby.
Apologies if this game has caught you by surprise. It's definitely caught us by surprise. We were promised a little extra time off, so we'll take it on the chin. It's Sale Sharks versus Gloucester in front of us at the moment here. Two teams battling out for 11th place overall. They'll feel relatively hard done by to be in this position to begin with. Mixed bag of results in the North and South League respectively. Hopefully you can figure out which one's which. It's Ollie Davis who will pump the ball into the corner. Good platform first off for Sale Sharks. Josh McAndrew will throw the ball into a hefty Sale pack. One that's had a few changes to it. Isaac Deans has come in. Jack Lightbrown with a knee injury in training on Thursday. And already it's Sale on the front foot here, and straight through goes McAndrew. Right underneath the sticks, only 2 minutes on the clock, and Sale Sharks have found a hooker-shaped hole in the Gloucester Rugby defence. Attempted to start the wedge, and Dan Green broke away. McAndrew at first receiver here, shoving off the challenge of Max Knight to get underneath the sticks. Ollie Davis makes it a 7-pointer. Relatively straightforward for Kirkham's fly half. Utilised at 13 within the Sale Sharks ranks. Only under 17, so I've heard that potentially they're looking to utilise him at 10 next season, but just give him a bit of a bigger picture in his first season at under-18 level. Charlie Cotgrave, and there's a break here now, and it's Leon Tahana. Sale Sharks front row showing their dynamism early on. Penalty, and it's quickly taken by Dom Hansen. That's Wills Austin in the bright blue scrum cap. Another Kirkham player. Fair few of those scattered in blue this afternoon. This morning, in fact, still the morning, believe it or not. Tahana, who made this break to allow Sale Sharks this platform, but he knocks the ball on. Gloucester could see a bit of ball for the first time in this game. This is how it began. Superb break from Tahana. Slightly less good from Tahana then. Well, he's just sprinted 25 metres. I'm not surprised he's on the deck. Essentially not a position in which Tahana usually finds himself in. So this is how he calls it. Yeah, just a little bit of a knot there. TJ Fanalua just making a little bit of an imprint on the tight head. Caused him to have a little bit of pressure on his ankle, potentially calf, something around those regions.
Well, I've been on my journey. I join you back. Hello, Will. Well done for getting up here and starting the commentary. I've just spoken to the Wasps boys, just spoken to Will Gloucester. He's okay, he looks as though he's injured his shoulder, but the palpable sense of frustration and disappointment for those Wasps boys. What a game that was. If you missed out on it, absolutely extraordinary. Saracens eventually winning, but Wasps playing such a brilliant role in it and really imprinting, or certainly starting things off today. The level of rugby at under-18s is absolutely fantastic.
Dan Rourke is on. Tahana is making way. Scouser, proper Scouser, as I've been reliably informed, and a massive scrum nose, so he'll be licking his lips that his first chance here is set piece, and under considerable pressure there was Fanalua, and he just knocks the ball on at the base of the scrum.
That's a famous name.
It is indeed. His father, Terry, and his cousin, Junior Paramore, both used to bust lines in Premiership Rugby, and now the next generation, TJ, running out in Gloucester colours. It's now Dom Hansen who will feed this scrum, which was backpedaling slightly. Hansen on the back foot, lovely step from him to evade the challenge of Fanalua. Ben Lilly, loose head, Davis. Deceitful. Austin, out the back door it goes. Towards Archie Callaghan. Now they bring it back in field. Rhys James at fly half. Ball goes through James again, tipped on well, and it's been picked up nicely by Charlie Rainbird, but James says, I'll take it from here. The try scorer, James, Davis, Callaghan as well, and out wide it goes towards Albert Bradshaw. I think, no, that's Sebi Krippner on the left. Sale with all the ascendancy so far. Another vicious line from McAndrew. Dan Green edging towards the try line. Chatterton, the captain, looking to contribute. They go back the other way. James, Davis, that link up ever so familiar now. Davis edging towards the line, he will get there. Excellent wherewithal to touch the ball down. Sale Sharks looking in the driver's seat in the opening 10 minutes.
Number 13, Ollie Davies.
Yeah, really good interplay this, and well, this was the exchange of intercepts, if you like. Sale keeping their heads, and then it worked itself out here onto the left-hand side. Brilliant stuff from Davis to see the opportunity and then stretch and get the ball over the line. And he will have the tee in his hand, and he will kick a goal as well.
Lining up the ball from just inside the 5-metre line. Already 46 points this season. Can't make that 48.
Set score, Sale Sharks 12, Gloucester Rugby 0.
Lovely score there from Ollie Davis out wide, and Gloucester, in similar fashion to Midlands Central in the first game, caught napping and certainly on the back foot in the opening few minutes, but has also shown by Midlands Central there's certainly a way back for them in this game. Little chip through from Hansen. This could bounce devilishly, and it does. Hansen again, that's superb work, and could it bounce up nicely? Yes, it will. No, it won't. Albert Bradshaw already scored 5 tries this season, 4 in the game versus Midlands Central. Cannot add to his try-scoring tally there, but it was superb dexterity on the ball from Hansen just to pick it up here and knock it back onto his peg, and Bradshaw just couldn't collect it at the first time of asking. Rainbird now with ball in hand. Wales Under-18s, Rainbirds. And he will have the ball here. His bleach blonde hair releasing Max Knight at 12. There's Gibson going up the gears. He careers towards the halfway line. Rainbird goes back the other way, looks for the 50-22. The ball sits up on the plastic pitch and bobbles out of play. Good game management from the Hartbury 9.
See if you found anyone. Even if it's someone like Saracens, someone from Saracens said they were up for it.
McAndrew feeds the Sale line out. Hansen goes up into Barnet Skies. Brought down by Cotgrave, who sets on his travels, brings the ball back into the Sale half. Rainbird, Fanalua fumbles. Knock on, Sale ball. There's an early change. If you just joined us, Dan Rourke is on. Leon Tahana took a knock to his leg early doors. So that is why the 17 is on the field so early on. And we did start this game a little bit prematurely, so if you've just joined us expecting to see kick-off, well, you've missed 2 tries. McAndrew and Ollie Davis with the 2 scores for Sale Sharks, but Gloucester Rugby creeping themselves back into this occasion. Lighthowler to Davis. He thumps the ball all the way down. It's collected comfortably by Steph Gibson. He goes on his travels, decides to discontinue the kicking battle, and McAndrew pops up with the ball. Strong shot from Ollie Rendell, praised for his defensive work. He was compassionately compared to Chris Harris when it comes to his defensive duty in a Gloucester shirt. He showed it there, putting Dom Hansen under considerable pressure, but it will be he to feed this scrum. Not the first we've had in this game. There's been a fair few now, and I assume not the last. It may not be 9:30, but it's still been an extremely early start for both of these sides. Travelling down on the day, I know Gloucester got here, well, woke up at around sort of 5 o'clock, set off around 6 from Cheltenham to be here in comfortable time. He's never given me breakfast. Ball straight out there. The Harlequins boys are in the building. They've come to watch this game. They've got the next match against Yorkshire. That for 7th and 8th. This for 12th, 11th in the overall table. Good drive from Sale Sharks. Dan Rourke presents the ball, and McAndrew, who's been extremely busy in this first half, lends his hand again. Callahan does well to stay on his feet. Ball spills out though, penalty given. Around halfway through the first half. Sale still with that 2-try advantage. Both scored pretty much within the first 5 minutes. That's an ambitious effort from Ollie Davis, which doesn't find touch. Instead, the reply goes all the way down, and Sale Sharks wasting little time. Davis will get the ball back here from James. Excellent tackle there from Ollie Randall on Bradshaw. Davis back to James in the pocket. He goes high. Johan Jones, the England Under-18 star, puts pressure on Sebi Kripner here, and Cotgrave wraps him up. Now a bit of space for Reece James on the outside. Quick ball recycled. Wills Austin.
Pretty swift turnaround between. Yeah, it was the ref in the first one was stopping his watch. So you're not supposed.
Davis.
It's just supposed to run regardless. But like there was an injury for like 5 minutes, and he was stopping. So.
Davis, a little bit of indecision, tries to go for that pass late on. Doesn't click for Sale Sharks. We've got a player down, that's why we've got this stoppage. Jamie Fallon is just doing a little bit of a fitness test, a few squats, a few sprints, proving his ability to carry on. Yeah, I think it's just his ankle there that gets nicked. Scrum for Gloucester. Fallon, well and truly, back into action. Rainbird releases the Gloucester backs and Seth Gibson. Ball gone forward there in an attempt to release Ian Jones. Gibson, yeah, Jones just knocking it on. I mean, it's not necessarily been a standout season for Ian Jones, for his standards at least. I mean, he was part of the England Under-18s setup last year when he was in an Under-17s boy. He went to South Africa, performed ever so well out there for England Under-18s, but he's struggled a little bit of injury this season, injured in the first 2 minutes against Bath, but at the moment it's Ollie Davies who's stealing the headlines, could be the future of England rugby here, and he releases Sebi Krepner. Ollie Davies, just like a hot knife through butter, burst through that Gloucester rugby defence and offloaded the ball towards Krepner. Look at this from Davies, just straight through. Gloucester left their back door open. And Sebi Krepner, who can create chances at the worst of times, is given a superb platform in which to score there. Nudge the match from Ollie Davies as well.
Successful conversion, number 13, Ollie Davies.
He gets his second conversion of the game.
So the score, Sale Sharks 19, Gloucester Rugby 0.
Superb score. James hoofs the ball down the gullet of Ian Jones. He tries to reply, it goes all the way on the full towards Davies, the man of the moment. He uses light owler. Deceitful from Hansen, but he could got himself in a little bit of trouble. His packs comes in to save his blushes. Rhys James, that ball bobbling up towards Ian Jones. That's a lovely kick from Jones. All the way keeps Sebi Krepner backtracking. Lightower on the offensive now, bashing up past the 22. James in the pocket, blocked by Jones. If this could bounce up, it could be quite the issue for Bradshaw. He's done well there, but Fanalua was over it. Counter-ruck from Gloucester. Referee not happy with what he's seen. Fanalua over the ball there. You could argue that he should have been rewarded with a penalty of some sort, but I think we're going to get a scrum. Jamie Fallon is down again. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Sam Loftus off the bench at some point. Gloucester's top try scorer. Yeah, Loftus is coming on. So Jamie Fallon, I think, will make way. Tried his best to stay on, and he's absolutely gutted here. I think he's just feeling the effects of that previous knock that he got about 5-10 minutes ago. It's just really not what you want to see in this, the final chance for some of these boys to run out in club colours. And Jamie Fallon very much disheartened to be exiting this StoneX pitch earlier than he would have wanted. It's Frank Chatterton still going. Believe it or not, he's under 17. He's captain as well. Been involved in the England Under-18s. James, that a little bit more cute, and will fall for Ollie Davis here. Ollie Davis on the shike. Oh my goodness, stop it, Ollie Davis. Sail Sharks soaring through. Ollie Davis just keeps on pulling rabbits out of hats. This little dink over the top taken at full speed. And this is just Ollie Davis's game, and we're all watching it. Sends Dom Hansen underneath the sticks. Grateful score. An elementary conversion for Ollie Davis.
So the score, Sale Sharks 26.
So good there from Reece James, just to put it delicately on the boot. Davis and Dom Hansen combining ever so well. The instant reply, Gloucester will be scratching their heads as to how they're going to try and get themselves back into this fixture. The new man, Sam Loftus, he's on the field. Billy Benson, yet to mention his name, but he's at fly half. Gibson, mention him a little bit more. Ball ricochets around. It'll be Gloucester ball. Rainbird utilising Max Knight in the midfield, but Josh McAndrew was over it there. Yes, he was, and he tried to be a little bit over-ambitious. Referee not happy with where he took it from, so Ollie Davis will have ball in hand to nudge this ball into the corner. McAndrew prepping himself here. Loftus. And there's Rainbird onto Berain Watkins. Farmer boy using all his farm strength. And Davis, of course it is, plucks it out of thin air. Stop it. His second try of the game. Absolutely running riot at the moment. Superb line speed. This ball relatively telegraphed into Ollie Davis's inbox.
Successful conversion, number 13.
Fourth conversion for Ollie Davis. Really getting the rub of the green at the moment. Seems to be playing with a smile on his face. And so he should. He's had a superb first half here at the StoneX Stadium. Dan Green collects the ball. And it's McAndrew, who's also been enigmatic in the forwards department for Sale Sharks. Sale Sharks not releasing, tackle was called. Ian Jones is going to come in to take this penalty kick, but this is why. Chatterton and Dan Green just holding it up for longer than they should have. Gloucester looking for a little bit of platform into this game. 33 points down, 33 minutes played. It would be ambitious to assume that they'll be able to get themselves back into a decent position, but they can at least try and test this Sale Sharks defence as they creep into the red zone here. The ball available for Rainbird at the back of the maul if he can try and get there. At the moment, it's still rumbling forward. Presented at the base of the ruck now for Rainbird, and there's Berain Watkins. Rhys James has got the ball, and Davis sets on his tracks. Ball knocked on there by Jack Lightowler. Rainbird feeds this scrum. Good bit of interplay, and straight off the training paddock come Gloucester. Have they got it down there? Flag goes up, out in touch. Superb bit of defensive work from Lightowler, denying Jack Cotgrave the chance to score in the corner. Here it is, Lightowler getting down and dirty and pulling Cotgrave into the corner just before he could get over the whitewash. McAndrew under considerable pressure here for the line out, but this is Sale, bread and butter, so look to exit from this position. Still they rumble forward. They're not looking to exit just yet. 12 on 12, Callaghan on Knight. Hansen looks for the dab over the top, and it's going to bounce here for Jan Jones, who picks it up and is immediately wrapped in the tackle by Green, and he's stolen the ball. Sale in transition. Chatterton breaking tackles, and McAndrew trying to get there, but hasn't worked out for him. So here goes Gibson, one of the brighter sparks in this Gloucester team so far. Haven't been too many in this half. They've certainly been under the cosh. Away breaks Sale once more. Still going. Ollie Davis for the hat-trick. What a score that is for Sale Sharks.
Some Sale Sharks try scorer and a hat-trick, number 13, Ollie Davies.
How does he grab this? I mean, the turnover is good, and then all of a sudden they break forward. Just have a look at the way Ollie Davis grabs hold of this ball as it's offloaded here. He just holds it with one hand.
He's playing on easy mode at the moment, Ollie Davis, he really is. You've got to celebrate the strong work of Isaac Deans, who wasn't expecting to start the game. A late change replacing Jack Lightbrown. But he takes full advantage of his starting role and sets up Ollie Davis for the hat-trick. And he's also looking to knock over his fifth conversion. This now comfortably makes him top point scorer in the league. Gets there as well, and he'll take us into the half.
I think Ollie Davis is quite good.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Have a look at this again. Just one hand. I mean, why use your left hand when your right hand works so well? Emphatic display from Sale. Absolutely emphatic, and they are well and truly in control. We'll have a 5-minute break. We'll get some breathers. We might swap over some voices as well. But stay with us. Fantastic rugby from the Under-18 Premiership Finals Day.
So, grab yourself some refreshments, tea, coffee.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one. Here it is.
Well, the second 35 minutes of this second game between Sale and Gloucester is almost upon us. It has been very seriously one-way traffic. Sale and the brilliance of Ollie Davis at 13 have carved Gloucester open time and time again. There's 6 tries, 5 of them have been converted. Davis has been kicking the ball through the post as well as scoring tries. Davis has 3. And that's the boot of Billy Benson that gets us underway. And Gloucester managed to push Sale out into their own 22. Yeah, precious little has seemingly gone right for the men in red. Maybe a second 35 will change that. Line out over the top, gathered by Chatterton, who's been busy already in this game. Frank Chatterton captaining the Sale Sharks side at number 8 today. Gloucester will come again. The kick didn't make it very far. Bellamy, loose head for Gloucester. They go blindside, an inventive kick from the boot of Price. Is going to make things difficult for the Sale Sharks. A penalty was always coming, which is probably why you saw the inventiveness from the boot. Shot to nothing. Yeah, referee communicating there with the replacement scrum half. Good old Lightowl was having nightmares as that ball was bouncing awkwardly around him. Could it be Gloucester who pumped the ball in about 5-6 metres out? Need something from this game. Gloucester milled at the minute. Sale were imperious in that first half. Gloucester had ball, but Sale were able to at times take it off them and run the length of the pitch. Gloucester response though is a rolling maul. More people come in. It's 13 man. And it is over. There it is for Gloucester. We'll have to see who comes up with the ball. I'm not 100% sure who that was. We'll call it a team try, potentially. Difficult to see who exactly it was. Maybe we'll get another look here, but decent line out. Wedge was formed, and then the power came through. Is it Bellamy that comes up with it? I'm not 100% sure. I'll have to have a look at this. Difficult to see from our angle. We only have 2 cameras. We'll have to have a look in and see who comes up with that. I always wish sometimes at that point that we had a little indicator. It may be Sam Loftus who's got that. Now, Sam Loftus does score tries. He's had 5 already this season. It would be very much his MO to get on the end of a rolling maul like that. And I think it was him that came up with it. Loftus with try number 6 of his campaign. Campaign, if you don't know, split over 2 distinct times. They started all the way back early in September and then had a break and then restarted in January and Feb. So different types of rugby being played. And this was more of the windswept, rain-soaked type of rugby that was in show here. Gloucester forcing their way over, and I think it is Loftus who gets over. Nice and deep. Solshand underneath it. And the ball kicked clear. Sale will be happy with that net gain. The effervescent Josh McAndrew will come forward and try and throw the arrows at this line out. McAndrew burst onto this game in the opening few minutes with a fantastic score of his own. Gloucester are still on the line out though. as they eventually play back. Rainbird is going to try and scoop this up into the air. And out of touch it goes, and because they weren't back in their 22, unfortunately, they're going to come all the way back for a line-out. So Sale will get another go at it. And McAndrew will get another go at it as well. Sale want a better line-out here. They get it, because Chatterton comes down with the ball and Deans breaks forward, then releases his back line. Neat from James, keeps the ball going. Here's McAndrew. Hansen picking out the right sort of runner. Rourke it was who claimed the ball, an inside break. And all of a sudden, Sale are back to their old tricks again. Albert Bradshaw.
Sale Sharks try scorer number 14, Albert Bradshaw.
Lovely inside ball, really cleverly delivered by Dom Hansen. And very much on the same page, Albert Bradshaw was able to see it coming and carve his way back towards that try line. And Gloucester's resurgence in this game is short-lived as Sale grab it once again. Davis is back to his old tricks of kicking the ball through the posts.
Number 13, Ollie Davies. So the score, Sale Sharks 47, Gloucester Rugby.
Have a look at the skills on show at under-18 level. Perhaps we see it in the Premiership and marvel at it. It's happening at under-18 level as well. Substitutions for Gloucester in the front row. Ed Wallin and Rio Halavatu are going to come on. Halavatau, I should call it. I think Brian Watkins and Jamie, no, it will be Jamie Fallon, it will be Harrison Bellamy. My mistake. Sale comfortably take the restart. They say in the game of rugby union you haven't scored until you've collected the restart. McAndrew. All action, isn't he, Josh McAndrew? James through the gap, does well. Looks a tidy player, does Rhys James. High tackle and they'll come back. Little, as I say, neat little play. Rhys James has really impressed me so far in this game. Perhaps all the plaudits going to Ollie Davis, understandably so, with his try-scoring exploits, but James has been canny at 10. I was about to say that was a good line-out from Sale Sharks, but the referee thinks otherwise. So if you're only just joining this stream, you missed an absolute cracker in the first game. Saracens hosting Midlands Central Academy. Really good game of rugby. Saracens winning it at Midlands Central. So unlucky. Fought their way all the way back into the game and then ahead. And then it was Saracens' turn to twist the tables. A couple of substitutions have been made by Sale. So Dom Hansen has come off, so has Josh McAndrew as well. Two of the more influential players potentially, so we'll see how that changes things. Gloucester have got hold of the ball. They pumped it deep with Owen Williams, and the ball is going to tiptoe into touch. Eludes everyone. Jack Cotgrave was sniffing, but the ball was a little too strong. Interesting option, this kick this ball down. He potentially had runners with him, but saw the option was no one in behind. Premiership Under-18s finals day, second of the games. We have Harlequins on the way in the next matchup. Bath versus Newcastle following that. Exeter will be up against Midlands West. And then towards the end of the afternoon, early evening, you will want to catch a look at the top 4 teams in action. Bristol versus Leicester. Bristol, the defending champions at this age group. And the final is a mouth-watering prospect, London Irish versus Northampton Saints. Do set your alarms and come back if you can. 7 p.m. tonight, the kick-off for that one. Gloucester fire it down this short side. The work made by Rio Halavato, under 17. Big, strong lad. Halavato there, 18 on his back. One of his plaudits apparently was taking down Junior Kapuku, who, if you saw him in action a little bit earlier for Saracens, you'll know what a feat that is. 6'6" and a good 20 stone already. Yeah, these aren't really schoolboys anymore. Used to be in 15, 20 years ago, under-18 rugby used to be a little lightweight, but now these are guys who have put a huge amount of work into their muscle mass and their gym conditioning, and you can see a little bit of it here as Gloucester through Ollie Allport make the break, and Gloucester are going to be in here, and I think Ollie Rendell, no, Max Knight it is who rounds that off. Max Knight underneath the posts. Initial work made from Allport, and it was Max Knight. Presence of mind to follow the runner and stay alert to it. Pass was ambitious into the midfield, but it kind of, the bounce pass, it's funny how many times those sort of things work. Allport frees his arms, and Max Knight, a man on the fringes of the England squad, very underrated they reckon, rounds that one off nicely, and Gloucester have something else to cheer about. Conversion is good. Have a look at this pass. I think it eludes the person it was meant for, but Ollie Allport, who's another under-17 individual, we'll see him again next year. And it was Max Knight who rounds it off. Solshand again, making it work. Gloucester, better hands from them, finding their mojo a little bit more, the man in red. And as soon as I say that, of course, penalty goes the other way. Kick into the corner. Sale are going to put loads of pressure on this Gloucester pack. Replacement hooker Johnny Hansen is on. Got injured in school action in December, just returning from injury. It'd be good to be out there. Knock on, says the referee. difficult spot this for Gloucester to extricate themselves from. They'll do it through the work of number 8, TJ Fanaloa. Famous name, of course. Terry Fanaloa, he's probably here watching. That's his dad, and TJ in the colours of Gloucester, doing a relatively good job off that, and hopefully giving his scrum half a little bit more of an angle to work with. It's a good kick towards the touchline, works well, and they have made 30-40 yards from their own 5-metre line. Good line out. Take right at the top. Dan Green with the hands. All of a sudden Gloucester have got it back. So Sale charge it down. Green again is working hard. Sale are going to dig it out, bring it into the midfield with Chatterton. Captain traverses the pitch and tries the offload. Full pace of Owen Williams working his way through. To no avail though, unfortunately. Chatterton, yeah, just needed the straightener, and Williams was unfortunately unable to collect the pass. Kick from deep, stays in field. And it's Williams once more. Williams, who is very, very fast and does a brilliant job of offloading. And I think Bradshaw is going to be in again. Albert Bradshaw, a brace of tries for him. Also exceptionally quick and able to see the damage that Owen Williams was doing.
Number 14, Albert Bradshaw.
Sales striking from 60, 70 metres. The athleticism on show for all to see. Run a good 200 metres, Albert Bradshaw. Slightly less than that just then, but high knees, strong speed. And once again, Sale adding to their tally. Lots of tries already this morning, or is it this afternoon yet? I'm not quite sure. Just about, yeah, 7 minutes into the afternoon. Load of rugby to come our way. This the second game of 7 here at the Stonex. Of course, a hybrid plastic pitch, so we can play on it all day long. Bodies might not be able to take it, but the pitch certainly can. Sale have robbed it again, and once again, Sale are carving it up. Oh, the ball doesn't quite sit. Willis Austin bursting through. Yeah, Wills doing an exceptionally good job there, and does it quite work out? I'm being told I'm giving the wrong name. See, under swap names. Isaac Deans, that is, I understand. Yeah, you see the team news we're getting at the moment. We're having to work very hard to get it all right, get it all sorted. Apologies for anyone I'm misnaming. I know it's frustrating, but you can appreciate with 14 teams here and lots of different boys involved. Quite tricky to make sure that we get the right players, but that was Isaac Deans bursting through, wearing 6 on his back. Ollie Rendell it is, who's injured. Let's have another look at this try. But Bradshaw benefiting. He's a fast-moving animal, isn't he? I think Ollie Rendell's going to make his way off the pitch. Gloucester scrum comes under a lot of pressure. Gloucester will have to clear this out. Referee says off, so a penalty at this scrum actually, and they'll get a slightly better option to go further up the field. Gloucester weren't particularly happy. That's exactly how the last score came about, was that kick deep. Kick towards the touchline better this time, and of course they'll get their they get the ball back at the line-up. More substitutions. Gloucester 18 and 19 come on. Will Wotton wearing 19. I don't actually have an 18 here. Let's just see if I can cross-reference the most recent one. 18. I've got the name of Josh Gilmore here. I hope I've got that right. Just come on for sale. Oh, good snaffle on the floor. Assuming Wills Austin has got that back for sale, wearing 7. A replacement scrum half for Gloucester. Reece Price has got to work hard to get the ball down. Again, great pressure on the outside from Sale to come up and close the options down for Gloucester, and with the kick through they've got it back again. All good running from Williams. Offload is clever. Green playing his part. Davis, brilliant. Chatterton through the gap, and once again Sale are pinning their ears back and going for it. Chatterton doesn't have enough to get to the line. The tackles were good from Gloucester. Sale have got to be patient here. They will have numbers, they will have options. Green bends and shapes himself towards that line, doesn't quite get there. Ball played back. Davis, the kick through is slightly awkward. It might work though, and it does. Cam Scanlon is going to pick it up and dot it down. Have a look at this pass from Davis, which releases Chatterton. And the big captain doesn't quite have the energy to get, or the evasion techniques to get past the final 2 defenders. This kick across looked speculative, but ended up working, and Scanlon, Kirkham, 6th former, says down here on my notes, normally found on the sunbeds. Well, there we go. Then we can hope, can't we, with this sort of weather in February. Davis, who has had his hand firmly on the tiller of this game, is going to try and kick some more points. He looks a quality striker of the ball, does Ollie Davis.
Number 13, Ollie Davies. So the score, Sale Sharks 61, Gloucester Rugby 12.
Scanlon does well there, just to follow the ball. Restart again for Gloucester. They've done it countless times already in this game. They're breaking through once more. Sale really in the mood for this. James shows his class, gets past the first defender, snagged by the second. Sale swarming forward though. Very difficult for this Gloucester team to work with, and they're having trouble, and it's Green in open pasture trying to find the offload, sits up on the deck, tries to find the right man. Again, ball, speed of it, absolutely crucial, allowing Sale to make it look simple. Austin bends his back, tries to get towards the line. Oh, and they've made their way through again, have they? No, the referee says illegally so, and they're not going to reward dear old Edwards, should I say. Edwards, he's been an absolute live wire, hasn't he? And potentially thinking he was through here. Trouble not over though. Sale are pressing once more. Edwards is going to get his hands on it. He's going to fire it behind the back line. Davis is going to wend his way out wide. And once again, Cam Scanlon is in.
That's another try for Sale Sharks. Number 20, Will Wootton.
All right, well, I've got the wrong name. I've been calling the wrong name. Will Wootton, apparently, 20. Oh, my goodness. Too much information going on here. I'm getting it wrong. My apologies to these players. Yeah, it is Will Wootton wearing 20. But one thing is for absolutely certain, is that Sale Sharks are definitely the better side of these two. They are continuing to score at over a point a minute. Have a look at Wootton's second try. Davis again with the arrow-like pass out wide. Again. Sale, beautiful hands, beautiful awareness to get the flow going. Inside pass to James is a brilliant one. No look pass from Wootton. Try scorer. Now trying to get his friends in on the act. Edwards. Chatterton. Threats are everywhere in this Sale Sharks setup. Kick over the top is loose. Gloucester let it bounce. Which way is it going? Sale will eventually get their hands on it. Edwards will anyway. At the back of the hand, Davis fires it across that back line, and all of a sudden Bradshaw might have another go. Round the outside he goes. He's not held. He's able to go up and go again, and Sale, I think, are going to be brought back. Knock on. Scrummage for Gloucester to deal with. Fanaloa breaks off the bottom of it, makes a bit of yardage and makes the kick a little bit easier for Gloucester. And the ball is going to bounce deep. Bradshaw's going to go after it, and he's going to play with it because that's what they're doing at the moment, Sale. That's how the cut of their jib looks. They go deep. Gloucester's Gibson. Penalty to Sale. Rolling, says the referee. Continuing his motion after being tackled. Very hot on it at all age groups, hopefully, just allowing an option for when the player goes to ground, the defender to get his hands on the ball, rewarding the position. Sale with the line out. Away they come into the midfield again. Edwards is going to try and jink his way through. Thought about the offload. Edwards down to the floor. Referee says play the ball, allow it. Sale go again. Make a lunge towards that line. Ball is presented. Green is going to go in and he's going to fling the ball out all the way. And all of a sudden the dancing feet of Williams. Man is injured, and so the referee has a loud blast, and it's Fanaloa who's down. Another break in play. I understand that these breaks in play for injury are not part of what the referee is going to stop his clock for today. So they're going to be part of the game. So the clock will run, and we could edge our way towards 70 minutes and the referee call time on it. But we'll have to see. Obviously, usually, higher level, injuries mean they stop at the clock. Understand, because of the format of the day and the 7 games that we have to get through, we can't really have injury time as such, so it will be just part of the game. That's my understanding. That's what's been explained to me. I don't know the referees. It certainly was in the first game they got that wrong, and that's why we overran in the first game, because referee was stopping his clock. But I think now the information has got through to people that they need to just let the clock run. The injury to Fanaloa is slightly concerning, though. The player hasn't moved a great deal. He's led on his front, and obviously medical care is in attendance and making sure that he's okay. We will have to make sure that he doesn't do any damage to himself. I'm pleased to see that Fanaloa has raised himself to his knees, so that is a good sign. I don't know whether or not he'll be able to continue, but it's a good sign to see that he's at least able to get upright. More rugby to come, loads of rugby to come today. Don't go too far from this YouTube stream. Up next, Quins versus Yorkshire Academy. Following that, could be a really good game between Bath and Newcastle. Then Midlands West and Exeter will lock horns, and then from about 5:20 tonight, the top 4 sides at under-18 level in the Premiership will go against each other. Leicester Tigers will play. Bristol, the defending champions, in the 3rd-4th playoff. Then the final is going to be between London Irish and Northampton. All coming your way if you stay with us. Understand that we've had a yellow card as well. But whether or not we play much longer in this, the clock is at 70. Fanaloa is standing upright and having a chat to the medical team, and I think he will go off, but I'm pleased to see that he was walking off. TJ Fanaloa making his way yet towards that touchline. And I think we'll play on a little bit, but not much longer, you wouldn't have thought. Scrum called from Sale. One final go for them, perhaps. Edwards feeds the back line, and oh wow, Davis has spilt the ball, so he is mortal. He does make mistakes. I was wondering whether or not Ollie Davis had his own script, but there we go. Example of the fact that even the really good players today can make a bit of a hash of it, and Ollie Davis does just that. He knocks the ball on. Scrum for Gloucester to have to work their way away from. They run it from deep. Brilliant offload. Gloucester all of a sudden carving it up down the right-hand touchline, and unfortunately, they've knocked the ball on, and Sale will get the chance to make a run of their own. Knock on, says the referee. I'm now concerned that we are playing injury time a little bit. And I'm not sure how much more time we have in this game, but this was nice from Gibson. Allport had set him free. Free kick for Sale to have to deal with. Davis stabs the ball deep. Is returned well by Gibson, who keeps going. Gibson is going to score a try, which I was going to say certainly makes Gloucester feel a little bit better about themselves. They've been well and truly beaten here, but that's a lovely little bit of individual brilliance from Steph Gibson. Welsh Wizard very much in the mode of LRZ, scoring an individual moment of brilliance. Maybe you could argue that Sale Sharks have potentially just come off the throttle a little defensively at this stage. Gloucester still offloading, still not quite going to hand. And it's another knock on, and that will be it. That is all time. That's all we have for you in this game. Sale triumphant, comprehensive victors here in this game. Sale 66, Gloucester 19. More fantastic rugby to come your way in the Premiership Under-18s finals day. Quins versus Yorkshire is next up, and we will be with you very soon with that one.
Gloucester Rugby 19.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one.
Well, I think we're about underway. Certainly the referee's quite keen to get on with things. You can see him out there. Harlequins versus Yorkshire. Next up, third of 7 games in today's proceedings, the Under-18 Premiership finals. If you're unaware, let me explain. 2 conferences, North and South. They've been playing against each other for the whole of their broken season. Harlequins, for instance, in this game represent the South, Yorkshire the North. So they've been playing in their own conference, and then on finals day they all play the corresponding position in the other conference. So first place first, second place second, third place third, fourth place fourth, etc, etc. This is the battle for 7th and 8th, so the 4th placed team in each conference. Harlequins versus Yorkshire. Harlequins a little bit unlucky to miss out. Saracens just picked them to third. They beat Saracens last weekend and thought they'd done enough, but Saracens stayed above them. What a game that was right at the start of the day at 9:30 this morning. Saracens versus Central Midlands Academy. But if you've not seen Under-18s rugby, you'll be delighted to know that certainly teams like Harlequins play very much like their senior side. So you will see a lot of needed to play, a lot of skills, a lot of kicking on the front foot. It'll be interesting to see how Yorkshire can live with it. I understand that there were potential changes to the Yorkshire side, but I think both Louis Platt and Lloyd McEwen-Peters, who were rumoured to not be taking the field, I don't think are, or should I say, they are on the pitch. They haven't been injured, so they will start for Yorkshire Academy. I've just been delivered a cup of tea by our floor manager Kev, for which I'm ever so grateful. And Harlequins trying to offload and trying to keep the ball alive very early on. You can see that. There is a change in the Harlequins advertised 15, for those of you who are paying attention. Will Pert Smith is going to be starting at 7, I think. Roma Matabalavu isn't out there. Will Pert Smith definitely is. You can see his rather noticeable red mullet that is out there. He's packing down at open side. You can see him just in the on the side there of Hal Kennedy. Theo Curry, the second row partnership for Quins. And it'll be Toby Morley, the vice captain for Yorkshire Carnegie, who'll put the ball into this scrum. Morley will pick it back up from the back and fire it into the midfield. One of the runners is Toby Baker. Baker makes some good ground and actually gets back to his feet and goes again. Referee says play on. Morley fires it into the hands with one bounce of that of Louis Platt. Platt is going to turn the Harlequins defensive line. Bellamy wearing 10. It might be worth you keeping an eye on Josh Bellamy out of Trinity School. Particularly skillful player, many of them on show here today, I can guarantee you that, but Josh Bellamy is worth just tracking through the game. He plays a very exciting game. When he's in the mood, there probably isn't any better or more exciting player at under-18 level. I'll put that forward as an idea. You potentially can write in and tell me that I was wrong throughout the day and say who your favourite is, but Bellamy most certainly, the Harlequins 10, fascinating individual to watch. One for the future, certainly. Yorkshire carve a little bit of a hole and keep the ball in the hand well. Louis Worrell is out there on the right-hand side. Yorkshire Carnegie will bring it back in field. Passes are flat, tackles are low. Good quality of rugby. Inside pass and absolutely smoted, if that is a word, on the inside line. Don't think it is. They made it up. More big tackles coming in. Keep your eye on Frank McMillan, the 13 for Harlequins. He's a robust individual, most certainly. His opposite number, Lloyd McEwen-Peters, tries to bury himself in, and his teammates get penalised by the referee. And here is Bellamy, whose left boot, pink slippers he has on this season. Very much in vogue, you see, pink for boots. Not in my day. But Bellamy moves Quins up to in between the 10-metre line and the 22. And the effervescent Jimmy Staples, who's co-captain of this Quins side, will fling it in. Bellamy behind, Kerr works well. There's McMillan. Bellamy's quick hands again. Harlequins are in here if this can work. And once again, we are seeing real quality on show at under-18 level. Connor Byrne, I think it is, he's finished it off.
Try scorer number 15, Connor Byrne.
Well, part of the England under-18 set up Connor Byrne in rounding things off, but the interplay from the likes of Kerr and Bellamy really making the difference and really sort of creating the space that someone like Byrne, who is an absolute box of tricks when he gets going, he could really exploit it. Harlequins in front. Bellamy's kicking preparations. Have you ever seen that before? Someone in the Premiership who does a similar sort of thing in a not dissimilar shirt to the one that Bellamy's wearing. It's funny how you pick these things up. Have a look at the speed. Have a look at the accuracy from Quins. It's a real feature of what they do. Exceptional side at under-18 level. I mean, they all are today. They really are. They do things very, very well. Yorkshire will get a chance to kick off and try and respond. Kennedy it is who gets whacked in the air, and there's a man down. I think it's Kane Fleary, yeah. Another Trinity boy. He's just taking a little bit of a whack there at the restart. Was he? I think he was the lifter who actually got walloped. Just have a look at this. Yeah, as he came through there, I think that's the knock that happened. It is Fleary who's wearily getting back to his feet. Epsom RFC also Kane Fleary. Not that these boys possibly play a huge amount of Sunday rugby anymore, but they would have done, of course. They would have been out there from the age of 6 and 7, playing at these fantastic Sunday mini rugby setups, coming through the stages. Then school would have potentially taken over. Ball goes over the top. They will try and make it work. That's excellent stuff from Freeman. Good break into the Quins half. Ball over the top is ambitious, and Dando is going to sweep that one up. Kerr is there, and Bellamy is going to be found. It's a crossfield kick that could bounce and work here for Humphreys. Humphreys is just choosing his moment, and it doesn't quite work on the inside for Hal Kennedy. Didn't sit up. Humphreys did well to chuck it back infield and keep the ball alive. Kicking game from Bellamy, worth keeping an eye on as well. He's got all a box of tricks with the boot as Bellamy, and very much like the senior side under the tutelage of Nick Evans. They kick on the front foot. They kick the ball when it looks potentially like they should be running it. Try and create a bit of space for themselves. Matt Wickham at 9 for Harlequins under-18s. He's potentially edged out another well-known name. Lucas Friday is on the bench. Lucas is under 17, Matt Wickham is under 18, so perhaps Lucas will get another go at this sort of finals day. But Lucas is on the bench, of course, Mike Friday's son, so I didn't join those dots for you if you didn't realise. Very clever rugby brain. Yorkshire penalised. Humphreys on this near side, who's actually taking a bit of attention out of your camera shot. The right winger is having his left ankle strapped up with about 12 metres of tape. You can see him there. And into the 22 go Harlequins. At the back is Jimmy Staples, and he breaks off and goes and causes real problems for Yorkshire Academy. Neat interplay, Bellamy, brilliant speed of hand, and Dando is loitering with intent out on the left-hand touchline. They bring him down. Fleary recovered, surges towards that line, and I think he might have got there, or certainly one of his mates has. Who's going to come up with the ball? Is it Staples? Fleary gets a tap on the bottom. It was his initial inroad that was made, but look at the speed of hands here to get the ball out to Dando on the left wing. Yeah, Humphreys hobbles away, he's not in good shape. I think it is Staples who's going to push his way through. It is Jimmy Staples, co-captain of this side. Been rewarded with a score. Conversion is missed, but Harlequins comfortably in control of this game at the moment. But we have seen sways, momentum shifts. These boys will have, well, Harlequins perhaps not, but certainly Yorkshire Academy will have had to get up early this morning and get here for this kick-off, get themselves prepared. Maybe just takes a little bit of time to get used to playing rugby, but so early on in on a Sunday afternoon. Once again, the restart. The sun is playing a little bit havoc. It's quite low, obviously. It's still a winter sun out to the right-hand side of us, and Harlequins have got it in their eyes at the moment. Morley will feed this scrum, and then his back line. Platt has to deal with an awful ball. Peters, I think. No, it's Baker who's picked up the ball and sorted it all out. Leatham. Ball is stripped by Quins, and turnover ball, transition ball is dangerous for them. Ronan Daniel. And he's knocked the ball on in turn, and the referee's going to give the put into the next scrum to Yorkshire. One draw in their campaign, Yorkshire Academy. So we see the strip there from Jimmy Staples. Danielle himself who dropped it. Yeah, one draw, 2 wins and 2 losses for Yorkshire. Harlequins 3 losses in their campaign, but only with a deficit of 7 points. They have a very close run, games that they lost in. And speaking last weekend to some of their coaches, they were saying that really their season could have been wholly different with about 3 different moments. That's all it came down to, 3 particular moments during their game, which has just meant that they aren't playing for first and second. They're down, scrubbing around for 7th and 8th. Very competitive league, this. Good work from Henry Dubélé. Big hitter, big runner. Yorkshire Academy, of course, producing so many good names over the years. That looks as though it's gone forward. It has, says the referee. A veritable hotbed of talent in rugby union. The Yorkshire Academy certainly produced over the last few years and continuing to do so. Put into Quins, but they have a little bit of pressure exerted on their scrum. Wickham gets an absolute face full of Johnny Freeman. Again, Yorkshire seem to have the ascendancy in the front row here, and they get the reward. Referee's outstretched arm indicating a penalty in favour of the men in blue. Don't know if you've noticed, but Yorkshire Academy doing a nice little touch of allowing the boys to wear socks of their choice. So all the players are in different coloured socks, a little bit like the Barbarians do, allowing them to show their roots, as it were. I suppose they have a choice of club sock or school sock. But I think it's a nice touch from Yorkshire Academy. Neatly off the top, McCormack down. And the dangerous runner of Freeman doing more damage into that Harlequins midfield. He wrestles the ball all the way back. Morley feeds his back line. Ball is still there. Morley again. Quick hands out into the path of Thomas Rowe, who has to work dangerously in a small space. McCormack again. Ball across, and Harlequins all of a sudden have it. The ball eventually into the hands of Dando. Ethan Dando puts his boot through it. The referee has said that that was an intentional knockdown from Yorkshire's defender. McMillan, yeah, hand in there from Johnny Freeman. Intentional hand in, which means that Harlequins will get a penalty. And we have another injury on the left-hand side of your shot there, scrum half Toby Morley. A reminder of the matches coming your way after this game. Bath will play Newcastle Falcons. Midlands West will take on Exeter Chiefs. And then Leicester Tigers versus Bristol Bears for the third, fourth playoff. And then contesting the final, Northampton versus London Irish. Both those teams had fine seasons. And representing the North, Northampton, and representing the South, London Irish. And they come up against each other. Should be kicking off around about 7 o'clock. Set your timers for that one. It'll be well worth watching. Bellamy and Kerr combine. Kerr has the ball stripped off him. And all of a sudden, Yorkshire are in here. The kick through from Tom Rowe is not the best one. Quins are able to come away with it. Staples plays conduit. Good work from Curry to free up himself. Here you go, Quins again. Kerr bringing in runners. Bellamy has to avoid some very strong traffic. Wickham, Kerr very comfortable at 10. Ball over the top from McMillan is going to work its way into the hands of Humphreys, but Humphreys is going to be brought back. No advantage coming. Wickham has asked for the ball. I think a quick tap is on. They will go. Bellamy pings it out to Dando. Kerr, Sean Kerr, play across the back line, one of a number of talented individuals out the Whitgift School. Definitely a leader within this group. Yorkshire again try and intercept, but referee says penalty actually for putting your hand in again. So that's successive situations there where Yorkshire have been penalised for trying to intercept and bat the ball out the way. Let's have a look at it here, whether it goes short side. Wickham, did he try and catch that? I'm not sure. Morley was feel a little bit aggrieved. He definitely pumped that up in the air as well rather than down. Maybe the booting the ball away didn't help him. Bellamy, however, has prodded the ball into the corner. I wonder if we're going to get to see some Josh Bellamy magic. I did promise it earlier on in the game. Neatly down. Quins line out working well there. They've got a good platform, got a good roll on. Here we go, this could be try time. It's Jimmy Staples again. Jimmy Staples, his second try.
Harlequins try scorer number 2, Jimmy Staples.
Under 17 player. Have another year of him next year. On my notes here, he made 25 tackles in one game versus Bristol. And now he's scoring tries. Dynamic individual. A little bit of needle afterwards. We've seen a fair bit of that at under 18 level. And there's no pull any punches, do they? They really get stuck into each other. Bellamy's kick is good, full 7 points.
Conversion number 10, Josh Bellamy.
35-minute halves at under 18 level. And this score from Jimmy Staples. Fantastic work from his mates in front of him. Carving a fine 5-pointer. Harlequins 19, Yorkshire 0. Daniel climbs high, gets the ball back. Wickham. Bellamy's left boot will push the ball up in the air. Platt underneath it. McCormack looking one way, then the other. Neat bit of offloading. And Yorkshire think they see a gap, and Louis Worrell is through to the floor. He tumbles. Morley in. Leon Mudd gets involved. Through the gap they are. Can they turn this into points? I think they might do. McCormack, who started the move, and he is rewarded. Can sometimes make something out of nothing, Ned McCormack. But there on hand to finish the move off. But it was right at the start that hit the fullback started to make shapes. A little bit of a patient build-up, which potentially has been lacking. And certainly the accuracy of the offloading making the difference there, and it's McCormack who steals in for Yorkshire's first try of finals day. And don't think that there isn't a way back for any of these sides. If you weren't here for the first game, 9:30 this morning, Saracens leapt into a large lead, and then Midlands Central were able to peg them back. Morley. Taking his time over this conversion. And rightfully so. Lovely bit of draw he puts on the ball as it dissects the posts. 3 tries to 1. Restart. Just about well taken by the Yorkshire defender. Just about managed to pluck that out of the air. McEwen Peters, large frame of an individual, puts his shoulder into that. Going to try and work their way clear, and they are. Toby Baker comes forward. Platt. Up goes the ball. Attempted intercept, but this could work for Yorkshire. Down the right-hand touchline they are, all of a sudden. Leon Mudd back involved. Morley, quick ball for them to work with. McEwen Peters is going to try and work something himself. He puts the ball down the floor and attempts to go again. He's held, so can't. Morley pass over the top, and Humphreys is going to have this ankle tested because he's got 50-60 metres to go, and he's going to go underneath the posts. Tom Humphreys scored in the last 5 games. He's got 6 tries to his name, and that's his 7th. Harlequins just waited for the opportunity. Humphreys had to read the move as it appeared in front of him. Bellamy with the extra points. Have a look at it here. Just too ambitious for Morley. They would build it very neatly up to that point, and then Morley decided to fling far too telegraph the pass out wide. And you can see Humphreys still just about struggling with that ankle. Down comes Hal Kennedy. Wickham's going to try and up and under this. Humphries is going to go after it. Morley is knocked that ball on, so the referee says play on. Wickham says, OK, well, let's give it to Connor Byrne, see what he can do. Byrne can open all sorts of doors. Ball from Bellamy is flat and good. That one's forward. Yorkshire will get the ball back now. Try scoring McCormack. Trying his luck. Spin out of the tackle is from Louis Platt. He's isolated though. The referee says that was good, but the one previous meant that they'll come back for the penalty. It was actually offside. Kick is good all the way. Just outside the 22. David Mpufu is on. Loose head wearing 18, you can see. Yorkshire. Crash ball is the line from Toby Baker. Makes a good bit of ground and gets the ball taken off him. Quins have got it back. Bellamy. Oh, he slips on the turf. Now in a whole heap of trouble. Manages to get the ball back. Fleary. Good hands from him. Humphries. Ball was in front of him. And he's knocked it on anyway, but the actual first offence is the forward pass. So half an hour gone. Harlequins in relatively comfortable control. Penalty to Yorkshire this time. I wonder what they'll do. I think they'll probably kick to the corner there. Chance to build a platform at the line out. Too tempting for them. Longstaff is going to actually be replaced by Corey McCormack, and McCormack's first job is going to be to hit this line out, which he doesn't do, and the ball ends up in the hands of Richard Twitchen. Bellamy, long kick downfield, ball sticks in the turf, and Pert Smith is sniffing around the potential of Toby Morley, but they've got it into their hands again, and good offload. Morley's aware, tries the offload, doesn't quite work, and both sides able to at the moment just cut a few decent holes. Toby Baker, the referee, takes a bit of a tumble. It's always awkward. He's back to his feet very quickly, the referee, though, you see. Good core strength. Another scrum. Another opportunity for these front rows to go at it. Morley's going to put the ball in. Now he wants it. He goes right, but misses his intended target. Quins Peters is there to try and sort things out, wearing 13 on his back. Good offloading. McCormack. Must be related, some of these McCormacks, surely. Anthony McCormack, who looks a lot like Corey McCormack, who's coming at 16, I don't know. We've got Ned McCormack at fullback as well. Maybe McCormack's a very popular name in Yorkshire.
Yeah. No relation with the fullback.
There's my co-coms, Will Roberts, talking, and our microphone picking him up. No relation, he says. There you go. Well, there's three. There's Corey McCormack, Anthony McCormack, and Ned McCormack. Are any of them related?
Ned and Connor are related. They're brothers. But no, 15. Unrelated. Just told it's a happy coincidence to have 3 McCormacks.
Pert Smith comes away with the ball. All action. Will Pert Smith, another Trinity boy in this Harlequin setup. McMillan drifts beautifully on that pass, allows him to beat his man. Byrne has the pace on the outside, the kick over the top. This is going to be gathered by Platt, and into touch he is bundled. And it'll be a 5-metre scrum, but again, more attacking intent from Harlequins. Have a look at, we weren't quite there for the McMillan drift, but that's really good. This is Byrne, Connor Byrne, try score already, and heavily strapped knee, but not showing any ill effects, is he? Fast around the outside. Harlequin's going to go from a relatively secure scrum, and Byrne has an aching hole through which to score. Byrne's got 2. Harlequins have 5, and they are in complete control of this game as we head towards half-time. Not quite sure where this mismatch happened or how it happened. Bellamy certainly looping round off the ball from Kerr made a difference, but Byrne just able to saunter through the gap. Bellamy will attempt to add the cherry on the top of that try. His kick is wide. But that doesn't really matter. Harlequins in complete control of this one as we head towards half-time. Harlequins 31, Yorkshire Academy 7. More good stuff to come. Don't go too far. Keep the YouTube stream on and with us as we enjoy this Under-18 Premiership Finals day.
Welcome back to this Under-18s Prem Rugby Finals. My name is Will Roberts, and alongside me for this clash, Bath versus Newcastle, is a Bristolian. Well, Bristolian now, but Gethin Watts, the academy manager at Bristol Bears, alongside me. Gethin, first of all, how are you doing?
Fantastic. It's a very much a festival of rugby here at the StoneX. The sun is out, and most importantly, it's great to see some young guys playing the rugby. And just to correct you, I'm an adopted Bristolian.
There you go. Hopefully, you can tell by the by the accent potentially that it's not home for you, but it is now. But Bristol will be playing later on this afternoon. In front of us at the moment, it's a different shade of blue. Bath and Newcastle from the north bracket of this competition, and already it's Bath who are again in the ascendancy across scrum time, and wearing 10 there is James Leinger, who is still under 16, Gethin. So there you go. Some young shoulders, a young head on some fairly experienced shoulders. He's played a lot of rugby now at under 18 level. Was supposed to be playing at fullback this afternoon, but Raf Weston has pulled out ill, so he's been forced into the fly half role.
Yes, James from Kingswood School. There's going to be a big responsibility on his half-back partner, Ian Davis. Ian from Middlefield, of course, has got an all-round game, really good kicker of the ball, great distributor, and don't be surprised if you see him tapping and going at any opportunities. A live wire of scrum half, but it's very much an exciting half-back partnership.
And the wedge is formed at the moment as Bath try to create some sort of forward ascendancy. There is Davies at the root of that ruck, trying to push the ball out, and right off the face. Not exactly how Bath would have wanted to have worked things out, and it's collected well by Kane James. Penalty Bath. Good work at the breakdown from the men from the southwest, and they're going to potentially get a chance to go to the corner.
Yeah, we saw the driving line out from the previous penalty. It wasn't as tidy as they would have liked, and they'll get a second chance here.
Casey Pike at hooker is their top try scorer, so maybe that tells you a little bit about how Bath like to play their rugby.
Yeah, if you look at that sector, they've got an open side up the scrum half position, so don't be surprised. This will stick with that forward pack, and they'll try and drive this over once again.
They do just that, and Casey Pike will stick it up his jumper. Still going, and just held short at the moment. Have they flopped over there? It's a sea of blue, black and white, and underneath it a ball has managed to cross the whitewash. We'll try and figure out who's come up with the prize. Certainly a team try there, Gethin.
Yeah, no surprise. Second time I'm asking, goes into the middle, nice tight drive, well rehearsed driving line out by the men from Bath. It's very much a weapon for them as a group. Certainly the last couple of results that they've had in the Academy League, the foundation has very much been set up front, and no surprise once again that driving line-out was fruitful for them.
Still trying to confirm between everyone here at the StoneX who scored that try. We'll award it to someone at some point. James Linegar can't get the added conversions. We're going to have a little bit of trouble trying to get in loud enough so you guys can hear him. So hopefully he'll be back with us relatively soon. But we're going to have to plough on for now as Bath will try to double down on this early lead. Ewan Davis will head to the sky.
Yeah, another good example there by Ian Davis, showing the control and the skill that he has at half-back, clearing his lines, and a great exit for the men from Bath. That's exactly what you want as a coach, is to secure the ball from that restart and clear your lines and put the pressure back on Newcastle Falcons.
Lovely to hear you nice and clearly now, Gethin. There we go. As Kane James takes it up there. That's going to be an interesting battle between him and George Timmins this afternoon. Still going through the middle, go Falcons, but I think Billy Sellers come up with the ball there. Yes, he has. Bit of daylight robbery from the men in blue, black and white, and Davis takes the chance to potentially pin Falcons back into their 22. Tom Burton is playing with fire a little bit there, but he's done ever so well, has the Sedbergh man. Ball goes back to Linegar, who was waiting for it. He darts through. Offloads good towards Timmins. George Timmins stretching his legs. Timmins for the line. Does he get there? Yes, he does. What a score from Bath there, between forwards and backs.
Yeah, outstanding from the men in Bath, but that all came from Ian Davis's initial kick, putting the pressure back on Newcastle. They had to scramble. A loose kick, which gave them the opportunity to counter-attack. And there's that man once again, James Linegar, giving the opportunity to George Timmins. Actually, I think that's his second try. I think he was the one at the root of that first driving maul. And he's certainly a live wire, and he's certainly been in the middle of most things that's been good for Bath in this opening exchange.
A big game player, described to me as a classic crazy open side.
Well, have you ever seen a sane one? They're right in the middle. They'd like to put their head in the spokes. But you certainly saw his quality as a runner at the end of a break by the outside half. And second score for Bath.
Linegar converts this time, so it's a 12-point difference.
At the moment, Bath coming up trumps in the opening exchanges.
The wind blowing a little bit more this morning, but I've got to say, this is picturesque rugby nature and weather for us here, Gethin, would you say?
Yeah, absolutely. And as I said right at the top of the commentary, it's a great festival of rugby. First game started at 9:30, and for Premiership Rugby to put this on, it's outstanding at a great venue, and it's a brilliant opportunities for these young players.
Off the back of the maul go Bath, and that's Casey Pike who's making a few bits of ground there, and it's been stolen though by Newcastle Falcons. Apologies if you lost our feed momentarily. We seem to have a few gremlins in our internet that are causing a few issues, but we've sorted them, we hope, and we're back now. You haven't missed much, I can assure you. But it's been a fairly balanced sort of few minutes now. Newcastle settling themselves into the game. I mean, we saw, I don't know if you're with us, Gethin, for the first game, we saw that Saracens took that early lead, but Midlands Central fought their way back into the game and really had the forward momentum either side of the half, and to show that at this level, I mean, anything can change, and it's a really dynamic sort of game of rugby.
Yeah, absolutely. But what you are going to get with this age group at under 18 are young men who want to play with the ball, who want to express themselves, and what a brilliant opportunity to do that. The surface is fantastic, and as you said earlier, the conditions are ideal for open running rugby, and it's the best way to showcase their talents.
Turnover ball though, and it's Jacob Oliver, the captain, I think, who was clamped over that.
Yeah, there's no doubt that Newcastle will be far happier with the last 5 or 6 minutes. They've struggled to impose themselves on the game in any way, shape or form, but they've had a little bit more possession, and when these guys get it together, they can play some decent rugby, keep the ball, and they can be threatening from any part of the field.
Oliver will... Yeah, but it's delayed.
Okay.
Oliver with the arrows, and Newcastle collected at the top of the tree. Something which we've seen so often in their senior team. Newcastle Falcons under-18s looking to mirror that here, but it's been confused by Bath, and they're going to have to go through the backs if they want something here. Redshaw in a little bit of open pasture. He's putting Tom Burton on a hard line. The Sedbergh boys linking up stupendously. What a score there. Redshaw and Burton combine, and when that happens in Newcastle or Sedbergh colours, there's usually a try on the end of it.
Yeah, outstanding try there by Newcastle Falcons, and nothing more than what they deserve. They've had a little bit more possession, they've shown what they can do. Great first phase possession, ball being spread out, and Ben Redshaw showing his class, not only with the pass to his back three partner, but also the finish, also following up for that second touch. And we've seen some brilliant skills by Ben Redshaw, holding a high ball first of all, but then showing his running skills, something that he's very accustomed to.
He is certainly one of the brightest sparks within this Falcons Academy setup. And look, he can do it all. He'll have a go at goal from wide out. It's extremely low driven. It's wide of the mark though, but it's now a 7-point deficit between these two sides.
Yeah, it all comes from good first phase possession. You can't get people like Redshaw, Doran and Tom Burton running unless you've got good quality ball, and that's what the forwards did. They've got a big shift ahead of them against this big Bath pack, but if they can get some sort of parity up front, they've got some dangerous runners in the backfield to try and certainly trouble Bath.
Line guard gets us back underway, and the ball's going to fall all the way towards Lucas Rowell. good tip-on pass towards Isaac Keller, the ever-keen Gosforth player. Certainly plays for the shirt, no matter which one he's representing. Leingar lines up a nudge over the top, and Burton will take this one and give a very nice reply back. Charlie Brooke, who wasn't expecting to start this game, is going to thump it all the way out and take the relatively easy route.
Yeah, I think James Lingard had the right idea, didn't quite catch that kick. Probably was about 10 or 15 metres short of where he would have liked to have found grass, which give Newcastle the opposition to put it back into the 22, and again, advantage Newcastle. They're really starting to impose themselves in this opening quarter of an hour.
Another line out here in which for Newcastle Falcons to impose themselves. The ball was looped over from Jacob Oliver, who may be able to reap the rewards of fumble at the line out. He's certainly put Bath under extreme pressure, putting his hands where the blue, black and white don't want it. Penalty, though, goes the way of Bath. Referee not happy in which the way that Falcons were entering that ruck, so Leingar will search for touch.
This is an important line-out now for Bath, because they've lost a fair bit of possession or any type of grip on the game over the last couple of minutes, and they'll be keen to re-establish themselves into the game. As you said earlier, Will, they've got some pretty big timber up front, and they'll be keen to get them into the game.
And Jack Bennett, George Timmins, Billy Seller, Johan Emmanuel, all internationally recognised now, and certainly players that will be cropping up in your radar over the next few years, but for now they're ones for us to keep an eye on, as is Ben Redshaw, who puts on the afterburners. Redshaw already scored one. He's going to look for a second here with a lovely chip and chase. Redshaw, is it going to bounce kindly for him? Yes, it is. Oh, stop it, Ben Redshaw.
Outstanding by the fullback once again. We've just been waxing lyrical about his attacking prowess, and he shows once again how important he is to this Newcastle team. Not only running flat out down the field, but also that running drop punt. Doesn't lose any momentum whatsoever. Here he goes. He really is a dangerous runner, showing all the skills, and again putting his team right in contention during this half.
Speaking to Ben during the week, and he said that he didn't necessarily feel too comfortable at 15, but I've got to say, he seems to have made the shirt his own. I mean, if he's not comfortable there, goodness knows what he's like at outside centre where he normally plays.
Well, his skills certainly complement that backfield position, the wide open spaces, and when Bath, rightfully looking for some field position, a 50-50 ball gives him the opportunity to run back, and we've certainly seen those skills.
Redshaw, that's better, but no cigar. Whacked against the upright. So we're at a 2-point game here at the Stonex.
There's definitely a lesson there for the men from Bath. If they're going to kick loosely, as we said earlier, Ben Redshaw, Doran and their wing partner Tom Burton are certainly dangerous with ball in hand, so the halfbacks certainly can't be kicking loose to this dangerous back three.
There's Lucas Rowell, who collects it once again off the kickoff. And Joe Davis sends it high into North London skies, and it's well collected in the end by Charlie Brooke off the deck, and Davis is searching out his respective options. He tries to use the hands as Bath trundle into the midfield. Billy Seller, could he pick that up? No, instead he's just taken a Newcastle Falcons player with him. That is the type of player that Billy Seller is.
Yeah, Ian Davis was looking for that kick back into that 22, and it seems to be a tactic of Bath. They're looking to try and put pressure on Newcastle and win the territorial battle. But at the moment, Newcastle are coming up with the goods and they're very competitive at the contact area and are pinching some ball, which is going to give them another opportunity to not only gain possession, but to put another dent into the Bath hopes.
Talk to us about how Newcastle are lined up here, Gethin. He's got Redshaw directly behind Junior Newton. Could they go either way here? It looks like Newton's going to utilise this right-hand side. Redshaw was with him, but not used that at that point. George Timmins was making an absolute nuisance of himself at that breakdown, and big shots in the midfield. Bath pushing Falcons back for now. A little dab over the top on the synthetic surface, bouncing dangerously for Bath, but get out of jail here with that penalty. Newcastle getting some good momentum, but sort of letting things go with these silly, sloppy penalties, Gethin.
Yeah, again, it's not allowing them to build any time into the Bath 22. They're getting plenty of possession, they're making some inroads, but in order to apply some serious pressure, you need to be spending more time in the 22. And at the moment, they're not quite able to do that and giving Bath some light relief. Although light relief it is, well, because there's still very much an attacking line-out in the Bath half, and there's some more attack coming their way.
Pike throws, and it's collected by Jack Bennett, just about. The ball bobbling up and down, and Casey Pike has broken free here down the blind side, but it's picked up by Burton, and he's absolutely electric when he gets his wheels going. Out the back door it goes. Newton, Redshaw sniffing for a hat-trick. Offload is not successful. Picked up by Rory Crum, and Henry Bartlett also on hand to sweep things up. Leininger goes towards the backfield, which was left vacant by Redshaw, but this ball may go all the way back. It will. Goal line dropout though, and
yeah.
this is a platform in which it's becoming ever more popular to create some sort of move from.
Yeah, better decision there, but by James Lingard, kicking at the first opportunity from that turnover, which means everybody would have been up in that front line, so loads of space in the backfield, which will give Bath, from the restart, a good attacking opportunity.
Here they go then. Straight through the middle, and illegally so. Had a feeling that break was too good to be true.
Well, he sliced through there like a knife through butter, but as the referee was spot on, saw the obstruction and rewards Newcastle. It's very much an evenly placed game. The game's ebbed and flowed, and it's really difficult to call this one, Will.
Very much so. Luke Graham doing his utmost to try and keep that ball in field, but it was a good nudge from Junior Newton. Interesting story, Luke Graham. He's come over from South Africa. Paul Roos Gym is where he's played most of his rugby. He's already contracted for next year, but they've decided to play him in the under-18s to give him a few run-outs, and he's been successful since coming into the Bath setup post-Christmas.
Yeah, Paul Roos Gym in Stellenbosch is one of the powerhouses of South African schools rugby, and when you're joined by some guys from Millfield, Beach and Cliff, it's a pretty potent mix.
The referee just getting a little bit too close to the action for his liking, so it means that Newcastle will restart with a scrum. Again, potentially a slightly unorthodox backline set up there for Newcastle.
Yeah, one thing they are doing, they're certainly giving it some width. They're painting some pictures that this ball is looking to go wide. But again, another penalty against Bath, and these penalties now are building up, and they're giving easy opportunities to Newcastle. Mark and Craig Lilly will be keen to make sure that Bath don't concede these penalties, which is giving Newcastle piggyback opportunities up the field.
And it's a good nudge from Junior Newton to give Newcastle a good bit of ground in which to attack from. Oliver. Ball in hand. The Barnard Castle boy throws good arrows and down it comes. It's somewhere in the middle of there, I promise you. Oliver wrestling for possession. Jacob Oliver, it's a captain's contribution. And Newcastle Falcons fly their way into the lead.
Well, originally I thought Bath had done a good job at that line out, competing, which messed any type of momentum that Newcastle had. But they reorganised themselves very, very quickly. And that man leading from the front, Jacob Oliver, sniffing an opportunity and springing into action and jumping and diving over the whitewash.
Very well taken score there from Oliver. And after being 12 points down in with not very many minutes played, Ben Redshaw here has the chance to create a tidy 5-point deficit. It's a lovely kick from Ben Redshaw, and it's a 17 points to 12 game.
I think what we have seen, Will, we've seen an all-court game from Newcastle. We've seen not only the wide open spaces being exposed, but the tight five getting involved with that line out, and the captain, fantastic, Jacob Oliver, springing over. So what we are seeing, as I said, is an all-court game from Newcastle, which will really pose Bath some problems. They need to get a grip of this game.
In a similar vein to the first game that we had at 9:30 this morning. Yes, it was this morning, feels like years ago now, but Saracens went up 2 scores up early doors, and Midlands crept their way back as the half unfolded. In a similar fashion here, Newcastle getting themselves back on top against Bath, and it's a good nudge there from Lucas Rowell. It's going to sit up for Charlie Brooke. What does he see in front of him? Feels as though the nudge in reply is the best option. A little bit of kick tennis underway here. Davis, despite his Welsh-sounding name, he's currently training with the England Under-18s. What are your thoughts on that, Gethin? I mean, surely we can get him in a red shirt.
Well, I know he's from just on the Lougher estuary in Swansea there, but spending most of his time now at Millfield School, and has had a massive impact on their rugby programme, and most importantly, he's getting opportunities to develop his skills with England, and obviously with Millfield, which is a brilliant nursery for young players.
Not the first Millfieldian to tread on this surface. Many have come from Millfield to play at Premiership Rugby level. Ewan Davis may very well be another one to add to that list in a few years' time. Liongar has a few years still left in the academy system, only under 16. Given a chance to start this afternoon. Redshaw, he goes for height rather than distance and looks to make it a competition in the air. Ball still bobbling around, and could work here for Bennett Seller. Lovely hands and dexterity there from Bar Timmins. The offload's good. Can they get there in the corner? Oh, Graham was nearly home and dry, but it was superb work from his counterpart, Tom Burton, who came across from his left wing to save Newcastle Falcons' blushes and keep them in the lead.
Yeah, that was a 50-50 opportunity for Bath, and it was made in a more advantageous position because of Billy Sellers' dexterity and his ability to get the ball out of contact. He's put a great shift in so far during this half defensively, but showing, again, those subtle skills to be able to get those guys on the outside channel. Some great work by Billy Seller.
Newcastle Falcons certainly under the cosh here. Using Ruben Parsons, a name we haven't mentioned so far. Big Cumbrian lad, still only under 17. Although he does look like he's got 2 kids and a mortgage.
I think he drove the bus here.
Good exit play, though, from Newcastle. Damage limitation, certainly, as we creep towards half-time.
Yeah, despite the fact that Newcastle have taken the lead, Bath have got too much quality within their ranks for them to be kept quiet for too long. We've seen the ability that they've had, certainly in that first 10 or 15 minutes, and they'll come again, which makes this a pretty intriguing first half of rugby.
Pyken, it slips through the hands of Jack Bennett, but still Bath ball at the moment. Legs are pumping. Down the blind side goes Davis. That's opportunistic, but it flies through everyone's hands and will go out for a Newcastle Falcons line-out.
No, great. It was a right decision by the young halfback, but then unfortunately wasn't able to quite execute correctly. It doesn't matter. They're trying. They're finding the opportunities. Just a little bit more accuracy, and they'll get the benefits.
Oliver with the throw. Falls down for Newton here, and time for Kane James to get his mitts all over it. Hands from Oliver. Already scored 1, and he's making headway towards the line once more. That little chip over the top. Bit of a headache for Lucas Graham to try and get hold of, and he does ever so well there. Through the hands, and big shots coming in from those in red, but still the ball in the hands of Casey Pike now. That's cheeky out the back door, and away goes George Cotterill. Ball inside, it's Millfield combined. Cotterill out wide, back into Davis. Scores underneath the sticks, and Bath Rugby get themselves right back in this fixture.
Yeah, as we were just talking a couple of minutes ago, Will, it shows the quality that they have within their midst. Not only the power up front, their ability to counter-attack, ball to the edge, and like any good scrum half, following in on that inside line, almost like an open sides line, a scrum half's line, ball back in the inside to Ian Davis.
And a little word on that out the back from Casey Pike. I mean, he's a hooker, for goodness sake. Doesn't he know his place?
Not sure if he needed the out the back pass, but it looked good. It was certainly effective.
Well, it set up the chance for George Cotterill, who, to be fair to him, did very well to keep the ball alive. That pass wasn't an easy one to find his schoolmate on the inside. We see a lot of times opportunities there falling short, but Davis managed to get over the line, and Langar will convert one of his more easier kicks, and Bath nudge themselves in front. 2-point game.
Yeah, doesn't it show how unpredictable this game when you've got two teams going at it hammer and tongs, but more importantly both teams going at it so positively, looking to play with ball in hand, looking for opportunity, looking for space, and it certainly sets it up for an exciting game, an exciting half, or certainly the last 7 minutes.
Davis, very low driven, and that will call our half. 35 minutes played here at the Stone X, and it's been a game that's on a knife's edge. Bath hit early with 2 scores via George Timmins, and then a brace from Redshaw, accompanied by A score from the captain, Jacob Oliver, nudged Newcastle Falcons in the lead, but late on in that second half, it was the work of George Cottrell and Ewan Davis combining to put Bath back into the ascendancy as we head for half-time oranges. Score at the break here at the StoneX is Bath 19, Newcastle Falcons 17.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one.
Right, here we go then. Match number 5 of 7. Premiership Rugby Under-18s League Finals Day. There are 14 Under-18s academies. 8 of them have already played. And because of the travel restrictions, this normally, if all being fair, would have been the first match of the day. The playoff for last place, 13th, 14th playoff between Midlands West and Exeter Chiefs. But because of travel with the likes of Exeter and Newcastle having to come so far, they're in the middle of the day. Makes it only fair. But we are underway, and Midlands West through the boot of Jed Finlay push themselves up to the 22-metre line. Well, the matches so far have turned up a huge amount of points. It's been a real festival of running rugby and try scoring. Oscar Beckerleg gets the ball back off the miscontrol. And Exeter, playing in white, will move themselves through. That is Jeremy Tweemer. You may recognise the name. He has some famous relatives playing rugby, just in the men's and the women's game. But Jeremy Tweemer is in England camps as well, and will be a very key part of the Exeter Chiefs side this afternoon. I'm going to say this afternoon. We're moving towards the evening, aren't we? Still just about the afternoon. Tanswell will feed this back line. Good defensive shot on Ollie Critchley, who was put on his back. It's number 7, Barnaby Elderkin. Can play across the back row, Elderkin. England under-18 camps he's enjoyed as well. 4 tries as well this season for Elderkin. In this competition, we'll be looking to add to that tally. Tanswell, again, feeds this back line. Josh Golden-Clark, wearing 15 on his back, takes a little bit of a trundle. This is Rhys Williams. Elderkin plays conduit. Half a gap exploited by Findlay. Referee's loud blast signifies transgression from Midlands West. Midlands West, of course, the setup that the RFU intervened with since the demise of Worcester Warriors. And Mark Mapletop was with us a little bit earlier talking about exactly the slightly different setup. You know, a lot of these Exeter players are in a club and are on a journey, hopefully upwards for them as far as they possibly can at the club. It's not the same for Midlands West. It's the end of their academy journey effectively today. They need to be picked up potentially if they want to play rugby by other academies. So today a shop window for the likes of Midlands West. Potentially looking to make a case against their opposition today. Another penalty to the Chiefs, and there's not even a smidgen of a thought towards the posts. They're going to kick it into the corner. Little catch up on what happened earlier. First game, Saracens won 43-31 against Midlands Central, formerly Wasps. Sale Sharks racked up an absolute score against Gloucester, 66-19. Let's see how this pans out. Round the corner comes Edson, a former centre, and he knows his way towards the try line, as the referee said that it's been held up. He has. Good defensive play, I think. Got underneath the ball. I'm not sure exactly who it was. Maybe George Bennett underneath it all there. He's certainly in amongst it. And yeah, George Edson with the blonde hair. You normally a centre. I've certainly seen him play in the centre for Exeter Chiefs. But they are very short on hookers. They don't even have a hooker on the bench, Exeter Chiefs. So Edson is going to have to play the whole game at hooker. Hopefully he doesn't get injured. That will cause more problems. Referee unhappy with Oscar Beckerleg. The large lock forward from Truro College coming in at the side. Just to update you as well, Harlequins played for 7th and 8th place. They won well, 53 points to 19 over Yorkshire. And then 9th and 10th place was played for Bath against Newcastle. Bath won an absolute humdinger there, 41-32. So we're not doing things by halves on Under-18s finals day. Lots of tries being scored. The conditions are absolutely perfect. The wind has almost disappeared. Temperature's perfect for rugby. And Exeter are really causing trouble at the breakdown, and they've robbed the ball off Midlands West. But the Midlands West side will get the ball back because the referee has seen an infringement. Good kick to touch from Jed Finley. Picked over Ben Cohen this afternoon. Not 100% sure whether that's injury or form, but Cohen not on the bench. Sorry, Conliffe. Tomlinson. The big man, Emmanuel Olole. Trying to knock down doors. Also joining him, Loic Kesey. Kesey presents it well. Can lift to the line. Looked as though it went a little bit forward. The referee's seen it. Conliffe, the outside half from Star Point High School for Midlands West. 36 points this season, including 1 try. Certainly like to add to that this afternoon. Scrum time. Jacob Tompkinson, Loic Kesey and Emmanuel Olole. Front row for Midlands, and on the far side opposite them, Callum Arnold, George Edson, Ollie Critchley packing down. Scrum halves in opposition to each other. Will Tanswell as the put in. Billy McDonough, the captain of Midlands West, is putting the pressure on. There is Finley down the field, mentioning him being picked over Ben Cohen. Good counter-attack from George Tomlinson, but well marshalled by the Exeter Chiefs defence. Ball looked as though it almost gone through the hands there. Manages to hold on to it. Wide they go. Sam Hawes with the blue scrum cap on. Ball presented on halfway. Will Owen from Ellesmere College. There goes Conliffe, and the ball is spilt. Such a feature of today. Under-18s hitting hard and dislodging the ball. An acrobatic display to try and keep the ball in. Doesn't quite work. The assistant referee on the far side says foot was in touch. I think that's Jack Kinder on the far side from Solihull. Solihull School. Loads of people tuning in from schools around the country, following their men. Good to have you with us. Finals day, Premiership Under-18 finals day. 2 matches to come. Bristol versus Leicester, the 3rd, 4th playoff, and then the final. The 2 teams placed in first place in their conferences in the north and the south From the north, Northampton Saints, and from the South London Irish, they will battle against each other at 7 o'clock this evening. Do stick that one in your short-term memory banks. Come back for that if you're going anywhere else. It should be a really, really good game. And you're not doing anything else with your Sunday night, are you? Come on, let's face it. Rescued. Line out was a little short, but Pit Brereton race was equal to it, managed to grab it. Exeter will play with this. Tuima, back line, opens up, and all the way on the left-hand touchline is Rhys Williams. And he crosses over, finishes the move off. Made well by a good catch and drive, players being tied in. And with the extra space out on the left-hand touchline, Rhys Williams of Truro College scampers home. Tricky kick for Jed Finley. And he just pushes it to the right.
So the score, Midlands West 0, Exeter Chiefs 5.
Opening score then. Chiefs have it. 5 points to the good. Doesn't quite work for Beckerleg, but ambitious to try it. Certainly the name of the game today. Tuima's going to try and chase that one. Lovely touch on from him. Just releases them down the left-hand touchline. Try scorer Williams is called into action once more. Chiefs again, looking good. Tuima comes back against the tide, if you like. It's wrapped up by about 3 or 4 Midlands West players. And again, quick, fast hands. Beckerleg is still out there, out the back, nonchalantly. These boys have all the handling skills that you could want. Again, good, strong running. Tried the offload, did Edson. Tried to return the pass to Elderkin. Tuima, centre partner, Nick Lilly, wearing 13 on his back. Callum Arnold retrieves the ball after the miss. And the referee says offside, and he's going to bring Jed Finley back because he doesn't feel as though he took it from the right spot, but he was kind of blindsided. Finley took it from behind the referee's back. Kick down the touchline is not going to go in, and Tomlinson is going to try and get an extra couple of yards on it. Doesn't make much of a difference. Exeter's kick was so far into the corner that the only option Tomlinson had was to probably gain an extra 3 or 4 yards. Edson, as I say, normally a centre, so line-out throwing probably a little bit foreign to him, but this is more like it. This is Edson, and the offload doesn't quite work. Tuima, and it's like a little bit of netball. Ball bouncing around, referee will pull a stop to it. Midlands West having their scrum turned on their own line, and the pass to their number 12, Frankie Jeffries, wasn't great, and the Malvern College boy unfortunately dropped it, which means now they've got their work cut out in the shadow of their own posts. They're going to have to try and defend this, no doubt, aggressive Exeter Chiefs scrum. Tanswell. Backs have spread themselves. They go both ways. They choose right. And the ball has been spilt, but actually picked up by Golden Clark. Golden Clark making amends. And around the outside they go. The reach from Lilly, I think. Has he made enough? He's certainly getting the plaudits. No, it's not. No, on the far side, the touch judges, the assistant referee's flag is up. You see, I can't. I'm just too hopeful. Looked a great reach from Lilly. Not to be. Well, this could work though. Oh, it's going to be far too easy. I think Elderkin has grabbed this one out of the air and dabbed it down. It was as simple as that. Sometimes a misfiring line out so close to your line could be absolute death knell. See who it is. There's two players, well, there's three players out there with scrum caps. It could be, I could have credited the wrong person there, that could be Ben Hobbs who's snatched that one. He and Elderkin, rather unfortunately, are wearing the same coloured scrum cap, which for an old man like myself does make things pretty difficult. Maybe you should coordinate these things. You know, maybe I should start handing out coloured scrum caps. That would be a way forward, wouldn't it? Just get players wearing certain colours and I'd know who they were. I think this might be something I can do. Jed Finley not successful with his kick.
The score, Midlands West 0, Exeter.
So a try for Rhys Williams, and we will credit Ben Hobbs with it. A try for Ben Hobbs. Neither are converted, so just the 10 points. Restart for Midlands West is high and hanging. Sun is almost down. See the long shadows at the Stone X here in North London. Barnet Copthall is where we're at. Of course, you'll recognise it, I'm sure, if you're an avid rugby watcher. One of the more famous grounds in the Gallagher Premiership. Left they go. Numbers if they can use them. Ball wouldn't quite sit for the man who caught it. Had to grapple with it round the back. And he's turned the ball over, and all of a sudden Exeter have got it, and they're going to push their way forward from their own 22. Seen a fair bit of this today at under-18s level. Defensive kicking isn't potentially something they like. It's a bit of an attacking kicking. And oh my goodness, Tuima has just done some absolute Hollywood offloading. And it's going to work. Look, they're going to make it down this left-hand side. Lilly, who was robbed earlier. The pass wouldn't stick. Finley couldn't hold on to it. Goodness me, I want to see that offload again from Tuima. Jeremy Tuima. Brother Russ Tuima is in the back row. Sister Langy Tuima is an Industrial England centre. He's got it in his blood, but goodness me, that offload was audacious with a capital. Oh, amazing. Absolutely extraordinary. Midlands West have got to build again from their own 5-metre line. Jeffries has done well to create that first carry. It creates a little bit more of an angle for Conliffe. Here goes Golden Clark, another of the blue scrum-capped brigade. No good. And we're off again. Matty Walker, 13 on his back, making his way up into the Exeter 22. And again, Exeter seem to have turned the ball over. And Oscar Beckerleg thinks that he's a fly half and has tried to kick it, and this might work. It wasn't the greatest of kicks by any stretch of the imagination, but Exeter could make this work. Bobby Wigington is wiggling his way into the 22. Chiefs need a little bit of quick hands. It could work. It bounces around. Where's the ball? Someone grab it. They are going to go all the way back anyway. And there's no let up. Forward they come, Edson. Chiefs, inside ball, Finley. No, full pass. Poor old Callum Arnold thought he'd got an assist there. Scrum reset, but this time I think it's going to be Exeter Chiefs' ball. Hence the hooping and hollering from the sideline. Feed to this scrum is Will Tanswell's. Tanswell's waiting for it. They break left. And Williams is going to steal him for a second. Super hands along the line. Nice, quick and accurate. Finley was involved. The break from Hobbs from the back of the scrum. Dear old Rhys Williams has 2 scores to his name. They haven't been anything more than rudimentary. I can safely say that, but still, he's had to finish them. Had to go low and get the ball down. He's done just that. Hasn't made either of his first 2 kicks in this game, Jed Finley. And it's almost carbon copy of the one that he had from out here before.
The score,
15 now.
15.
3 tries. No conversions. Over 20 minutes gone. 35-minute halves if you're just joining us here at under-18 level. 35-minute halves at the moment today. No stoppages either. Because the games are being played back-to-back, any injuries or stoppages theoretically are incorporated within the game. So we can't have games overrunning. Otherwise the game at the end will run on forever. Williams has got another go here down the left-hand touch line. It's been fed by Golden Clark. And who have I got here? Who's sat down next to me here?
Hi, nice to meet you.
How are we?
Good, thank you.
You've got heavily invested sort of process here, haven't you, with Exeter? I mean, are we going to get you to sort of give us the inside track on any of these boys?
Obviously, it's been a little bit of a frustrating year in terms of results, but you've got some quality young players coming through. Our under-17s, obviously Reece Williams on the wing has scored 2 tries. We've got some quality players in here. The performances necessarily haven't been there, but from our perspective, we're pleased with how the individuals are going.
Yeah, Ricky Pello's voice is the one alongside me, and I think you can be certainly proud of some of the performances you've had throughout. It's been we were talking about the Southern Conference and just how competitive it is, and you will probably reckon on that. I know you finished bottom of the pile, but a lot of your performances, nip and tuck, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think obviously London Irish are in the main final, and we came close to turning them over. They ran away with the game down in the last sort of 10-15 minutes, but from that perspective, I think anyone could beat anyone in that league, and that's what's been really good about this competition, that exposes a lot of young players to some top quality rugby.
And a long journey for you as well. What time did you set off?
It wasn't too bad actually. We left at 9, so okay. I think obviously with the later kick-off it allowed us to get here. Usually the boys are leaving Cornwall at like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Well, will you be sticking around? I mean, obviously you probably can't. I suppose you've got to get back. But as a man interested in this level of rugby, what a festival this day is.
Yeah, it is. If you look at the quality of the players on show here today, it shows the strength of where we are from an under-18 perspective as in England. And there's been some quality games. It's obviously the final will be later, but some of the performances have been put in for some individuals throughout these group stages have been outstanding.
Let's see what Exeter can do from this line out. Short of a few hookers at the moment. Dear old George Edson, who's normally a centre, is throwing in and unfortunately doesn't get it straight. You have got problems with hookers, haven't you?
Look, George is a quality player. He's been in the midfield. He broke into the England 18s last season and went on tour with them. I think this year it's been an opportunity with a few injuries, with Louis Gully obviously coming out with concussion, that to have a look at him. It's something that moving forward, if he moves into the next development pathway, is something that could work for him. So it's not just because of injuries, it's actually a position that we feel George could play.
He's certainly got the attributes and movement around the park, and represents that new breed of incredibly athletic and fast hookers. Midlands West are going to run it from their own line. We've seen a fair bit of this afternoon. Tomlinson hauled down on the 22, and the counter ruck is good. Back rowers working in tandem there, making it very difficult. And they've got the ball. Up comes Elderkin. Makes his way to the floor. Tanswell brings in the other back rower, Hobbs. Scored by him a little bit earlier in the game. Edson, Beckerleg unable to hold on to it. And we will get a put in at that scrum. Ricky, talk about what it's because the academy is about rugby, obviously, and it's about bringing them through. But also, these are young men going on in their life. What bits do you do from an Exeter Chiefs point of view for the whole person? Does that make sense? Because I mean, obviously, we could talk about the rugby, but also, what do you do as far as the whole person is concerned?
Yeah, obviously, coming down from the senior perspective, we've got a big backing around their education. I think that's the first thing that we talk around. It's about that they study and they work for something outside of rugby. So we have real good links with Exeter University and universities in and around our area. So from that perspective, we're constantly driving the educational pathway, but also then, like you said, it's about developing young men. So we do a lot of bits around leadership. Rob Hunter, who's our head forwards coach, who was in part of the army, he does a lot of work with our senior squad, but we also look at that as well. So like you said, it's about developing the individuals on the field, but also off it as well. So we've got a lot of guest speakers that come in and work on all the areas that one will develop young men, but also give them the tools to to deal with life as well.
Exeter into the 22, and more good interplay between forwards and backs there. Golden Clark linking up with Hobbs and Tuima, and I think what's obvious, not just from Exeter's point of view, is just how interchangeable everyone seems to be. Everyone seems to be able to play the ball and play the situation in front of them, and that must be really pleasing. Yeah,
I think obviously you'll always have structures to how you want to attack and how you want to defend, but also it's about that player being an individual within those roles. So you look at both teams today, they're about looking to keeping the ball alive, they're looking to attack space, and if you have that and you have the tools to do that, that's going to create an attacking style that you can put defences under pressure, but also those individuals that can deal with high pressure situations.
And tackle missed in the midfield, and up come Midlands West, and they kick the ball. Matty Walker thought that was the best option to try and find touch or find one of his runners behind him, and they get into the 22. Well, fantastic to have you with us, Ricky Pello. You don't have to stay, you can go if you want, but it's always a great insight to have, and actually with a day like we have today, I think the more voices, the more ideas we have, the better, most certainly. Conscious of the fact that you might have to get messages on, but there you go.
No, I'm okay with that. I think the most pleasing thing, if you look at obviously Midland West, they're looking to play as well, and they're dangerous in the midfield, and they're 12 and 13, they're looking at running quality lines, so it's not just obviously what Exeter looking to do, they're obviously attacking space well as well.
I'm going to ask you a difficult question in a moment. We'll just see how Exeter get out of this particular bind that they find themselves in. Midlands West putting pressure on the breakdown. Tanswell back to Finley. Finley looks for that touchline, the ball doesn't go out. Midlands West will try and run it back. Offload. Tomlinson. Conliffe is going to get caught up in the stinging nettles. Good hit on Will Owen, but he manages to keep the ball. Again, pressure at the ruck. Inside ball doesn't quite work. Referee's going to say scrum time. So, my question, Ricky Pello, is this. The team you're playing against today doesn't have, at the moment, a team in which they were going to go into. Those players out there will want, potentially, the best players will want it. Yeah. Is there any part of you that's looking long-term at anyone? Do you come here thinking, well, that if there are players who don't have anywhere to go, might there be sort of promise in another academy for them?
I think any academy we're looking at, other academies as well, not to be poaching players, but also, for example, there might be a handful of players that want to go down the educational route and that side, but also as well, for example, when I first started, we had the South West England Rugby Academy. It looked like it's happening now, and we look to produce players to move off to Saracens, to Gloucester, to Bristol, to Bath, and it was about producing the players. So for these guys now, it's an opportunity for them to one, show all the other academies what they're capable of doing, but also, like you said, to take those first steps on either a professional route, but also a route, whether it might be down the educational route, linked to a club. So I think from that perspective, this is what's so good about the fact that these clubs or these areas have managed to stay together and keep the academy running as well, which has been pleasing. And the benefit of obviously having it all on one day today, all in one space, that everyone can get here and have a look. Yeah, definitely. I think even for the guys that have maybe missed out from the England 18 squads, the coaches will be here and watching these games, and there'll be a few players that will put their hands up that maybe could come into the squads at a later date. So there's multiple things that these days are really good for. Oh, another great offload, and Frankie Jeffries is away. Jeffries just needs to look for an extra person. Oh, the offload, does it work? It doesn't sit up. Matty Walker just spilt it, I think. But again, from a way of looking at it, from a purely independent, sort of unbiased point of view, that is what you're looking young players to do, to break the line and find the offload. Definitely, I think, what they're doing, they're playing to their strengths. They've gone down the 12-13 channel again. Obviously, Extra a little bit space there. We need to get a little bit tighter, but like you said, they've then been able to offload and keeping the ball alive. And if that last pass had gone there, that'd be a hell of a try. Not just from a under-18 perspective, that would be a quality try in any game you played. And it's the Chiefs now who have to defend their own line. It's an absolutely perfect late afternoon. The wind has
disappeared. It was getting a bit gusty earlier today. There was quite in the first game we had, there was quite a big breeze walking down the pitch, but I think that's gone. Not really tell from up here, but I don't think the breeze is with us anymore. Certainly would have helped in this situation, would help the kick out. Put into this scrum is Will Tanswells, and we will hope for a good hook and a steady position. They will have a little run. Tweemer, good family connections as mentioned. It looks a very good prospect for Exeter. The kick isn't one of the best ones, and just enables a bit of a counter here potentially for Midlands West. They have to go back to go and get the ball. Matthew Walker has to turn, but the offload is strong.
Oh, good carry.
Whoa, really good carry, an inside ball as well. Lovely score. Jack Kinder is going to go underneath the posts almost. And lovely to see that Midlands West are just finding their mojo. Never want anyone to come to finals day and not put some good rugby together. And that, they threatened it a few moments earlier, Ricky Pello. That was a really nice score.
Yeah, it was. They attacked a different area then. Obviously, they've been looking to come up the middle and making breaks there. They saw the space on the edge and they moved it well at speed. And then that carry on the outside was outstanding and keeping the ball alive. So from a rugby perspective, that was a hell of a try.
Yeah, really nice and a really good representation of the skills on show here at Under-18s Premiership Finals Day. We had Mark Mapletoft on a little bit earlier talking about how much rugby he has to watch at a weekend to get through all the videos of making sure that he sees everyone.
Yeah, definitely.
It's quite a job.
It is. From my perspective, like watching the Under-18s games and having to watch, obviously, Sale building into this week as coaches now, it is all about the games you're watching and analysing and seeing the players in different formats as well.
Conversion is good, and so for a half-time score we have Midlands West with 7 points, Exeter Chiefs on 15. Half-time Oranges will be chewed upon. It's still all to play for in this game. Could be a fascinating second half. Lots of rugby still here. Keep it with us on the YouTube channel. We'll talk to you in a bit.
Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one.
Welcome back to the Stonex Stadium, where things start to get a little bit more serious as the sun sets here in North London. The floodlights come on and we get down to business. It's to find out who's going to place third and fourth within the Under-18 League. Bristol Bears versus Leicester Tigers, the current champions against the regular finalists. My name is Will Roberts, alongside me Sam Roberts for this occasion. So what can we expect from this encounter? I mean, it's going to be certainly you'd think decided up front.
Yeah, I think you've got to look at that. Obviously the 10s will play a part. Tom Threlfall for Leicester, moving them around the field. Finn Fielder as well will have a part to play. He's got his hands on the ball at the moment. But the front rows, Louis Trevitt wearing 1 for Bristol. It's up against Henry Mountford at tight head for Leicester. I think scrum time, and those big boys, is going to be where this is decided.
Key to note, a late change for Leicester Tigers. Bronson Mellows, wearing Q because they use letters rather than numbers, is on. Tom Wand will play no part in today's game. That is a big blow, losing someone like Tom Wand. He's played in the finals day last year in this third and fourth playoff. Also involved in England camps as well, so a big chance for under-17s Bronson Mellows to start from the off, but it's Bristol with a bit of ascendancy going forward to begin with. There's Trevitt and that tussle that we mentioned about early on. Fielder shipping the ball. Good movement from the fly half. He gets it again and invites Tom Gardner onto the ball. Out through the back door now go Bristol. It's Jacob Mitchell, the Zimbabwean.
Almost a counter-up. Yeah, it is a counter-up. Good work from Leicester over the ball. Breakdown's going to be so crucial today. Has been all day since we started going at 9:30. But the breakdown there, Leicester just applying a little bit of pressure. Good move through by
Sam Williams, that was.
Yeah, George Perkins also doing a good job.
And the ball is nudged down field and heads into the 22. This is Leicester bread and butter, really. Taken at the top of the tree, and here goes Mellows. Back in field, and straight through they go.
The missed pass has worked there. I don't think he was meant to get that, and it's worked because it missed the original recipient. Leicester have unlocked the door early.
I think they've swapped shirts, and that's Sam Williams who scored, wearing G. Either way, it's a fortuitous score for Leicester Tigers to open their account.
Harry Clark went to catch the ball and didn't, and almost sort of tisked, almost was fed up with the fact that he hadn't caught it, and there was Williams on hand to steal in.
And Ben Taylor, the skipper, will try and add the extras here.
He does.
Good work from him. It's a 7-point game.
Yeah, Oakham schoolboy Harry Simpson's out injured. Ben Taylor at 15 today for Leicester.
Yeah, would usually be used at fly half, but due to that injury to Simpson, he's remained at full-back where he was in his under-17s days, this time last year at Six Ways. Bristol, though, will not roll over. They will be looking to try and get a score early on. Jamie Howick with that indistinguishable mullet at 13, but it's a bit of deja vu as a breakdown penalty in an almost identical position on the field for Leicester Tigers to work with here.
Again, lost his footing, didn't he, on the way down, did Howick, and cause a lot of problems, but Leicester Tigers are really up for this. Over the ball, on it, and not letting go. Know that they have to get into this Bristol team early.
Harry Clark, ball in hand. He's now with 10 tries. He's the top try scorer. It's a Premiership Rugby Under-18s record. 10 tries. No one's got into double digits before. Harry Randall, Jude Williams and Charlie Reynolds-West all with 9 tries. That's a few star names in that bracket, which Harry Clark has introduced himself into, but that maul not working out as well as they usually do, but nevertheless still more ill discipline from Bristol Bears, and Ben Taylor will thump it back into the 22 and they'll go again.
The line out isn't quite working at under-18s level. I mean, it's good, but there have been a fair few that have flown over the top, and if you have your wits about your under-18 level, you can really make it pay at the back of a line out.
Harry Clark, relatively unorthodox, but manages to collect the ball here. Galley on towards Mellows. Galley again at 9. Lovely hands out wide, and Leicester holding the ball within the Bristol 22 will have their alarm bells ringing defensively. It's Clark again. Almost directly underneath the posts. Ball available, Starkey. Leicester Tigers still driving. And with the help of Mountford, his front row partner Clark was also close. There's only a few synthetic blades of grass separating them, but knock on given.
Yeah, Bristol will be happy with that. They stood firm. Leicester were coming hard and fast at them, and they just had to keep patient, keep their form, not transgress, not give away a penalty themselves. And some good tackles have dislodged the ball.
And I think there's been a nasty shoulder injury there.
He was immediately with his hand in the air, wasn't he? As soon as that hit was made, he turned around and looked at the bench.
Sam Williams. Yeah, I think it's just on his shoulder there. And he was in significant discomfort. Yeah, look, he knows something's up. And I think this is going to be the end of the road for Sam Williams. Not nice to see at all. I imagine potentially Jamie Talbot could come on, Felton Tando. I think it's going to be Felton Tando, actually.
Sad to see. Never like to see anyone going off injured at any stage, but so early on in the game as well. He was having making a good impression on things. So, yeah, shame for the Leicester Academy boys to lose one of their own so early on.
I think that actually might be Oz Thomas who's come off. So it's yeah, the second rower. Yeah, I can see that Williams is still on the field, as is Perkins. So yeah, I think it's actually Oz Thomas who's made way, which is why Felton Tando's come on rather than the number 8 Jamie Talbot. That makes a lot more sense.
Well worked out.
At the base of the scrum, that's Tom Gardner. Always aims to get some front foot ball. Ted Phillips, big day for him, starting over Sam Morton-Smith, who injured his shoulder against Quins. him accompanied by Fielder. Those two have been playing a lot of second-team rugby for Clifton College this year, so will be relishing at the chance to show themselves on a much bigger stage. Galley, the Spaniard, Denson College head boy as well. He will fire the ball from the base of the ruck, and it's repelled by Bristol Bears, but another penalty against the Bristolians.
Yeah, not rolling away. I thought the tackle was a little bit dubious. The referee certainly looked at it as it was made and how the player was put down. And it's not that that's been penalised, it's not rolling away, says the referee.
Here it is. Ooh, big shots in there from Kenzie Jenkins. But Ben Taylor just about finds the 22. Another man down. That's Ollie Thraves. One of the only, him and Louis Trevitt were the only two that started the final last year. The only continuums from that last shot at the title, which they were obviously successful with, so it's a big transition. It was him, his second row partner actually, Kenzie Jenkins, and Tom Gardner making the double shot there. I think everyone is good to go. Oh no, one more down on the deck. It's like an episode of Casualty at the moment. We're all named and accounted for. It's an excellent lift, and Leicester got a good platform in which to attack from here. Strong drive through the middle. Galley, desperate for ball, goes out the back, and
lovely
well
pass.
Taken here. It was Elliot Smith driving forward, but bit of daylight robbery from Bristol Bears. Jake Smith, I think, with his hands on the ball. Fielder in the pocket. From a very similar position, he's going to thump it down towards Ben Taylor. Now Taylor plays it across the face towards Alex Garrett on this left wing. And it's knocked on there by George Perkins. Be a scrum to Bristol, who have been under the cosh for the past 5 minutes or so and have done well not to concede any points since that early score.
Yeah, I think Bristol will probably be the happier at the moment. Leicester have asked some serious questions, and I know they're a try in front, but they probably could make a case for having a little bit more. But Bristol have weathered the storm, and if they can get their hands on the ball, get a bit further up the field, it'll take the sting out of the Leicester opening salvo.
Bristol now with a chance to show potentially a little bit of attacking prowess, albeit from their own half. Phillips, he gets the ball back, and Fielder fires it across the face, and there's Jake Smith, and it's Louis Nanskaville out wide. Gardner again. Strong challenge in the middle with Jacob Mitchell. Leicester competing at the breakdown once more, slowing the ball for Ted Phillips, but it's fired across the face. The basics being done to a relatively good standard for Bristol at the moment, but they're getting caught on the back foot time and time again. Phillips, I think, is going to opt for the sky. Goes long as well, right down towards Taylor, who will return the compliment. This one could bounce all the way. Is he going to let it run? Yes, he will.
He was hoping it would. Bounce of the rugby ball can be cruel sometimes, and it just sped up, and as soon as it did, you always thought on this very hard. synthetic pitch that it could have the opportunity in which to go all the way back, and that's a little bit of a killer for Leicester there.
Scrum because the ball went dead. So it's back where Ben Taylor kicked it from. It'd be interesting to see the combination of Jacob Mitchell and Jamie Howick. We don't normally get to see that combination that much. Different schools, and Isaac Campbell-Wu normally operates in the 13 channel for Bristol, so those two combining for a rare occasion here. Phillips is pointed in the right direction as Bristol go back and forth, back and forth. Fielder again across the plane. Archie Pruitt collects it nicely, but Leicester are on the ball again, disrupting things at the breakdown, and that was the work of Elliott Smith, I think, over the ball.
Yeah, third or fourth time that's happened so far in this game. They are waiting and just choosing their moment and locking onto that ball ever so well. A little bit of support was lent to him. The bravery to put your head in that sort of position, even at under-18 level. You need to be made of strong stuff. And he did that, and he got the reward.
I feel like we've watched this before. Harry Clark to throw on the 22-metre line. It was Starkey who rises highest here. Decibel levels rise here at the StoneX as Leicester have the threat of a strong attack in front of them. Jack Teague driving in the 12 shirt. There's Henry Mountford. More one-up runners for Leicester Tigers. Galley trying to orchestrate things at the moment.
Again, good Bristol defence, organising themselves well. Good, strong tackles going in.
Mellows held up momentarily. He flops onto the ground, and the ball is present for Galley. Bristol have been squeezed here. They're going to have to try and stay strong.
Fantastic tackle.
Textbook stuff there from Kenzie Jenkins. He's put in a fair few good shots so far. They might count for very little, though, if Leicester can get over here, and they will.
Stood out for so long, held their line for so long, Bristol, and then just took their eye off it. Their concentration lapsed, and they allowed the runner to get about 3 or 4 metres head start. And the man over.
Sam Williams.
I was going to say, I think it's a back rower. More good play, and Leicester have been pressing. Bristol, I thought, had done enough to keep them out.
Leicester Tigers try scorer George Perkins.
A little bit of confusion over who is who between Sam Williams and George Perkins.
Well, according to the official here, it says here, which was given in. Let's just have a look. It says, let's see who scores it. G. G is Sam Williams.
There we go.
So they're not in order, so the back row goes F, H, G, if you see what I mean. So that's possibly where the confusion comes from. But G, I think, is Sam Williams, according to what we've been given by the teams. And it's a bit frustrating because we want to get the names right. We want to make sure that the right player gets their moment in the sun. But we have to work off the information that's given to us. And on this official team sheet, it does say G, Sam Williams. Bristol keep the ball in and think about pushing towards halfway. Bristol need a little bit of passage time with the ball here.
Quick ball field, a little dab over the top. We've seen that ball bounces in wicked ways on this sort of surface, but he had the advantage and he's used it fully.
Nudge over the top. It's been used to really good effect by certain teams throughout today. As you say, these brand new balls that they're playing with react slightly unusually on this plastic surface. No such luck though there for Bristol, but they do get the kick and they're up to the 22-yard line.
And Oscar Sims-Preston will throw the ball in. SGS college boy, he's started every game so far this season. The common denominator across the Bristol Bears campaign.
Good line out.
Finds the back and he's involved again, and that's lovely deceit. And Tom Gardner was invited onto the ball, as is Jamie Howick. Quick presentation for Bristol to work with. Trevitt can't keep a hold of things.
Free shot.
It was coming though.
Yeah, Leicester being asked to get back. And coughing the ball up, but to no avail. Another penalty, and this looks like it's going to be a quick a tap and go.
Louis Trevitt flicks it on deceptively to Tom Gardner.
I thought he tried to kick that. Did he try to kick that?
Went on the switch, I think. Mitchell. Bristol looking to get their first score of the evening. Gardner met well by Felton Tando. They go out wide. It's a delectable ball out towards Aidan Boshoff in the corner.
What a good pass that is. A vision to see the mismatch, because Leicester were coming up hard and fast, and the pass had to be perfect, and I think it was. Over the top, mismove, Boshoff in the corner.
Archie Pruitt, like an informed fly half, just telegraphing the ball over towards Boshoff. SGF to Clifton.
Yeah, Pruitt will like that. We'll talk about that. One over the top, easy when you play it like that.
It's a well-worked school out for Aidan Boshoff, who's had minutes few and far between for Bristol this season, with the informed Tom Ormsby knocking around. It's been difficult for him to find any game time, but Ormsby unfortunately suffered a knee injury, so Boshoff has the chance on the left wing today, and he's taken it with both hands. Now Fielder will be keen to cut the deficit here. He just about gets that. That's an excellent kick from Finn Fielder.
Really, really good kick from out there. It only just about had enough to get over the bar. So another look at this pass. It's really clever, really creative. Look at the way that Leicester burst up. Ball over the top.
We have a game on our hands here now. Bristol cut themselves within 7 points. But Leicester nick the ball back and are already inside the 22 once more. Galley invites Felix Starkey onto the ball. Two players combining. Hands not fruitful enough for Leicester Tigers. Knock on, and it will be Bristol ball.
Both teams are running such aggressive lines that these passes, unfortunately, are just going behind the runner. it's almost a product of their exuberance to try and hit lines and go as fast as they possibly can, and the accuracy potentially not to do it. Both teams are doing it, and also just occasionally an unnecessary offload, potentially again youth playing a part in it, the need to try and keep that ball alive. And that last move, Bristol tried to offload off the floor, and it wasn't on. And they need to just make sure the right choices are given or taken, and Bristol can definitely find their way most certainly back on level terms if they're careful.
Phillips goes digging, uses Fielder down the blind side, and he pokes a lovely ball through, which Taylor is going to have to think about. Ben Taylor goes high into the now slightly darker North London skies, and Kenzie Jenkins brought it back down to earth. He's been all over the shop in the best possible way so far for Bristol, and he's could be back in action there as he clears the ball out for Tom Gardner.
Kenzie Jenkins has been good so far. Good opening 25 minutes for the Bristol second row.
Fielder once again flat across the face, trying to play really high to the line, but they got the advantage again. Offside again, potentially that air of over eagerness creeping into the defence as well.
Another example. Not only are Leicester too fast and too quick off the line, almost Bristol are as well. They're just making it so difficult to make those catches behind them. But they get the advantage and they're back up into the 22.
Sims Preston. This is not where Bristol are strong, and they've shown that there. Instead, it's Harry Clark who sets off, but he's held up nicely. There's Ollie Thraves making a nuisance of himself in that ruck. Galley is going to have to go digging to try and find the ball.
Yeah, Bristol have slowed it down well. And actually turned it over.
Unplayable. And because Leicester took it in, it'll be Bristol ball. Definitely saved their blushes off that poor line-out attempt.
Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit earlier, the failure at line-out sometimes to hit their man at the top means that a lot of ball today has drifted over the top, and moments like that, open sides have made hay. Bristol ball though in this put into this scrum.
A flat line of Fielder, Mitchell and Howick presented to Phillips here. Boshoff is creeping round the near side, and Smith and Nanseville are slightly deeper, so that's how Bristol are lining up here, keeping their cards very close to their chest. But you can imagine some form of deceit will be played here by the Bristolians. Fielder holding all the cards at the moment. Need to get it out this scrum first, and we mentioned that important battle between Louis Trevor and Henry Mountford.
Better scrum. Oh, just as I call it. Bristol fold a little.
They're on the back foot here, so they may not be able to produce exactly what they would have wanted. The ball's offloaded well. Howick will have his hands on the ball. Round the corner comes Louis White. Shot on Tom Gardner as he's repelled.
Oh,
Jenkins. Leicester Tigers with some aggressive shots coming in. Ollie Thraves. There's Trevor. Fielder, that's nice, but it's intercepted by Ben Taylor, who immediately goes boot to ball and blows things wide open for Bristol. Boshoff, who's wrapped up in the tackle.
It's done well there, really, Boshoff.
Had to. Leicester were chasing them down. And now Fielder is going to have to go back to the boot and re-engage in midfield. That's Tom Threlfall. Little dink over the top, working for Maisatala. No. Still Leicester ball, though. Hands in the midfield, and they're just trying to creep towards that outside edge. Bristol will need to fold here. Little knock on. Penalty given, though.
Well, referee's marching upfield for offside, I think.
I think the assistant referee was helping him out slightly there. And Ben Taylor just gets a few extra inches to apply to this kick. Nudged comfortably into the 22. 5 minutes left to go. Leicester still with a 7-point advantage, but haven't scored in about 20 minutes, so I'll be keen to get back on the score sheet before the half-time oranges. Up goes Starkey. Ball to the back with Harry Clark. He sticks it up his jumper and holds as this maul crabs along towards the posts. Now it's gaining some form of pace as Bristol bring it down illegally, so it's a free roll of the dice for Galley, and the ball dropped onto the foot of Jack Teague. Didn't work out. There's Ollie Thraves, I think, who's down, so we'll have to wait up here.
Yeah, I'm reminded, of course, Leicester wearing their letters on the back of the ABC club, and you can almost see them in action there at the back of that rolling maul. Harry Clark hanging on to it, but with all his mates in front of him, trying to make it work, and Bristol get in the horrible position. And it's actually the man, Ollie Thraves, who's injured, who looks as though he took that down.
I think he's paid the ultimate price for it.
Yeah, he does look in a little bit of discomfort with that shoulder. Getting it looked at by the physios. Yeah, he's not happy, is he?
Yeah, he's going to come off, and I think it could be Yorkham Huller to come on. It will be.
Already lost 1 second row in this game to the sidelines. We look as though we're going to lose another.
One for either side. Huller, previously a winger. So he's come off the bench in a fair few occasions. Started a few as well, but I imagine none as high pressured as this. Still only under 17 too, so you lose that year of experience with Ollie Thraves. Starkey, and they may need every ounce of experience to hold out Leicester here. They will. It's inevitable. Death, taxes, and Leicester scoring driving balls.
Is this Sam Williams again? Working again. He gets the hold of the ball at the back there. Yeah, I think he springs forward, is it? Yes, it is. The number 8, Sam Williams. I think Harry Clark was quite interested in getting his hands on the ball, but Sam Williams wasn't interested at all. And the door sort of sprang open, and he sort of leapt through it. And Taylor's got the kick in tee and is eyeing up the full complement of points.
Taylor will line things up here. Strong leader within camp, Ben Taylor. And he's looking to curl it in and just goes wide of the red posts. And we will restart here, so it's a 12-point game. Bristol's uphill climb just become that little bit steeper.
Yeah, but we've seen today, haven't we, just how these games can swing one way and then the other, quite viciously at times. Lots of points being scored by one side. And then all of a sudden, the other side get a bit of a foothold. And maybe that could happen today in this fourth playoff between Bristol and Leicester. Leicester certainly need a little bit of something in this game.
Superb kick from Tom Threlfall, and Jake Smith is going to try and return it in hand. Two young fly halves, both at under 17 level, showing the aspirations and belief in which both these academies have towards their young 10s. It's such a pivotal position. And the kick of Threlfall there, setting up this platform for Leicester Tigers to potentially pounce from.
Yeah, another spill, another mishandling moment, and the Tigers will be licking their lips at this. Again, running it out. It's almost as if he goes to offload it. Does Gardner. And as he did so, he lost the ball, and Tigers have prime piece of real estate here, right in the middle of the pitch. Action both sides. They can strike from here.
The scrum, a key cog in this game's narrative. It's certainly been the way of Leicester so far in this game. Even when it hasn't been their put-in, they've had the dominant shove, so could be eyeing up creaking a penalty out of Bristol here. Louis Trevitt and Louis White will look to hold strong, and it's actually come out Bristol's way. But we'll go into the half, a little confidence boost to take us into the break.
Yeah, Bristol are behind at the moment, but if they can just keep their heads in the second half, maybe, just maybe, they can find their way back, and it should be a fascinating next 35 minutes. Leicester in control, but Bristol's still there or thereabouts. Let's see what happens in about 5 minutes' time when we come back.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one.
ladies and gentlemen, it is the final. It's been a long time coming. If you've been with us for the whole time, thank you and congratulations. Hell of a day's rugby started at 9:30 this morning, and here is the final. Northampton Saints versus London Irish. Both of these sides only lost one game this season, this campaign. Both rightfully at the top of their respective conferences. Northampton the top of the north, London Irish the top of the south. And we will have an encounter for you this evening. I hope you're enjoying your Sunday evening. The next hour and a bit will be a perfect complement to whatever you're doing. Under-18s rugby is a real festival. And I have a feeling these two sides are going to serve up something wonderful. Alongside me from @YoungRugby on Instagram and Twitter, Will Roberts. Great to have you with us. What can we expect this evening?
Thank you, and yes, this is going to be a really exciting encounter between two teams that are really, really up for it here. I think this battle is going to be won and lost in two particular positions. Two head-to-heads I'm very excited about. In the backs, the 15s, Toby Cousins versus Ben Frampton. Both players stand out in their own right. Toby Cousins being moved from 13 to wing to full-back. He played for the England Under-20s that came off the bench a few weeks ago. Ben Frampton, a live wire for Wellington, and in the forwards it will be Henry Pollock versus Finn Worley-Brady as Pollock gets the ball there, and we'll be able to see him strut his stuff in on the top stage here.
Henry Pollock there for all to see the intensity that he will bring. Northampton come forward, a mishandling by Rory Hollis wearing 10, and the Irish crowd is built to about 500, well, I'd say about 750, maybe 1,000 people are here in person. More and more people are trailing in. Obviously the final, the bigger ticket, the one that most people have come to see. A lot of the people who can, the players who played today, who can stick around. Obviously there's a few that have had to make a move, Newcastle and Exeter amongst them. But there's a few players who've stuck around and want to watch this final as well. It is an occasion, most definitely a fitting one. And the front rows, we're looking at Lucas Nisbet-Hadaway, Sol Moody, Will Lamprell for Saints, Rory McCracken, Keo Tuipulotu and Brandon Vince in the front row for London Irish. Might be worth keeping an eye on Tuipulotu as well. He's a strong player.
He's an absolute beast. And his name has been ringing round schoolboy rugby over the past 12, 18 months. He has his hands in the ball here, plays at 8 for Harrow, hooker for London Irish, and throwing in some decent arrows there, but that is not necessarily the strongest part of his game, so that should excite you as to what's to come over the next 70 minutes.
Yeah, Peters feeds the midfield, Cam Ellis on a hard line. Stolen, I think, by Northampton Saints, is it? Yeah, they're going to get the reward of a penalty anyway.
Henry Pollock over the ball. Won't be the first time I'll say that this evening.
Yeah, Henry Pollock captaining the Northampton Saints side. Captain of England Under-18s as well. Cabby comes down with the ball. Into the midfield go Saints, both sides trying out the hinges of their opponent's defence.
Archie McParland, a key component in this Northampton Saints side, has been for the past 2 years, and he can just create something out of nothing, and he has just then.
Lamprell took the ball well. Saints down the right-hand side. Bit of space. Opening score. Oh, what wheels! He shouldn't be able to do that as a back row forward. Henry Pollock. A clean pair of heels around the outside of London Irish, and Northampton Saints have stamped their authority on this final.
Henry Pollock.
Northampton Saints try scorer number 7.
We will say that name so many times, not only this evening, but over the next 10 to 15 years. And the accolades will just keep on getting higher and higher. But you'll be able to say, oh, well, I watched him in the Under-18s League final where he absolutely tore it up for Northampton Saints. That is the type of player that we're dealing with at the moment.
Yeah, that's high praise indeed. I mean, you've been around this schoolboys age group stuff for a fair few years, and he's the boy that excites you potentially more than many others.
He does, and he keeps on getting thrown tests and bounces back with them. Played in the Premiership Rugby Cup a few months ago, back in November, became one of the youngest ever players to play for Northampton Saints, scored a brace on debut. That's the type of player Henry Pollock is, and his score well converted there by Ben Radner of Sam Whitbread.
Yeah, Sam Whitbread score getting a mention early on. Bedford Junior Blues boy as well, Ben Radner. Puts his scrum cap back on and trails back off to the wing. Good goal kicker, as he's just shown. Saints and Cabby go up for the ball. Cabby is hit in the air, but legally so, says the referee, and in fact it's a knock-on. Irish are going to bring it through Ikimola Andre. Vince. Little bit of opportunity here for London Irish. Over the top it goes. Rory Hollis, good offload. Large frame, the large legs of Ben Radner, getting a little bit of an opportunity to push. Here goes McPartland. Excellent work following in by Nisbet Hadaway of Ipswich School, once a Bedford School. And now based out in Suffolk and enjoying himself. Second time we've seen him in the final, played off the bench for Northampton Saints last year. They lost out to Bristol 12 months ago. And they've nabbed it again, and Northampton Saints are in the mood here. McPartland on the shoulder, return ball. Oh, it wasn't grabbed, it wasn't held. Lovely work from Sol Moody, but it didn't quite come to anything. And now Irish will get their chance.
Vince collects it well, and that ball into the palm of Louis Hurd. Rory Taylor featuring on the bench this evening. That's very crucial for London Irish. He's just about recovered from injury, the starting England under-18 fly half, to make an appearance on the bench for London Irish. They've certainly missed him over the last few weeks.
Yeah, you mentioned that earlier to me about the fact that just the presence of him might give Irish something. Saints are trying to make it work. The ball is going to bounce and a boot is going to be put through it, and all of a sudden Staveley is in. Almost, no, the door's closing on him. Saints just about managed to rescue it. They're back out 5 metres from their own line. Can't really take your eyes off this game at the moment. Living up to the hype, and Nisbet Hadaway, I think, brings it out 5 metres out. No, not him. Potentially bit of time taken out of the clock anyway. And McPartland kicks it deep, but not out. Here comes Hurd. Ball over the top. This is Williamson. Williamson stepping, going. Williamson halfway through the gap, and then the ball pops loose. Irish are threatening, but they just can't seem to put things together. Cabby. Over the ball again. Irish claim that they got it, and the referee agrees with them, but they'll come back for the knock-on there, and the ball will be Saints. This is being played with quite a strong heartbeat, Will Roberts.
We heard over there to Williamson, and just that little injection of pace.
Saddleton did well there to knock the ball free.
He did ever so well. Sometimes just goes about his business unheard, Ollie Saddleton. A lot of stars within that Saints backline, but he does the basics very, very well for both Ipswich and Northampton Saints when given the chance.
A couple of Ipswich boys in the centre, that could be crucial. That sort of knowledge, that sort of know-how, that sort of familiarity.
Rory Hollis at 10 as well, so that spine of the backline coming from Ipswich School, coached as well by Charlie Reid, who's lending his hand at Northampton Saints also. So a continuum across school and club for those players could create some parity in between the two sides.
Williamson, under pressure, has spilt that ball. I say under pressure, he was relatively unchallenged, but it was the pressure of the occasion getting to him a little bit more. Watch this, ball is moving a little bit in flight, and he was just trying to position himself. And the Saints fans who have travelled not too far down the M1, they cheered that one. The Irish have just got to gather themselves at the moment. They've got a chance now to talk and chat, and they've just got to be able to just gather their thoughts and work out where they are with this. They've been stung by an early hit from Henry Pollock, and they've just got to make sure that they stay within striking distance of Northampton Saints. They can't get carried away, they can't let their heads go down.
And it's that sort of spine of this London Irish team of Finn Worley-Brady, Kepu Tuipulotu, Louis Hurd, Cam Ellis, Ben Frampton. Those are the key players, and they're going to have to try and create something here. Ellis just coming back from receiving a little bit of treatment. He's had injury issues all of this season. Kept him out towards the end of the schoolboy rugby season and at the start of this Academy League season. He'd be a really big person to miss early on, so good to see him back on his feet, but they're going to need something from one of those aforementioned players if they want to get themselves back into this game early on, because Northampton Saints have a knack for just taking the game by the scruff of the neck and really kicking on when given the chance to.
Lucas Nisbet-Hadaway on this near side, communicating with the assistant referee. And I'll tell you a story about Lucas Nisbet-Hadaway. I used to teach him when he was a lot younger. Well, I say teach him. I was in the same room as him. He didn't listen to anything I said.
Why should he? He's bigger than you. Probably still was back then.
Saints, here we go, into the midfield. Bit of running. Cousins showing his class. Toby Cousins, away he goes. Oh, it's an absolute perler from Toby Cousins.
Well, Ewan Baker, the injured fullback for Northampton Saints, told me before this game, he said to me, Toby Cousins will score a screamer today, and I said, oh well, I don't know about that.
Look at him go!
He's proved me so far wrong there. Cousins, he did that. If you cast your mind back all the way to last year in the Academy League on a late night in Bedford against Leicester Tigers, Toby Cousins pulled a wonder score from his own half as an under-17s boy off the wing in a very similar fashion. Once he gets up to 60, he doesn't stop, and he managed to career himself into the corner there. Two fine scores from the previously mentioned key players for Northampton Saints at the top of the show. Yeah, not saying that I called it, but...
Credit there. You said Pollock, you said Cousins. Both of them have had a massive imprint on this game early doors. What can London Irish do about it? Radner will look to add a cherry on the top of this cake. Just wide. Yeah, just short, just wide. 12 points the difference. This deserves another look. And it's the early plant, the early position. He gets on the outside. Toby Cousins, a mismatch potentially, got a man tracking back incorrectly, and oh, what a score that is for Cousins.
His utility really coming into play there, usually found in the outside centre role, which is almost where he was there, just able to bounce out and create some damage and some real space, and the pace of a winger and the wherewithal of a fullback, all in complete combination there for Toby Cousins. He's going to turn into a real player.
Saints have got the ball back. Nisbet-Hadaway. He's been stripped. All of a sudden he's had the ball taken off him, and Louis Hurd has nabbed one back for London Irish in crucial fashion.
I think he nicked his keys and his phone whilst he was at it. I mean, Lucas Nisbet-Hadaway just got mugged.
He did just get mugged. Have a look at this again. I don't know how this happens. He gets sort of positioned up. Good work underneath him from Cam Ellis.
He just strips the ball. And Louis Hurd just fires London Irish back into this fixture.
Ooh. Conversion from in front has been missed by Hurd. So it's only 5 points. Another look at this. It's perhaps not as glorious as the first two, but it's equally as effective. Hurd has pilfered that one out the till. Saints and Irish cooking up a real treat. We've been promising it all day, and these two teams are serving it up. Peters, the Berkhamsted boy.
A lot of height on that.
Ratner does well. Really good
so
catch.
well.
Above his head. But illegally, at some point, says the referee, crossing. Man in front.
Now, if Louis Hurd can get a decent nudge on this here, a rolling maul of London Irish.
It's good, is it?
Well, it includes Kepu Tuipulotu. So, yeah.
He's going to throw the ball in, and he's probably going to whip himself into there and see what he can do. Ball over the top again.
Over.
McPartland has tidied that one up. Saints have gone all the way across the back line, but they struck from this sort of range previously. So Irish have got to be careful. McPartland brings in Pollock. Pollock and friends spill the ball, and we'll come all the way back. Didn't quite fire there for Saints. So 15 minutes gone, 17 points on the clock, so on the scoreboard. It's been fast and furious. Irish go blind, but there's a bit of miscommunication, and Frampton has to chase after the ball. But the broken field means that Irish come forward. Brickley up to the 22. Ball fired once again over the top. Ellis looking for a hole, lays it back. Brandon Vince. A little nudge through from Hurd. Try score already. He's collected the ball again. Irish into the 22. Arms are up out wide.
Wally Brady just trying to create a little bit of forward momentum here for London Irish.
This pass again.
It's happened a few times now, and it
Tuipulotu.
really stunts things.
Tuipulotu! Tuipulotu! Kepu Tuipulotu has just shown you why you should follow young rugby.
I mean,
the men you are calling out are coming up with the goods.
Really showing his
There's no right
athleticism.
that he's got to do
No,
this. Absolutely no
not.
right that he's got to do this. I mean, it's good play from Louis Hurd, who's having a bit of a cameo. That's a missed pass. Tuipulotu's got it all to do.
Bumps Ollie Scholar there, his opposite number, and it's the pace, it's the 0 to 60 there for a hooker, and to keep his balance, and there's everything in combination there. We could have an all-square game with 20 minutes gone. I mean, this fixture is just not disappointing, is it, at all?
The extra points are good. We are 12 points all, and we have tries from Louis Hurd, Kepu Tuipulotu, Toby Cousins, and Henry Pollock, who, if we'd spoken about beforehand, we would have mentioned as players to watch. Fascinating final of rugby at Under-18. I really hope you have tuned into this on a Sunday. early hit. Kick from her downfield. Bit of communication going off camera about what might happen if...
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. So we're at a draw at the moment, so it's a good time to mention it. 2 years ago, I think it was, Leicester and London Irish were in the final, and they drew, and they had to share the trophy. I think someone got a jigsaw out and just cut it in half. Not really sure how that works. But if that is the case, if it's a draw, we don't go to extra time. We just share the trophy, which, if I'm brutally honest, I don't think either of these teams will want to do.
No, maybe not. Louis Hurd has poked that. He's seen it.
50-22.
It is a 50-22. Louis Hurd at the moment. I don't know if you saw it. You would have potentially seen the bit in between his legs. That was Louis Hurd as well. And he's kicked an absolute corker there.
I don't really know how Northampton were allowed to take that. I thought, for all my money, that was a 50-22.
Maybe it was passed back in, was it? We'll have another look at that.
Maybe. I mean, it was definitely on the fringes. But I thought that was the reason for celebration. Frampton catches it at the second time of asking, but he's spilt it now, and Holiday's got it.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication at the back. Oh, the hands. And I think there was a tackle there on Williamson. Referee just sees the knock on. But I think we maybe have a look at it. So he's outside.
Oh, no.
It's outside. They're right. The pass is outside the inside the half. The kick is from the inside there, but the pass goes back in.
So it's taken in. Yeah,
we stand corrected.
We do.
It is fair that we get one thing wrong. We have got quite a few things right so far in this final. They're going to go blind, Irish. Ooh, super tackle on Peters.
Holiday.
Sent backwards. Holiday.
Not Holiday, I'm afraid. That was Mark van der Veen, the Dutchman from Ipswich.
Vince. A few carries from him. That ball has been spilt. Transition. This could work for Saints. Partland.
Finn Worley-Brady over the ball there. That's superb. Yeah. We've been waxing lyrical about Henry Pollock, and Finn Worley-Brady's gone, oh, well, I want a bit. So he's clamped over the ball there, and
really good turnover.
Louis Hurd could thump this into the corner and put Irish back on the front foot.
Tuipulotu again. Got to get his throw-in right. It's first pod, first jumper. Tuipulotu has his eyes just above the counter. He's looking for it. He's looking at his options. Peters is going to use the back line. There's a lot of movement in it. Williamson gets the ball. So does Frampton. He is ceremoniously dumped. The ball is kicked through by Hurd and out of touch, and big whack in the back, and he will make his way back through the Northampton Saints players, and he will be spoken to by them. I don't think they'll do any more with the referee looking, but they aren't very happy with that. Louis Hurd just knocking it through, and the ball tiptoeing out of touch, and it's that's a little bit dangerous. You have to agree. If that could have ended very nasty.
Penalty.
If it didn't. Yeah, and there we go. And it has been penalised by the referee. And too right. That's a bit silly, a bit naive, not just from a rugby point of view, but from a safety point of view as well. Radner out on this left wing. moving people out of the way. A large frame, Ben Radner. Difficult to bring down. Irish are just about able to do that. Round the corner comes Wally Brayley, and illegally so, and off goes Pollock again. The Henry Pollock show continues. Ball out from Saints. It's still
lovely.
in hand. It's working for them. Out wide.
Wilmot.
Tumbling towards the line, up to the 5-metre line. London Irish are going to have to scramble.
Jacob Wilmot's done so well there.
The hand is out from the referee. Saints are marching towards that try line. Noise levels have gone up. It's a real response from the crowd here. It will make such a difference to those out on the pitch. No wonder we're seeing some superhuman efforts.
Well, Northampton just seemed to turn it on in a flash, really. I'll have one big break and a few extra offloads here and there, and bang, they're up at the 5-metre line. That just seems to be the way that they've decided to play this game, and I'll be honest, it's been very successful so far.
Yeah, certainly eye-catching from Northampton Saints.
This was the ball out wide, the superb hands here, and Saddleton got the ball. Wilmot, another Sam Whitt product. Good to see Samuel Whitbread being represented on either wing there.
We've been done ever so well over the last few years, Samuel Whitbread. Shefford in Bedfordshire, small village with a fantastic rugby school.
Hollis has ideas of the corner here.
Yeah, I don't think there's too many other options here. He's doesn't take much of a kick, and he's going to give his platform to his forwards. Where's this going? Will Roberts?
Up and then towards the try line.
Okay.
Yeah, Cabby the jumper. Oh no, it's not even going up. Got that bit wrong.
Lucas Nisbet Hadaway to the rescue. Saints have still got the ball, but body positions are better from London Irish, and they are going to be rewarded with a penalty and a chance to clear their lines formally through the boot of Louis Hurd.
Yeah, sloppy from Saints. They just couldn't get over the ball in time. Kapu Tuipulotu anchored over it, and him against Rory Hollis for brute core strength. Well, I must say there's only one winner there.
Line out again, slightly scrappy. Irish do come down with it, but the ball is bouncing up. Saints have suddenly grabbed hold of it. As I mentioned earlier, feature of the Under-18s finals day today has been just the inability to get good line-out ball. It's always a little bit scrappy. Part of the game that potentially this age group still has to master. We'll get another go at line-out. Wally Brady at the line-out comes down with it. Peters is going to walk this forward. Tuipulotu is hanging off, and now he produces the ball for his back line. It's a little nudge over the top. How does the ball bounce? Cam Ellis was interested for a moment. It was a penalty coming anyway, so they'll go back. Neither of these teams have had to move very far to come here, which is probably why they've brought a lot of support with them. Cross London, of course, and Brentford for London Irish.
Down the M1 for Northampton. Nice and easy.
Nearly 29 minutes gone. 35-minute halves if you've never seen a game of Under-18s before. Stay out for half-time as well. It's a quick turnaround. Good line-out work at the top there from Adegbile. Pollock and Saints have got it again. Rides the first tackle relatively well. Again, good body position. Brave from Wally Brayley, I think. Against his opposite number, trying to pick his pocket. And they'll come back for the knock-on. Well, the opening salvo has settled a little. Don't think either of these sides could have gone at that pace for the duration of the game.
And I wonder if it will just open up slightly as we head into the final few minutes. So we could get a little bit of a cagey end of this second half, probably start of the next half, but potentially when the replacements start pouring on, legs start tiring, there could be a chance for one of these teams to strut their expansive stuff.
Irish have turned that over at scrum time, and they got a penalty as well.
And where Ed Batchelor's on.
Yeah, wearing 19.
For London Irish.
Into the 22 they march.
Yeah, he's replaced... I'm not sure. I think it might be Jack Lee. Noah Cowan is coming on here for Connor Peters, so that's a straight swap at scrum half.
Noah Cowan is up against some people he knows. Stowe schoolboy, and a lot of Northampton Saints squad attend Stowe School as well. He knows the opposition exceptionally well.
Kepu's got the ball again. Just see if he tries and breaks off himself here, knowing his power and force. Whether he's just going to trust the process. There he goes.
Oh, look at that power, the big fend. Buys an extra bit of time. Centre's involved, Ellis. Presents the ball well. Out it comes. Stavely, wearing 13 on his back. Time of the run was crucial there. Cowan, I think, got caught with it. Good work from Burdick coming through to make the tackle, but Irish is still interested. Towards the line they run ball. The ball has been stripped. Ellis back involved, though. Irish once again stay on their feet. The ball bounces down and then back up.
Referee has some decisions to make here. I think he's going to consult his AR.
The ball did that come loose in that moment? I
think it did.
And then he grabbed it again. Cabby's working hard underneath it. Pollock is asking the question about the knock-on.
Yeah, knock-on's given.
They're going to be able to march out 5 metres and have a put into the scrum.
Certainly not out of danger, though.
Saints will get the put in, but in a difficult spot. There's Northampton Saints players there just making their way towards the London Irish group, as if to listen in on their conversation. I don't quite know what was going on there. Players being pulled away. Referees having a chat.
I think discussing a little bit of gamesmanship.
Oh, this means something. Maybe under-18s rugby, but this means so much to these players. Did really well to stay on his feet, did Vince. Unfortunate with the end, with the way that the ball was stripped, but Vince has been catching the eye with a fair few aggressive trundles, we'll call them. Noise level goes up. Saints have to get themselves out of trouble. First job is a decent scrum. The ball has been knocked on, I think. It has, and this is going to be a London Irish put-in. On the far side, I'm not sure how much of a view we can have of it. Ball definitely on the floor.
Yeah. Ollie Holiday.
Holiday's grasp.
Just fumbled it. Under significant pressure there. You're almost better having a defensive scrum than an offensive one on your 5 metre line. It means that at least you can just push and push and push without concern for hooking the ball back and potentially try and squeeze out a penalty.
It looked like an early shove. It was. The referee agrees with me. A bit too eager.
They'll go again here, London Irish.
Yeah, the seconds are ticking away of this half. 35 minutes. Oh, it could be a tap and go.
Yeah, Brandon Vince lying over the ball.
Vince has just knocked the ball with his foot. I wonder whether or not. Towards the line they go. Saints try and get underneath it. Oh no, the ball has been dabbed down. Referee's seen it.
Finn Worley-Brady, the captain.
Perfect moment for him to come up with the goods. Referee was in a good position. He wasn't as glamorous as some of the previous tries in this game, but it's worth exactly the same amount of points.
This very well could take us into the half. And London Irish certainly now in the ascendancy, in a similar vein to how these games have gone. Team taking an early lead, and then as the half creaks on, the other team making a significant comeback and things getting dicey towards half-time.
But we've also seen the way that it flips back the other way later on. Irish have got to be careful. They can't be complacent. They've got to catch the restart. Ellis does just that. Cowan now on at scrum half. Bit of time needed to be taken. Bit of energy to be taken out of the game. Cowan's kick is a good one, although it goes straight out. So whatever the opposite of good is, bad one.
Basically.
Oh, it's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you that. It's been a really long day. Pollock comes down with it, fires it out the back of his hand. It trundles across the pitch. Saints come forward with it. Got to protect that at the breakdown. I think it could be more back row work from... Or is it...
It's Kepu, I think.
It is Kepu Tuipulotu who's done what he needs to do, and the kick out has gone all the way out, and the referee will call oranges all round. Well, I think we all need to have a sit down and a little think. It has been an absolutely cracking half of rugby. At the moment, London Irish have their noses in front, but Will Roberts, before we head for our break, what are your thoughts?
Well, Northampton Saints have only needed one little look in every time to manage to get on the score sheet. Every single try has been a slight error on London Irish's behalf, which is a dangerous thing for London Irish to try and defend, I guess. And Irish, though, were certainly working very hard towards the end of that first half and will be feeling positive entering the final 35 minutes of this game.
Come back in about 5 minutes. What a second 35 minutes we have.
Look where we are. Here we are at Twickenham. Some Premiership games matter more than most. No game matters more than this one. Inside it
where was this like?
So we're about ready to go again. How are your nerve endings? Many people tuning in, I would have thought, with allegiance to one of these sides. Hopefully some people tuning in who are in the middle and just want to see good rugby. Well, we've certainly seen that in the opening 35 minutes. These two sides cooking up a really good final, a final that this competition deserved. And we're back underway. London Irish with their noses in front. One try right at the end of that first half puts them in front. Ball bounces. Cousins, one of the outstanding try scorers for Northampton Saints in the first half. Pollock, not tackled, dives to the floor. Hollis at 10.
A few changes for Northampton Saints at least. That's Rob Gaffin, who's on wearing 16, brother of Joe Gaffin, who's a Saints and Academy product. Oh no, my mistake, it's Tom Dye. They look very similar. Tom Dye on.
Is bursting through, up to the 22. Saints starting the game with a sort of alacrity that they played with in the first half. Good work from Holiday to just about stay in field. Nisbet had away. Little bit of daylight shown to him. He took it. Pollock, strength from him over the line, is he? Referee's having a good look. And he turns to his AR on this near side as if to ask for help.
Held up.
And they will go back under, for the restart.
Not too much of a plea from...
Oh, no, they'll go for a penalty.
Yeah, not too much of a plea from Northampton Saints. I think they knew that it was held up also, so...
Holiday does well to keep the ball in. Nisbet Hadaway's got great hands as well as a large physique. And Pollock is so unbelievably strong for a man who doesn't look that big. Pollock is good. He's just taking a little bit of attending at the moment. The medical team are on. He's exclaiming to the referee about the fact that they can wait, please. Pollock doesn't want new rugby being played without him.
He's, I think he's taking his lifting wedges off and just going to try and get a little bit of strapping towards his knee. I tell you, I think the only way that Henry Pollock leaves this field is if he gets stretchered off. I highly doubt that he will be taken off in any other way. He will want to see out this 70 minutes. Northampton Saints will want him to see out this 70 minutes.
Another example here of Cousins' break and Pollock playing provider. And then it eventually breaks to him again. It's the power with which he goes over. Saints pressing. Irish have got to stand firm here. The men in white think there's something on. Towards the line they go. There is the score for Northampton Saints.
Ollie Scholar with the ball at the back of the maul. Not necessarily something that Northampton Saints are famed for, but when it counts, they've provided some superb front football from which to play off. Sol Moody, who scored that. Ollie Scholar, he's on the bench. Again, it's the 12 hours of rugby commentating, I think, that is getting my Northampton Saints players confused.
Ben Radner shouldn't be too confused about what he's got to do. He's got to slot this one to bring Northampton Saints once again level. Pegged back earlier in the game, and now hopefully drawing themselves level. Adner's boot has been a feature of their play this season.
He's also very accustomed to pressure kicks. He kicked at goal for Sam Whitbread in the Under-15 Cup at Twickenham 3 years ago. And I mean, to be 14, 15 years old and kicking at goal for a cup at Twickenham, you have to have some sort of head about you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he showed it just there. Crucially, Rory Taylor is on for London Irish. I mean, Louis Hurd has had a superb game, but Rory Taylor brings with him that little bit more stardust, and well, it's Rory Taylor. It's the name. Everyone knows him in and around the schoolboy rugby scene. England Under-18 starting fly half. So whether he can bring some spice to this London Irish team, we'll have to find out.
He's got his work cut out. Goes backwards, does it? No, referee says it goes forwards.
It was Saddleton and Simpson who were trying to connect up. Usually they're one and the same, but just caught on different wavelengths there.
Yeah, fascinating. Both replacement halfbacks are on for Irish. Noah Carron partnering Rory Taylor. Little chat between them there. As you mentioned, the narrative here, Taylor injured, been missing from London Irish, and was worried whether he was fully fit. But the fact that he's back involved is a huge fillip for London Irish. Just to have him out there. Scrum not happy, seems to have wheeled. They'll go again. What's running through a replacement's head at the moment?
I think they're going to be absolutely desperate to get on. I mean, they'll all be under the impression that they'll be able to come onto this field and change the game. I mean, that's the mindset that you would always have sitting on the bench, and they'll just be nudging their team manager every other minute. So, am I ready yet? Me yet? Have you had the word yet? No. But I mean, pretty much all replacements are up on their feet. No one is sitting down in the dugout. I think that shows the intent that all these players have to try and imprint themselves onto this game. Scrum, finally, referee makes a decision over what's going to go on. It's going to go the way of London Irish.
They get a chance to poke it into the corner. And it's a decent kick from Taylor. It's not as tight as it might have been, but it's decent enough for Irish to work with. But, Goodridge on as well, replacement for hooker for London Irish. Tuipulotu is still on as well, though.
Yeah, I think Tuipulotu's gone to 8 potentially, and George Goodridge is being brought on at hooker, showing the versatility of Tuipulotu.
Cowan into Ellis, through the front door, Ellis goes.
Taylor, he didn't want it, but he's going to get it anyway.
Now they go left, which is what the communication was trying to say. Ellis back on the inside, ball's been stripped.
Irish have got it though.
In at the side, says the referee. Another penalty to London Irish. They're getting the rub of the referee's arm at the moment.
They'll go straight to the corner again. This new look back row for London Irish, just adding that little bit of extra oomph into the driving maul.
Down they come. First bit's done well. Looks like it's been sacked. Referee's not interested. The arm isn't out at the moment.
I think because it's still kept live by London Irish and it's now crabbing. Referee says once.
Over the line they go. Difficult to see where the ball is. Referee's going to say held up, I think.
Yeah.
Saints happy with that one?
They have to be. They have to be. They've managed to hold out London Irish for 2 goes at the driving maul. It's just held up there. There it was.
Hollis with the restart. Pushes Irish back, but Ellis has other things on his mind. Straight, direct runner, large runner, Cam Ellis. Irish to the floor once more. Cowan releases this back line. Oof. Up in the air they go. Did well to hold on to him and not allow any danger to come to him. Irish creeping into the 22. Good clear out from Williamson. Taylor, tackle on him, comes in. Pollock over the ball again. Removed. Irish have still got it. The offload is there. Ambitious, but it works. Irish building. Right they go. Ellis, little bit of space. Need the tackle to come in. Desperate stuff from Northampton Saints. Into the corner they go.
Dupont-esque from Radner. Somehow keeps them out for now.
Up. Kept again. London Irish are pillaring that try line. Over it goes again. Referee's having a good look. And there's
he's given it.
Yeah.
George Goodridge.
Saints have they hang their heads, but they've kept Irish out for a long time. But it was often, well, almost just too much power, too much directness, and in the end, the try had to come.
It seemed relatively inevitable, Ben Radler, we've got to give him plaudits for managing to keep it out in the corner. But it's just their body height, being able to stay so low and yet drive those legs. London Irish back in front as they were just before the half.
Rory Taylor has come on into a maelstrom and has to keep his head and has to get these extra points. You fear they could be crucial.
Oh, they're wide.
He doesn't respond. Pulls it left.
Score Northampton Saints 19, London Irish 24.
5 points the difference.
Interesting to note that while London Irish have been swapping their substitutions in and out, in and out, in and out, Northampton Saints have stayed, well, with pretty much their starting 15. So there is still a lot of dices to be rolled by Mark Hopley and co.
Irish, Taylor with the pump fake. Ball is spilt by Vince. Pollock goes back. Hollis is with him. They throw the ball out to Cousins. Cousins on an outside arc, thinks about the offload. It doesn't come. Williamson in attendance. Saints player makes the floor. Bit of a juggle.
It's Webb who's come onto the field.
Hollis, ball, where's the ball? Where does it bounce to? Referee says advantage at the moment to Irish for the knock-on. Taylor into traffic. Getting more strong tackles come in from the Saints. That time Jack Lee repulsed. Sam Lee, his namesake. Same action. Players upended, looking for the ball. Ellis to Williamson. Williamson finds a hole. Tui Palutu. Can he turn provider? Good tackle comes in. Excellent tackle from
superb from Jacob Wilmot. Pollock setting away as well, and he's just kicked it. I mean, he's desperate for a penalty for the infringement on him. That ball's going to trickle all the way back, though. Could go all the way out. Cousins is going to shepherd it. Go for a scrum. Let's have a look at what happened to Henry Pollock here. No, but first, this is the tackle from Jacob Wilmot.
Brilliant tackle.
Both
Brilliant
wingers
tackle.
with superb work there. Penalty given because he kept a hold of him and he still tried to get up.
Just about to say, Wilmot, not only with the tackle, but also with the presence of mind to hold on to the coattails, which means the penalty came. Players are now starting to lay themselves out. Cramp is starting to take effect. Injuries are starting to hurt that little bit more as we edge into towards the last quarter of this game.
Alfie Hoyle's preparing to come on. It's because Henry Burdett has taken a knee. He seemed to be in some form of discomfort. Referee just going around and checking everyone's all right. I think Burdett's going to go off on that far side, so Alfie Hoyles will come in. He's a back rower, so I think a few conversations over who's going to have to take the short straw and head into the second row.
Scrum goes down. Referee will have a word with both front rows on this occasion. And I think we'll have a reset. We had one in the first half. referees perhaps a little bit sympathetic to younger front rows than they might be in the more senior game. Saints scrum, and it is gone the way of London Irish, and that hooping and hollering comes from the fans that have travelled down and across from Brentford. Taylor is pointing at the posts. What a difference this makes. The final, all of a sudden, we get the kicking tee out. Haven't seen a penalty all day, not even an attempt. And Taylor is looking to increase London Irish's lead to an absolutely crucial 8 points.
He's going to have to clear 50 metres for it.
If there is a breeze, it is sort of with him.
Oh. This StoneX Stadium is well known for an Elliot Daly long ranger. Taylor will try and recreate it here. It's not going to have the legs though.
Bounces up underneath the posts. Cousins thumps it forward. Taylor's gone back. Still the difference is 5 points. Lee. Oh, good counter ruck from Pollock. He's told to leave it though by the referee. Vince, as has been his wont this game, trundles a little bit further forward. Ellis. Offload from Peters. Caught with the ball. Manages to get his arm free. That's more like it, more rudimentary from Peters as far as the scrum half is concerned. Pollock is over the ball. And he's just about wrestled away from it. Pollock tries the charge down. It doesn't quite work. Radner all of a sudden. Radner, where is he going? Ben Radner has his legs taken away from him eventually. But that could be interesting. They're a little bit narrow. Out it goes. Saints. Now Irish reposition themselves. Cousins misses the ball. Backwards, says the referee. Wilmot, rather emphatically. But Irish have got the ball back. It's been stolen. Feature of under-18s rugby is the transitions and the way they can hit you.
They're going to try and go deep, expose that area left by Radner, but Hollis has done well to marshal it.
Hollis, little dab over the top. Which way does it bounce? Hollis is desperate for it. It's not going to reach his clutches. Cam Ellis is going to come forward with it. Breathless game of rugby, this.
Well, the Northampton Saints substitutes are piling up. They wanted to make about 1 or 2, but considering the length of this passage of play, all of them are going to come on here.
Irish man on the outside. The pass needs to be good. Still with it, everything to do. Big tackle comes in again. Right in that corner. They saved it previously. Brilliant tackle from McPartland. And the ball has gone forward.
Wow, that's absolutely massive defence from Archie McParland and Jacob Wilmot alike as the cavalry arrive for Northampton Saints. Ormond Ward, Agbenu, Scholar and Pascoe coming on, but this is how it was created. Perfect hole cut by Staveley, and it's Charlie Griffin, who's usually got a lot of pace to spare, especially in a Harrow shirt. Just didn't find the legs.
What a shift. Lucas Nisbet Hadaway is coming off. Who else is joining him?
Well, I think it's the 2 centres.
Simpson and Saddleton have both come off, you're right.
And Jacob Wilmot as well. So Agbenu onto the wing. Maximum Ward potentially into 12.
Saints have got to go from almost their own line. Strong work from Holiday.
Nick Parland, who will see out this game, is going to have to get a good nudge on here, and he does just that.
Kick only as far as Peters. Peters looks for his mates. Frampton is one of them. Frampton keeps going. And he's knocked the ball on, says the referee.
Now this is it for Northampton Saints. They're going to have to make something off of this scrum. A new look back line, including Ben Agbenu. Now I think he could be a real check in the box for Northampton Saints. He's been absolutely tearing it up at Bedford School so far this season. Still only under 17. And he could just make something out of nothing, which is what Northampton Saints are going to be looking for right here. He's on that right wing, all alone at the moment.
His schoolmate, Max Orman-Ward, is on the pitch as well.
He's playing at 12, it looks like. Relatively unfamiliar position for him. Usually finds himself at 10 or fullback. He'll get the ball now.
First receiver, Orman-Ward. Hollis. Northampton Saints runners are in full flight. Good tackles come in from for London Irish. Pollock, can he still play a part this afternoon? We've seen what he can do very early on. Saints will need him. Oh, incredible pick up there. Oh, the referee says they'll come back. Brilliant pick up off his toes by Billy Pascoe.
Yeah, he's done ever so well there. I think actually I've been mistaken here, and Pascoe's gone into inside centre. That would make a lot more sense. And Orman-Ward's actually gone to full-back, I assume. Toby Cousins slotting into the midfield.
Yeah, Pascoe and Orman-Ward do not look dissimilar with their trademark haircut.
Some change. Jack Lee, Brandon Vincent, Ben Frampton are all off. Louis Hurd has rejoined us. Pollock
Saints
here.
Into the 22. They need a response. Are they being held up? They're going towards the line.
Knees are down.
Knees are down now. Referee interjects. No, he's going to give it to Irish.
That is crucial.
Still 10 minutes to go.
Exactly, it's roles reversed here. London Irish are now going to have to try and play themselves out of their own half. Hopefully they can do it in similar fashion to the way that Saints did previously.
This final is living up to all the hype. We did promise it throughout the day. And it is a 5-point game with 10 minutes to go. Cracking tries, some cracking breaks. Lovely offloading, lovely interplay by both sides. But what does the last 10 minutes contain? Who is going to be crowned Under-18 Premiership champions? Both these sides finished number one in their individual conferences. If you didn't realise already, Northern Conference, Southern Conference. London Irish won the Southern Conference, Northampton won the Northern Conference. And they play each other in this final for the spoils. Northampton beaten last year by Bristol in the final. Connor Peters waiting to put in, and lots of pressure applied on it, and
It's London Irish who get the penalty.
lots of pressure came through. The referee said illegally so. So Rory Taylor gets a chance to clear his lines, and they march up in between the 10-metre line and the 22-metre line. Do not go anywhere. What a final few moments we have in this game. Is there a moment magic left in it? Is there something special from an individual? Is there a combination still waiting to work together? Rolling ball from Irish from their own half. Now the backs are released. Ellis passes it on.
Oh, it's Tuipulotu.
So good, open running. We've seen him already score one wonder try. Now they come further forward.
Pollock over the ball. Is he going to get it? Referee thought about it.
Now
he's going to give it. Henry Pollock with the turnover.
Henry Pollock arguing his case from the floor with the referee. Very vocal. Very key part of this Northampton Saints side. Kick to touch is good. Well, there may be some parents watching on from home. Parents of these players unable to make the journey. They've tuned in. Goodness me, how must it feel to be sitting on that sofa?
Probably crouching behind it now. Scared to watch.
Saints need to find the right person. Ball is bouncing around, needs to be picked up in some shape or form. It's not. First knock on comes from London Irish, so we'll come back. It could get scrappy this last 8 minutes or so. Cramp setting into various different legs. Kepu Tuipulotu just taking a bit of time to get back to his feet.
It's Cam Ellis.
Cam Ellis as well, sorry. Similar sort of figures, similar sort of frames.
Same school. Yeah.
The cramp is really taking effect here, so they'll have a little bit of a breather, which is kind of not what this game needs. The air taken out of it, but we'll have to build ourselves back up. Come on then, make a call. Will Roberts of Young Rugby on Instagram, the place to know all about schoolboy rugby. There is just over 5 minutes left in this game. Where is your money? Is it too difficult for Northampton Saints?
I think Northampton Saints are probably the bookies' favourites going into this game. They certainly were the favourites around the other academies and players and people that I've spoken to. So I think they're going to be able to do something here. I really do. I don't want to tempt fate at all, but I would still back the Northampton Saints have got a final trick up their sleeve. But at the moment, you have to praise London Irish for their physicality and defence and keeping Northampton Saints at bay at the moment. And you've got to remember, even if they do score, and they're going to have to add the extras as well, probably by the boot of Ben Radner if they want to have the trophy all to themselves.
Saints player lifted up dangerously for a moment. Referee asked London Irish to hold on to him. They do that. They oblige. The maul is formed and the referee's going to give the ball to Irish. And I would say a majority of people here are wanting the team in green to win right now. Seems as though the vocal response there for London Irish is strong.
Everyone now just on the touchline. No one can take their eyes off this game.
What do you mean, Nev?
Peters to feed this scrum, and he goes down the blind side towards Cam Ellis. Yeah, Northampton Saints caught offside there. A little bit of fatigue setting in, and they just didn't stay honest.
Ball is pumped forward. It's going to be well picked up, and the referee's going to come back for a penalty. And there's a nasty injury here as the player went through. I'm not 100% sure how it happened.
Louis Hurd in all sorts of discomfort.
He's the one who kicks it through. He chases his own kick.
He does, yeah.
quite roll long enough. That is the offside.
Oh, yeah. I think he just gets his knee. It's on the inside. That's not nice, and this will not be a good way to end proceedings here.
Well, I want to pay tribute to all the crew here, the camera guys, the venue. So they're all on site at about 7 a.m, setting all up. The gallery have been at it for the same amount of time. Massive pat on the back to young Will Roberts as well. But Saracens have done a fine job hosting today. Really, really good job. Everyone involved. It's been a real celebration of schoolboy and under-18s rugby, and I think everyone from the Premiership downwards could be really, really proud of what's happened today. Really good job bringing it to you. I hope you've enjoyed it. I don't know how much you've watched of it. Probably not as much as myself and Will, who started at 9:30 this morning and have pretty much been present for every game. 7 games of rugby back to back.
Well, as much as it is a competition at the end of the day, it's also just it's an advert, and it's a celebration for these players. For a lot of these boys, this is probably going to be the pinnacle of their rugby careers, which is a shame to say in some cases, because all of these boys will have aspirations of professional contracts, things like that. But in the harsh reality of pro sport, that is just not possible for all 23 boys here to be able to go play rugby for a full-time living. So it means that these games are really important for them, and it is so good that Premiership Rugby have been able to support and showcase this on a really, really high standard and professional level, so that everyone at home can tune in, as well as having good documentation of that for years and years to come.
Yeah, I like that idea. Here, very much so the case of players been able to turn back, tune into YouTube and have a look at me as an 18-year-old running around the pitch. Louis Hurd, this is desperate for him. This was an absolute live wire in the first half, and this is a real shame. It's a big, hard knock he's taken to the side of his knee. You can almost see the red soreness of it from here.
I think we've heard down from the floor there's roughly 5 minutes left to go, so ignore that clock. We've got about 5 minutes left to play, meaning that we'll end at around 74 minutes by our time. Hurd coming off, Ben Frampton back on, wearing 15. We'll have a London Irish penalty.
Minutes. Huge 5 minutes for both these sides. Rory Taylor kicks it into the corner, or tries to. Doesn't get too close to that corner flag. Irish are going to make this line out work. Bemile comes down with the ball. They form the wedge. Peters is after it, but I don't think he's going to get much return from this. They want it. Saints have disrupted, though. They've swum up through it, and they're going to get the ball back.
Just when you think London Irish have managed to potentially seal off this game, Saints just come in and disrupt it again. And with 4 minutes left on the clock, they've got a lengthy way to travel, around 80 metres downfield, but they'll back themselves with the runners that they have in that back line.
Little conversation there between Rory Hollis and McPartland. That will help. Penalty will help. Big kick now. Try and get it down the touchline as far as you possibly can. They're going to run it. Pollock has called for it. Pollock is going to take them on his own. Now the ball is played back. Cousins, seems a while since he scored. Good offloading from Saints, made his hands available, and Irish have pushed him into touch. Always was a risk.
Allman Ward did well to get in support of Toby Cousins here. But it's him up against Ralph McKieran and Theo Williamson, and it's an unfair duel. You've got to give him that. There's another London Irish player down here. He looks to also be in some discomfort. Not the way that we want to end things at the StoneX.
No, medical attention is on and is looking at him, and obviously we've got to take our time with prone players. But unfortunately, the anticipation, the expectation of this final just ebbing away now because of the breaks in play.
Ooh, yeah. Is it? He's just taking something to the face.
It's Kieran Brickley who's lying on his back. Well, this could be a relatively long break. More and more people have come up.
Guess it potentially gives us a chance to talk more generally about the day. I mean, any standout players or people that are...
Well, there have been some fantastic scores, some fantastic tries. I thought Sale were really impressive.
Ollie Davis.
Yeah, and Ollie Davis showboating at times with his skill level. But lots of players have come through and really put their hands up, and I really like the way that the different combinations have worked throughout the day as well, and it's been very impressive. You know, I've seen some under-18s rugby before. I haven't seen a lot of it, but it really does capture the imagination, and great to hear also from the likes of Mark Mapletoft and Don Burrell, Ricky Pello. We've also had up in commentary, just shedding a little bit of light on the journey, because as has been mentioned, this is not just about making rugby players. This is about making human beings as well, and so much of the academy journey is about making sure that they learn all the bits, all of the life skills that you need.
Yeah, I had Gethin Watts up with me, the Bristol Bears Academy manager for the game Bath versus Falcons, and he was airing a similar sort of viewpoint. This is not the end for many of these players. This is just the beginning. So
wherever they go in life, wherever they go, the skills that they're learning right now are so important for whatever they go into. Understanding how teams work, understanding your place within an organisation, understanding things like feedback and how to respond, how to be resilient, how to bounce back. All of those things are life skills.
Brickley back on his feet. That's good to see.
Brickley is going to hobble his way gingerly towards the touchline. Referee, I think he's going to continue to play on. It is the final. We might be adding time on for injuries. We haven't always, because of the running time of today. Some of the games have not had that, but maybe the final will.
I have a feeling we could go to 80 minutes on our clock.
Saints trying to find a way through the fence. Northampton have not quite been able to do it. London Irish's defensive prowess today has been strong.
2 minutes left to go, says the referee.
Ellis is on the ball, and Ellis has got it for London Irish.
Oh, Cam Ellis, who's barely been able to make an imprint on London Irish's academy season due to injuries, but he seems to come up when it matters most.
Well, this was spilt here. It made its way loose, and then Ellis was in exactly the right position to make the steal. And how crucial could that be? The seconds are ebbing away.
I imagine it will be seconds by this point.
Well, we have another stop.
Yeah, it's Mark van der Veen who was just receiving some treatment quickly. There's still water on the field. Hope to get that off. Another disruption at the line out for Saints.
Was that knocked on?
Well,
Assistant referee says no.
The bench was screaming for it. I imagine that London Irish will just keep this very close to their chest.
Surely. They'll go through the phases. They'll take the time out of the game.
Oh, Pollock's got it.
Oh, no. Off their feet, says the referee. Hands as well. The referee's looking. A little conversation with people. Post is called again.
I think that's the right decision. Wind down the clock. 60 seconds permitted for a shot at goal. If it goes dead, then London Irish may have just won it anyway. If he slots it, then it's an 8-point margin, and that scoreline just plumped up for the boys from Brentford.
Rory Taylor with a very important kick for London Irish. Through the post it goes, and that is all she wrote, says the referee. London Irish have won finals day. Saints came and started the final with real fire in their bellies, but unfortunately there is only one win, or one team who are walking away winners. Saints 19, London Irish 27. What a day, what a performance. Everyone deserves credit. But an extraordinary day of under-18 rugby comes to a close. Will Roberts of Young Rugby try and sum it up?
Oh, very, very difficult to do so. Extremely difficult to do so. London Irish, I'll be honest, came in as underdogs. I mean, these are two sides that have won pretty much all their games so far this season, so it's difficult to call one an underdog, but if there was to be one, it probably was going to be London Irish, but they proved a lot of people wrong this afternoon.
Did they win it with defence?
They really did. They really did. In that second half, game management, I think Rory Taylor had a real part to play in things coming on. Louis Hurd provided that spark in the first half, but Rory Taylor certainly kept them in it, kept them above sea level, and they're very much deserving to be walking away victors here. But a quick word on Northampton Saints, who it'd be very, very tough on these boys. Some of them have come here to the Premiership final twice now and lost out both times. Well, that's a real life lesson for both on both occasions. But a lot of these boys will potentially be able to go again next year. So that is the benefit of the way that this season and league is structured. But what a moment for London Irish, who look absolutely delirious out there on the field.
They are, and rightfully so. The music rings out at the Stonex. Huge amount of hugs going on. The wider group from London Irish have come on to enjoy it with them. We will have a medal presentation, a trophy presentation. Do stay with us, especially if you're a London Irish fan, I would think. A fabulous day in North London. Saints are going to clap them through the tunnel.
Look at this. London Irish, battered and bruised, coming out with headbands.
He played very well, Cam Ellis, didn't he?
He did. He's got a bloody nose, hobble. I mean, these boys have really been through the wars. Louis Hurd is now on crutches. I mean, they've put their bodies on the line for the Emerald Green today, and they should be very proud of the efforts that they were able to put in.
Just talk about this London Irish Academy. It's consistently strong over the last few years, isn't it?
It is, and it actually has been for a number of years previous, but they just haven't been able to necessarily retain the players that come out of their academy. You look back at likes of Anthony Watson, Jonathan Joseph, who have previously come through the London Irish setup.
Stockton Singer as well.
Stockton Singer, yeah, have gone on to pastures new, but there's this new age of London Irish talent that are sticking with the system, and it's really showing. We look at Henry Arundel, Ollie Hassel-Collins, Tom Pearson. I mean, the list really does go on in terms of senior players, but I imagine that the likes of Rory Taylor, Cam Ellis, Kepi Tuipulotu, Ben Frampton, these names will be added to that list in the not too distant future. So it's a really good compliment to the work being done at Hazelwood, and they can be very proud of their efforts this evening, not only this evening but throughout the whole season, of course.
Well, Northampton Saints get together. What do you think the words are that are being said around that circle?
Well, I think Mark Copley has to be positive and has to take the good out of what is a pretty tough situation for Northampton Saints to divulge. Will Parkin's speaking there at the moment, one of the academy coaches, but he will be very aware that he's got an incredible cohort of players on his hands there. I mean, he can't be disheartened by the ability shown and ambition from Northampton Saints, certainly playing the Saints way. So it's great to see. It's great to see that not only London Irish prevailing, but also Northampton Saints learning a lot of valuable lessons, and will potentially even come out of this more mentally and physically resilient.
Well, we're just waiting for the procession to begin, medals to be handed out, and formally London Irish to be crowned winners.
It's Nigel Gillingham, the president of the RFU, and Neil McCarthy, head of player development at Premiership Rugby, who will be doing the presentations for us today. Brought out the big boys for it.
I think Northampton Saints will be first up to collect their runners-up medals. Look at that, Pollock and Tuipulotu just having a chat over there. Cam Ellis as well. Know each other so well from the carousel then in schoolboy rugby.
You are welcome to come and watch up close the presentation.
Lots of family members have made their way round to this side of the pitch to make sure they can join in. Well, thank you, Will Roberts, for joining me today at Young Rugby on Instagram or on Twitter. If you're still listening, I would get following that. Fantastic account for knowing exactly how people progress from schoolboy rugby to top 5 Premiership and even England rugby. Some great content. And you've been instrumental today, Will. Thank you very much for all your insight and all your knowledge of age group rugby. runners-up medal is not the medal you ever want, but it is the end of things for this particular group of individuals, and that will mean something much more than potentially the silverware they hold in their hands. The journey, much better than the destination. Disconsolately they move away, understandably so.
And ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
The ball gets flipped down to the ground from runners up to winners.
Academy Finals Day champions, London Irish.
And here they come for their medals. The victors, just beaten once in the Southern Conference. And today, they played the perfect defensive game to sort of ruin the Saints' setup. Scored some cheeky tries themselves, did London Irish, and kept Saints at bay, and rightfully take their place as today's winners. Wally Brady right at the back there.
Particular players here standing out that are going to be very, very exciting for the future. The man receiving his medal now, I think, could very well be one of the biggest stars, Kepu Tuipulotu. Scored the try that arguably swung the game back towards London Irish's favour in the first half.
There's a man on crutches as well who's played his part. That cheeky steal, that pilfering of the till that he did. Louis Hurd makes his way over.
It's going to be Finn Wally Brady who will be the last man to receive it and will be given the shield.
What a day. 7 games, 14 outstanding teams, but only one winner. Finals day Under-18s, Premiership champions are London Irish. Brilliant pictures, brilliant day. Thank you very much. I hope you've been with us for some of it, all of it. I can't believe you've been with us for all of it. But extraordinary day. Credit to everyone involved, all the players, all the mums and dads, everyone who's played a part in this journey. Credit to you all. Stars of the future, no doubt. Thank you very much. And from the StoneX Stadium in North London, thank you and good night.